think we're live. This is day 4 of the SignWriting Symposium 2014. Welcome. Can you see this light on my face? This is sunshine. Look at that. I have blinds in my office, and they are completely closed, but there are these little cracks in the blinds, and I can't get rid of the sunshine in Southern California. It's the way it is. Isn't that nice that we live in such a sunny place? You see, in Southern California right now, while I'm talking, it's 8 in the morning, and it is sunny, and this is July 2014, so we're lucky. And I want you to know that we have been really blessed with the presentations in the past 3 days. The SignWriting Symposium 2014 consists of 4 days of non-stop live broadcasts through software called Google Hangouts. And it goes from 8 in the morning our time in Southern California, Pacific time, all the way until 4 in the afternoon Pacific time. But people are presenting from all over the world, so they have to figure out their clocks. It isn't very easy, actually. But you can go up to Google directory and say, what time is it in this place? And then you can kind of calculate it. So we are starting today the 4th day of presentations. That means that day 1 was on Monday, July 21st. And on day 1, we had 10 presentations. We're having 10 presentations every day. That means we have 40 presentations because we have 4 days, and today is the last 10 presentations. This is rather appropriate because not only do we have 40 presentations, but this is our 40th year. SignWriting is 40 years old this year. It started in 1974 when I lived in Denmark, Copenhagen, and it was developed there. And then it spread around the world. So later today, at the very end, I'm going to be presenting last. I'm presentation 40 to celebrate 40 years of the development. So I welcome all of our new presenters today. But before we go on to their presentations, I'd like to introduce my team. We have Adam Frost, and I'm going to click on him for 1 minute. Adam is our interpreter. Adam is both deaf and seems like a hearing person sometimes because he's got really cool hearing aids, but he also has tremendous training when he was a little boy and how to read lips and how to talk. He just makes everybody think he's a hearing person, and then he takes off his hearing aids and presto, he's stone deaf. So Adam, his first language is American Sign Language, and he also is fluent in English. Thank you, Adam, for all of your tech support and for interpreting for me right now. And here is Steve Slavinsky. And Steve is our software developer, but Steve is also our tech support person during this symposium. Thank you, Steve, very much for suggesting Google Hangouts and helping us make it all possible. Steve is showing our slides today, and he also has presented actually a total of 3 presentations. 2 were on the 2nd day, day 2, and now today, in fact, the first presentation this morning, Steve will be presenting his 3rd talk. So now I'm going back to myself. You see, I'm supposed to control the pictures. So I click on little pictures so you can see who's talking. And I'm kind of getting used to this software now, and I'm starting to love it. And I'm kind of sorry that the broadcast is over at the end of today because I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm learning to live online like it's another lifetime. I'm living in cyberspace. Now, I want you to know that all of these broadcasts are being recorded. That's one of the blessings of Google Hangouts, is that it's software where we're hanging out with all of you, and then it's broadcast onto YouTube simultaneously. And you can watch the live broadcast right now by going to, for example, our website. If you go to the front page of signwriting.org, and when you go to signwriting.org on the front page, you'll see that there are already the recordings from day 1, day 2, and day 3. but there's also some buttons up at the top. And if you click on day 4, you will find that there is our live broadcast happening right in front of you. And you're watching it live, and then later on it will become a video. And all of these recorded videos are being placed onto our YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/signwriting. That's our general YouTube channel. And you can watch them there. And later on, when we're all done with all 4 days, we're planning to go back into the videos that we have of the broadcast and improve them in the sense of adding more interpreting. So let me talk to you about interpreting. Right now, Adam is interpreting in American Sign Language for me, and whenever anybody speaks English, Adam will be interpreting for that person. But because of the logistics of so many languages that are being present in our symposium, we have presenters from many countries, we decided to just stick within the languages of one country. So it happens that we have a lot of presenters from Brazil. We have 16 presenters from Brazil. Out of the 40 presentations, 12 of those presentations are from Brazil, but they have 16 people involved. And most of them speak Portuguese and Libras. Libras is the name of Brazilian Sign Language. It's spelled L-I-B-R-A-S, Libras. And so we asked interpreters from Brazil to help us. So whenever the Brazilians are presenting, you will see that we will have an interpreter from Brazil either speaking for them in Portuguese if they're using Libras, or signing in Libras for those who are speaking in Portuguese. In other words, it's going back and forth between those two languages of the country of Brazil. And those particular presentations from Brazil will not be translated into English yet, not today while we are live. It was just too much technology for us to handle. So instead, later when the videos are all complete, namely when today's broadcast is done, perhaps next week we'll try. We're going to try to add either ASL interpreting on the entire video, or we're going to try to add English captions to the entire video. We're going to do our best to add other languages so that actually there will be English on the entire video no matter what. It's going to be great because we'll be able to review these presentations in many languages then. And if somebody writes to us and says, please add another language for us, like Spanish, I bet we could be able to add the captions in Spanish and so forth. So let me tell you about the countries that are present today in our talk. The entire day we have Steve Slavinsky is going to be the first presenter today. He is presentation number 31. And let me now just divert for 1 second to explain the numbers of our presentations. We, as I said, have 40 presentations in total in the SignWriting Symposium 2014. And the symposium is kind of cool because it isn't just our broadcast, it's also a bunch of web pages. And I created, along with help from other people, 40 web pages, one for each presentation. And I invited the presenters from these presentations in advance to send us their PowerPoints, their posters, their written papers, and their abstract that describes their presentation and what it's going to be about. And even, for example, videos. There are some who've sent us really cool videos. And then I posted them onto their presentation page. So how do you find their presentation web pages? You can find them anytime when you go to signwriting.org. As I told you, on the front page of signwriting.org, we already have the videos from the previous days, and we're already showing the live broadcast right here on day 4. Well, if you are on signwriting.org right now, you can look over to the side of the website opening page there, and you'll see there are a bunch of little, like a column, a right column, with a bunch of little words that are kind of links. And if you look over there and you scroll down just a little bit, you'll notice that there's a presentation 1, presentation 2, presentation 3. You know, they're all there. And you just scroll down, or you could click on presentation 1, and then there's some navigation arrows on the web pages. It'll take you to the presentation 1 web page, but then you could navigate to the next and the next and the next until you get to number 31, which is Steve Slavinsky's presentation 31. So that's why we have numbers all the way to 40, which is the last presentation today. So you can read about a presentation in advance. If you're getting bored listening to me right now talking, you could be reading about, you know, we have an abstract right there, right now, that describes what the presentation will be about. We're also planning to add more things after we are done because, as you know, a lot of us are really busy people, and they sent us a lot of the documents sort of last minute. So therefore, some of the presentations haven't been all posted yet on those presentation web pages. That's just because we're human. But when we're all done, I'm planning to post them later. So you'll be able, in retrospect, you can go back, and if you're viewing this as a video later, then of course you have time to be able to see things, and you can even download their PowerPoints and view them yourself. So the first presentation today is presentation 31, and that's Steve Slavinsky. Steve is our software developer, and he's going to be talking about a digital collaboration between machine-readable sign language text and the sign writing script. So that sounds very intellectual, but actually Steve has an outstanding way of explaining something that's very hard in an easy to understand format, which we're grateful for. Steve and I have been working together for a long time, so we appreciate Steve very much. I'm now going to tell you about presentation 32. You see, there is like 45 minutes for each presentation, and there's about a half hour for each presentation. And then if you are watching this live, you might notice that there's a link that says you can go and join a chat, or the ability to be able to ask questions. So let's say you have a question for Steve during his speech. If you are on the events page in Google, they have a question and answer kind of app, and we can see it on the side of our screen while we're broadcasting. And if you type a question into this question area, then after Steve is done with his talk, he can look at the questions and he can answer them if there's time. So that's why everybody's asked to do about 20 to 30 minutes, and then hopefully they'll have some questions and they'll answer them. And then we move on to the next presentation. So there's 45 minutes between presentations. Presentation 32 today is from Brazil. So that's one of our many Brazilian presentations. There's a young man named Matson Barreto, and Matson's just remarkable. Not only has he written a beautiful book with his wife Raquel on sign writing in Brazil, but Matson also submitted 9 presentations to our symposium. When Steve and Adam and I and Nancy Romero, our other chairperson, when we were talking about setting up the SignWriting Symposium online, we all four, we thought, oh, well, you know, if we have 10 presentations at most, we'll be lucky. In fact, we thought maybe there'd just be the 4 of us. Boy, I tell you, we announced it, and presto, we were just deluged with all kinds of requests. And some people wanted to present more than once, and I said, okay, sure, why not? Send us an abstract for another presentation, that's fine with me. And Matson from Brazil, he sent 9 presentations in to us. Now, mind you, Matson is brilliant, and that's obvious. And his 9 presentations are not all the same at all. Every one of them is totally different, from a different section in Brazil, on different topics, and they're not just Matson presenting. No, they are actually, each presentation has different people involved, and Matson is sort of like the director. And so he has these 9 presentations that are just amazing, and they are being presented in Portuguese and Libras, but that's also because we asked them to do that, so that we stayed in the languages of Brazil, so that deaf people in Brazil could enjoy the presentations here at the SignWriting Symposium. And later we're going to be adding, as I said, English and ASL to the videos. So presentation 32 by Matson is also by a presenter, Roberto Costa. And they're going to be talking about transcribing the phonology of sign languages. As you all know, sign languages are real languages. And yes, there's a phonology of sign languages. And so you'll learn about that in presentation 32. Presentation 33 is a third presenter with the SWORD project. His name is Fabrizio Borgia from Italy, and his presentation is actually also with Dr. Maria de Marsico, but Fabrizio will be presenting by himself, number 33, about some software that he's developing for handwritten recognition, because there are a lot of documents that are very written by hand, and they're kind of hard to put into a computer. In fact, we have been surprised at how many people still write by hand. You know, we've been developing computer software for over 30 years, since 1984 or so, and but the system itself developed in 1974. That meant we had 10 years of writing by hand. But then, to our surprise, people are still writing by hand, even though there's lots of beautiful software out there. So Fabrizio is developing software to be able to do sign writing, handwriting recognition. How do you like that? That's pretty cool. So presentation 34 will be from Slovenia. We have a Catholic priest named Eddie Struhl from Slovenia who will be presenting about writing the Roman Catholic liturgy in Slovenian Sign Language. And you will be amazed. Eddie has already sent me so many documents that I haven't been able to post them all. I do have several on his webpage right now on presentation 34, but I will be posting more, including the Holy Mass, written in Slovenian Sign Language. And another point is that Eddie is using a piece of software called Delex, which was developed in Germany. And back on the second day of presentations, presentation 12, Stefan Bormann from Germany presented the Delex software. So it's interesting to note that presentation 34 is using the software presented over on presentation 12, which, by the way, Delex software uses SignPuddle Online as well, which is developed by Steve Slavinsky, and Steve presented about that on presentation 11. So it's all intertwined. And Fabrizio's presentation today, the software developed in Italy, is going to be coordinated later with all of the software I just discussed. So it's amazing how these programs are intertwining. And we also had before presentations by Jonathan Duncan with software from Honduras, and it also coordinates with SignPuddle. So going on today, presentation 35 will be from Matson Barreto and his beautiful wife Raquel about their first book that they wrote on sign writing in Brazil. And it's a beautiful book. I love it. And they'll tell you all about it. Presentation 36 will also be in Portuguese and Brazilian Sign Language, Libras. It is going to be by Matson Barreto and Vera Lima. And it is about terminology in Brazilian Sign Language and how sign writing those terms is really helping. So they're discussing linguistic terminology using sign writing to record it in Brazilian Sign Language. And presentation 37 is also by Matson Barreto, but with another presenter, not only his wife, but also Pedro Oliveira. And that one's really fascinating because it's going to be by video in Libras. They're going to be presenting Libras and the three of them are on a really cool video, and I believe we will have Portuguese voice interpreting of that video. Presentation 38 is Ron Shalom from the United States, and this is a remarkable presentation, something I would never have thought of. Ron has thoughts on using Sutton SignWriting as a musical notation, and actually has a document showing using facial expressions from SignWriting on top of a musical score. And he'll explain better all about it. He's got, I believe, a PowerPoint and also a document to show you. Thank you, Ron. And then presentation 39 is Dr. Maria Galea from Malta. And, well, Maria has been a close friend for many years and has been working on her dissertation probably for almost a decade. And Maria just recently defended her dissertation, and congratulations to you, Maria. Now we are talking about Dr. Maria Galea, or Galea, excuse me. And Dr. Galea is going to be presenting the linguistic aspects of sign writing related to writing Maltese Sign Language, where Dr. Galea comes from. She comes from Malta. So that's going to be really a unique presentation. And the last one, presentation 40, is me. I'm going to be presenting about the 40 years of writing sign languages and the evolution of the sign writing script from 1974 to 2014. And I'm going to be winging it, let me tell you, because I had also planned, like everybody else, to do a PowerPoint. I wanted to do a very long paper, and I am planning to do that because I want to. But because the SignWriting Symposium became really exciting, and at the very end, like last week, we all had to rehearse. The software was so unique that there were 42 presenters, and the majority of them did a rehearsal in Google Hangouts with Adam and Steve and myself to a certain extent. And then everybody was sending me documents to post onto their web pages, and I was doing all the web design and posting and posting. And then people were saying, I'm scared, what do I do? And I would say, oh, no worries, you know, just send everything later. And then I had to laugh at midnight thinking, gosh, I haven't even done my own presentation. But just as I had told everybody else not to worry, I'm going to choose not to worry about that. And I know that you know that I'm going to post it later. So later on, you can always look back at presentation 40 webpage to see added developments. But right now on my webpage, presentation 40, I've already posted an abstract. And I have also posted 2 old documents that actually are related to the evolution of sign writing styles over the past 40 years. You see, the writing system has changed. It's evolved, and it's gotten better, and it's really used. It's used by thousands, if not tens of thousands of people around the world. We know this now because of the enormous just contacts from so many people, but look at all the presenters. It has spread in Brazil, and it's spreading in Paraguay, and it's spreading in different places that we didn't even know about until this symposium has brought us all together for the first time after so many years. And some people have been working on projects for decades. So the writing system, which I originally developed in 1974, has spread, and I'm glad. That's what I want, because it will not be a real writing system if it doesn't spread. And so, of course, it's evolved. It had to. How could it not evolve? And that means that it's my job to document that evolution of writing styles. And that's what my presentation is going to be about. So, to explain, when you go to my webpage, presentation 40, and you go down and you'll look at an old video that's posted there at the moment. And I'll keep it there, but I'm going to add things later that are more modern. But this old video is still a good one because it's called Deaf Perspectives on Sign Writing, and it was the second in that video series. It was produced around 1998 or so. I'm not quite sure the exact year, but it was in the 1990s. But we had wonderful deaf people explaining in their own words, namely ASL, with English captions, how they saw it evolve in their time working with me in the 1980s and 1990s. And then I put in the middle of this video, screens explaining the history and how things changed. So that's actually a good video because it shows how a lot of the evolution occurred up until the year 1998. So it had to have been made in 1998. And of course, obviously, there's been a lot of evolution since that time. But nonetheless, that video is fascinating because Lucinda O'Grady-Batch, who is now Lucinda O'Grady-Farnaby, explains a lot about how the deaf people whom I worked with changed the writing system to make it work for the deaf communities. I would like to now introduce Steve Slavinsky because we are 5 minutes from the half hour, and Steve's talk begins at the half hour. So I'm going to go back to my schedule. That's what I'm looking at right now. And we're on day 4, and it's presentation 31. Steve Slavinsky is my co-worker. I have worked with him since 2004. And we've already talked about this on day 2, so perhaps you've all heard this before. But Steve is truly my partner in working together. We would not be where we are. The entire SignWriting system could not have spread as it has without Steve's software development of SignPuddle and so many other developments that you may not realize are behind the scenes. Steve has worked with me on the SignWriting script. You see, it's a handwriting originally, and then we got it into SignWriter DOS with Richard Gleaves, but it was hard to find the symbols and know what to put in there. And then Steve helped me to the next generation of web software that made it spread. So I would like to introduce Steve now. I'm going to click on his picture. There you are, Steve. I think you're showing up.
Hi, Val.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and we can hear you too. Speak up. And you're welcome to start anytime.
Okay, well, this is my 3rd presentation. It's about digital collaboration with machine-writable sign language text and the sign language script. If you can go to the slide.
Okay, I'm clicking on the slide. There it is.
All right. SignPuddle is where most of the open data for sign writing is coming from. We have over 1 million signs that have been written with SignPuddle. There are 65 languages, sign languages that are involved. Some of them have just requested that we open an area for their sign language, and other languages have tens of thousands of signs written in them. Right now we've had about 2 years of stability with our latest encoding, and it looks like we're good to go to the future. You can see the map worldview. I tried to take, in my SignPuddle 3 development, which is still ongoing, I tried to take the database and correlate the languages with the countries where they're used, and you can kind of see the darker areas, the darker blue, that's where more people are using the SignPuddle, and that's where more of the data is coming from. Originally, I was going to give this presentation in Wikimania in London in 2014, next month. Things happened and I couldn't go, but the vision of Wikimania, which I'll explain what Wikimania is in a little bit, their vision is imagine a world in which every single human being can freely share in the sum of all knowledge. I really think that's a great idea. My presentation outline, I'd like to talk.
Oh, can't hear you, Steve.
Wikimania. I want to talk about the sign language reality, the standards process, talk a little bit about collaboration and the state of the art. Wikimedia is a global movement whose mission is to bring free educational content to the world. If you've heard of Wikipedia or Wiktionary, or Wikidata is becoming really popular, they have Wikivoyage, with which they just started. All these projects are driven by the community of people that use their software. The organization Wikimedia itself is very small. I think it's somewhere around 40 people. But the Wikipedia site is one of the top sites on the internet. It's a really great place. One thing they have is something called Wikimedia Labs. Wikimedia Labs is a place where they provide the infrastructure for people to go up and do projects. So we have several projects on Wikimedia Labs. One is we have a copy of the SignWriting icon server running up there that creates the SVG images for the SignWriting text. We also have the prototype the Wikipedia for American Sign Language. So they don't actually do the development directly on Wikimedia Labs, but they provide a place where other people can go up there and do development. If you look at that third link down there I have on the page, that's to the SignWriting project on Wikimedia Labs. It's an open place where we can have whatever kind of servers, or we can start whatever kind of programs we want, and we can utilize their infrastructure. It's really, really great for the community. There's the number of other projects running on Wikimedia Labs not related to SignWriting is immense, and it's really great for community development. Now, Wikimedia also has a place called Incubator. Now, Incubator is where new projects in languages start. And after there's enough content on those projects, and after there's enough people going up there and adding content, it will become a real project with its own URL in the main space. Right now we have the American Sign Language Wikipedia on Incubator. That was a great development that I was able to get done last year, I believe, when I went to the hackathon in the Netherlands. That was a great environment. I had a great time. The SignWriting gadget is a way that we can get SignWriting on Incubator without having any kind of security risks, and it was able to pass their security review, and it's up there and running right now. So any language, any sign language that wants to use the formal SignWriting standard, they can go up on Wikimedia Incubator and they can start their projects right now. I have a link up there to it's my page on SignWriting Tech, and that's about all the development that's going on Wikimedia Incubator. I'd like to say a special thanks to Yair Rand. He is just a member of the community that hangs out on Wikimedia Incubator, and he's been helping with the SignWriting script and improving the gadget, and he's just done amazing things. He's one of my heroes up there. All right. I was initially going to make this a longer section because I was going to be talking to people at Wikimania, and I'm not sure how many people really understood sign language, but if you're watching this, I hope you understand sign language. One thing that's unusual is that sign language has coexisted with spoken language throughout history. It's usually unnoticed, but it's always been there. There's references in ancient Egypt where people that were deaf were considered touched special by God, and they were thought to have special and unique abilities. So they were actually raised with sign language and taught to read and write with hieroglyphics. It was really amazing. In ancient Greece, they have if Plato, when he's quoting his teacher Socrates, Socrates mentions that if he couldn't speak, then he would use sign language just like the deaf of his day did. Martha's Vineyard is a great example. There's a book called Everyone Here Spoke Sign Language, and it's this place, Martha's Vineyard, where there was hereditary deafness. And somebody heard about this, so they went to talk to people that used to live there, and they said, "Can you tell us about the people that were disabled there?" And the person said, "No, I can't think of anybody here that was disabled." It was natural to learn sign language in Martha's Vineyard. Every child, whether they were hearing or deaf, they learned sign language from birth. And deaf people weren't disabled, they were just people. And they didn't speak, they used sign language, and that was just fine. The book itself is filled with great stories. One of my favorite stories is how they use sign language for long-distance communication. There'd be one person standing on a hill over here, another person standing on a hill over here, and they would use a telescope to be able to have a long-distance conversation. Like I said, it has a lot of great stories in there. Sign language is superior in a lot of situations. Primarily deaf communication. Deaf, they sign. It's how they do it. Infant communication. Babies can learn to sign before they can learn to speak, whether they're hearing or deaf. It doesn't matter. Sign language is a great tool for young children and infants. Spatial description. If you have two different rooms and you want to explain to somebody else how you want the room to be rearranged, the sign language is a lot more specific and a lot easier to understand than somebody trying to explain that same thing in the spoken language. In places where sound is not reliable, they don't always use sign language per se, but gesture, like if you are underwater scuba diving, if you're in a combat situation where you need to be really silent. I've also seen sign language used in meetings where you want to be quiet and not interrupt, or if you're at a noisy concert or at a really noisy bar or something like that. Again, sign language, perfect for places like that. All right, the standards process. One thing, sign writing is a complete solution. It's grammatically correct, whether you're dealing with individual signs, which we put in 2 dimensions, or if you're talking about horizontal writing or vertical writing, and the vertical writing having the lanes and the body weight shifts. With sign writing, we have digital collaboration, so one person can write something, another person can go up there and edit that, and they can share what they're working on it and work on it together. Sign writing has an international community. There's 12 different countries presenting in this symposium, and there's dozens of other countries where sign language is being written with sign writing. Sign writing also has many different kinds of hand styles, whether we're talking about block printing or cursive or shorthand. The handwriting isn't as standardized as the computer model because the handwriting really is within different communities, and sometimes it's even personal that one person has a distinct style. Handwriting is going to continue to develop, and people are going to continue to share it, and it's a really exciting thing to watch. All right, when we're talking about a standard, what is a standard? It's basically just sharing experiences and perspectives. It's about building on the work that other people have done, and it's also about documenting your results so that other people can share and work with you. All right, here's another interesting slide to take a look at where we're talking about what is a standard and what parts are involved in it. Well, first there's a specification, which is a written document. And second, there is an implementation that uses that standard. And third, there's the real-world usage of how people are actually using it. If we talk about web pages and HTML, you can go out there and you can find different specifications that describe how HTML is supposed to be used. For the implementations, you can look at the different browsers. There's Firefox, Chrome, Safari, Opera, and those are different implementations of the specification. And then there's real-world usage out there. How do people actually write the documents that are the web pages? Now, in a perfect world, it would just go right around the circle. You'd write the perfect specification. People would have the perfect implementation in the source code and the programs, and then people in the real world would use it exactly how it was specified and exactly how it was implemented, but it never works out that way. A long digression into how standards are made can be found in a document on the web. It's a book called Dive into HTML5 by Mark Pilgrim. I put the link up there, and he describes how the HTML standard 5 came out to be. And it's a really interesting story of they write specifications and people made a program and people started using it. And then people started to change the specification so that it wasn't compatible with the implementations and it wasn't compatible with how people were really using it. And the specifications that changed were basically ignored. And then people came back and they rewrote the specifications to model how people implement it in the browsers and how people were using it in the real world, and they tried to extend it in a compatible way. So if you look at the HTML5 specification, you can trace its history back to the original HTML of the first web pages. And those first web pages are still compatible with what we're doing today. But like I said, it's a really interesting read, kind of technical. Here's an interesting quote that I found in that book, Dive into HTML5, but it says that implementations and specifications have to do a delicate dance together, because you don't want implementations to happen before the specification is finished, because people just start depending on the details of the implementation, and that constrains the specification. However, you don't want the specification to be finished before there are implementations and authors experienced with those implementations, because you need the feedback. There's an unavoidable tension here, and you just have to muddle your way through. That is talking about that when you write a specification, you think it's a great idea, but you don't know how great that idea is until people actually use it. And when you start using it, you find problems or complications that you need to fix, solve, work around. And that really reflects the history of signwriting. Now, signwriting standards and the standard process. Well, we have 40 years of history with signwriting where people have been writing. There's 30 years of computer encoding. I got involved about 10 years ago, and after the first year I realized that we needed to have some kind of specifications, and I've been spending, well, I had 7 years of iterative development, and that's where I wrote a specification, then I made an implementation, and then people actually used it, and I realized I had to change the specification, which meant I had to change the implementation, going around the circle round and round. It was really a heuristic model where I made my best guess. I thought I had a great idea, but I didn't know how good that idea was until I actually tried to use the idea. After these 7 years of development, I believe the solution is compact and tractable. And by tractable, I mean it's able to be used. I apologize, Adam, if I'm going too fast. We also, like I said, have 2 years of stability, and that means the last change that I made was 2 years ago. Now, during those 7 years of development, we've had many different encodings, many different symbol sets, and that's caused a lot of problems for other developers. If you look out there in the signwriting world, you can see that our old symbol set of the ISWA 2008 is still being used. I believe Stuart Thiessen, he wrote his dissertation on signwriting, a grammar of signwriting, and that uses the ISWA 2008. If you look at the Swift project, they originally based their project on the ISWA 2008. Right now we're using the ISWA 2010, and that's been stable for 4 years, and we haven't changed it. And our, like I said, our character encoding has been stable for 2 years, and that stability, I believe, is really important. Yeah. Collaboration with signwriting. That's one thing I love about signwriting is text is not video. If you wanted to have more than one person working on a section of sign language, I think it would really be difficult, impossible, and require some complicated tools if you were trying to videotape that, because you'd either have to make sure that the same person was always available to be videotaped, or you would have to have the segment cut, where it cut from one signer to a different signer. But with text, we don't have that problem. If you want to change a section of text, you just change a section of text. One thing that signwriting has that other languages don't is the amount of collaboration involved in individual signs. If you're talking about English and you're going to write a word, you can look up that word in a dictionary and it says exactly how to spell it. That is the way you spell it. But in signwriting, we don't have that type of detailed proper spelling or improper spelling. There's a couple rules how you're supposed to write the center. Well, every sign has a center, and always write the place of contact. But I believe that the real rule of signwriting and writing the individual sign is, can people understand it? And that really takes collaboration between more than one person, because the person that writes the sign, they know it perfectly. But the other people that are trying to read the sign, well, can they understand it? And that really judges the validity of a spelling and how well that sign was written. Like I say, collaboration of content. If you go up to the ASL Wikipedia on the incubator, that's where people are collaborating on content, where you can write content, you can edit what other people have written. Collaboration with tools. New people are making new tools, and that allows for more collaboration. New tools have new techniques which we can share, and things are just getting better and better. All right, the state of the art for sign writing today. We have the ASCII encoding, which is called formal sign writing. That is compatible to the Unicode and the private use area that we're using, but the ASCII encoding is much easier to use, and it's 2 to 6 times smaller when you're actually using it on the computer itself. We have our SVG fonts. That was on the Wikimedia Labs. We have that sign writing icon server. We have CSS integration, which is the cascading style sheets, where you tell a section of text it's supposed to be this color and a different size, and that size and color is actually reflected on the web pages in that sign writing text. We have the regular expression searching, which means that you can search large amounts of material in a very quick manner. And like I said, this is all available on Wikimedia Incubator, and that's getting better and better all the time. Sign writing tomorrow. There is work going on for the editors for the desktop and for mobile. We have a TrueType font that is so close to being ready, but not quite there yet. And standard integration, like I have my draft Slavinsky sign writing text that I've put out there. That is the specification that we're trying to use to help people make the implementations, which help people in the real world. So for the SignWriting Symposium 2014, I'd like to say, imagine a world in which every sign language user can freely share in the sum of all knowledge. And I believe we're really getting there, with more people writing, more people reading, and I'm just really excited for the future. And that was really quick. That's about all I have right now.
Okay, well actually, Steve, thank you. And I'm assuming that when we saw your slides, we were able to see Adam. I'm not sure because I don't understand the technology. I hope so. Were you sharing your desktop?
Yes, I was.
Oh, that's so smart. I figured you knew everything. Well, that's really good. So I'd like to ask, since we do have actually another half hour before the next presentation, because the next presentation's at 15 minutes over the hour, I'd like to ask you if you could show us on your desktop, could you take us to the Wikimedia Incubator site and actually show us? And I'm going to put my screen back up for your area, right? There, we're up at your slides again.
All right.
And you'd be able to go to the website, right, and show us this incredible site, and also show us the Wikimedia Labs, too, because we have time. And by the way, while we're on the subject, we do have one comment also from Stefan. Can you see it?
Yeah. If I would like to start a project DGS in Wikipedia, but don't know how to begin, do you offer kind of step-by-step tutorial? It would be great. Sure. Let me show you what we have. There is. This is my slide for the Wikimedia Labs. This first, I will just go to it. Yeah, I'll allow that. This is just the icon server that's generating all of our images for our Wikimedia projects that we have going.
That's called the icon server, Swiss.
Mm-hmm.
As everybody can see there. When we say Swiss, we mean the icon server.
Right. This link right here, this goes to the old ASL Wikipedia project. It's a little bit nicer in layout and a little more friendly to view. But as you can see, we have the different articles with the different text, and if we wanted to go to a different article, we would go up there and we could see that the text is written in our vertical columns, and we can go up there and we can easily read it. Like I said, Labs, it's a self-service place, so I went up there and I had to build a MediaWiki install, and I had to load up the software and configure it. So this really has a barrier of entry if other sign languages wanted to actually participate in this. But that's why we have something even better, and that is on Incubator. Incubator, the places where little projects grow up to be big projects in the real world. Here is the link for the ASL Wikipedia project on Incubator. Since it's a beginning project, you get this welcoming screen saying that this is an open test wiki of Wikimedia Incubator. It tells you about the language. You can find out some information about the language that we're talking about. All pages in this test wiki. This is a really great page because if you go down, you can see the title for all the different pages that are available on the Incubator. Let me just pick one tip.
I'd like to ask a question, Steve. Why does it say WPASE? What is that?
WPASE, every project on Incubator is not really a full project, it's only part of a project. And that WP means Wikipedia. The ASE means American Sign Language, because that's the language code for ASE. So if this said, okay.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I just want people to understand that this is still a test area, isn't it? It's not the official Wikipedia yet, is it?
No, but I still encourage people to get up there and try to add and collaborate and help us develop. Because other than not having its own URL, like the English Wikipedia has en.wikipedia.org, later we'll have our own ase.wikipedia.org. And the only difference between now and then is that now we're just a sub-project on Incubator, and later we'll be a real project. Well, we're still a real project, but we'll be an official project that's been recognized as out of the Incubator. But we still need people to go on there and edit and add, and that's how one of the ways that we get from Incubator onto our own domain.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. So let's see something. You're going to show us something.
Yeah, just one more thing about the stop up here. Instead of WP, if it was WK, that would be a Wiktionary for American Sign Language, and that would be like a dictionary that people were making.
Uh-huh.
All right, so if I open up a page, you can see that we have the headers in here with the commands, and we have the text which flows to the right. And this is using that icon server for the SVG. And if you went to edit a page, you would see the formal sign writing ASCII strings that are in the back.
You know, it's overwhelming a little bit. I think people should understand that up at the top, those are actual menus written in ASL, right?
Yes.
I mean, why don't you point for 1 minute? See what Steve is pointing at right now? Those little signs up there, that's an ASL, and those are the menus, like a pull-down menu, except it's written in ASL instead of English or other spoken languages. And Adam Frost has been trying to do the translation for the menus in Translate Wiki, and it isn't quite done yet. So that's why you see some words still going, like list of wikis and manual and navigation. Isn't that true, Steve?
Right, and this is also something called vertical writing mode. It's a different way to present web pages, because normally we go on the web and we see horizontal writing mode on the web pages, but they're trying to make this vertical writing mode.
And that's because deaf people here, anyway, and certainly in other countries as well, have requested vertical writing, so you've made that possible, right?
Right. Stefan just asked, how do we handle writing from left to right?
Okay.
Now, this right here is Incubator. This page on Incubator is displayed this way because of Yair Rand. he went in there and he modified the gadget that I wrote, and he pretty much hacked in the vertical writing mode support. So he did some.
By the way, here use writing you need it because our deaf staff and everybody here wants it. So thank you, Yair Rand. We're grateful to you.
Now, if you go into, I can possibly show this later, but the vertical writing mode, they're looking into officially supporting that in the Wikimedia incubator and in the different Wikimedia projects, so that this will be better supported and will work better. Right now, it can be a little bit disorienting looking at the vertical mode because we're not used to it, but we're working on it and we're getting there. Now, when Stefan asked about writing left to right, well, every language, they are talking about having a specification where is this a horizontal writing or is this a vertical writing? So if American Sign Language wanted to be written vertically, we would tell the incubator that ASL is a vertical writing script. For DGS, for German Sign Language, if they wanted to write in horizontal, they could tell Wikimedia Incubator that they're a horizontal writing script, and it would use the same script, the same gadget, but it would be displayed in a horizontal way rather than a vertical way.
Wow.
So
that's very flexible. Is there a way to be able to switch? I'm not asking, really, it's okay. But could we actually have the choice between in the same language to go back and forth someday? Maybe so. Maybe way in the future, perhaps. Huh?
Yeah, it depends how they implement it. They are looking into support vertical writing. We just had a great hour-long online chat about supporting vertical writing mode, and we don't have all the answers yet, but they've assigned a couple people, or a couple people stepped forward and said they were going to work on it. And next couple of weeks we'll get some more.
The official sign writing system needs the vertical writing mode for proper grammar within the deaf world, and because of the lanes that you have programmed for us, which we're grateful for weight shifts. So vertical writing mode to us here means everything, but I think it's also very wonderful that they're so flexible to give also a possibility for the horizontal mode. Please thank them all for all of us. So Stefan, I think that answered your question, I hope.
Yeah, the one thing about vertical writing mode is that Firefox does not support vertical writing mode yet. But we filed a bug has been filed with Firefox, and they're going to be taking a look at the issue. So if you went to the incubator with Firefox, you would see the display I have up there right now, which is the normal way you have the pages, and instead of using the columns, you just have one long column that runs down and down and down and down.
Well, it still gives you the vertical mode. It just doesn't give you the columns from left to right. That's interesting. Yeah, it's still in vertical mode in a strange way.
Right. Now, if you went there to edit a page and without any kind of added editor, shouldn't be protected. Oh, here we go. You can see that we have the formal sign writing code in there, and I know that can be a little bit overwhelming. But just like if you were going to look at any other script and you just saw it as ones and zeros, it'd be the same thing. So this will be covered up later by the editor mode, so that we can go in there and we can really do some great digital collaboration.
Wonderful. And let's see. Wow. What more can you show us?
Yeah, on Wikimedia Incubator, I have that second link, which is incubator.wikimedia.org/wiki/user/Slavinsky/signwriting/text. That's a long title, I know. But that right there is the place where we've been, a place to talk about signwriting tech. If you have questions or answers, how to improve the gadget or the standards, there's been some great discussion on there where we talk about the different browser support, we talk about the caching options, page titles, and lots of other things. People are actually even using sign names for their username, which I thought was really great.
Yeah, I think I have my sign name in there as my username, I believe.
Right, and if you go up there and read any of the text, you'll see that that Yair Rand he's really a superstar.
Oh, once again, thank you, Yair. We are grateful. And I am also grateful to you, Steve. I mean, my goodness, look at all the work that everybody's been doing. It's amazing. And Adam, too. You know, I noticed that Stefan had a question about, or at least a comment about TrueType and the fact that we now have SVG. And on screen here we have Adam interpreting and we have Steve talking, but actually both these gentlemen worked together to give us the SVG a long time ago. We've already discussed this in the previous presentation. You're Steve, yeah. And it was wonderful. And Adam did all the nitpicking work, and then Steve put it into the font for us. And I just wanted to tell Stefan real fast that technically in SignPuddle Online you can go up and use the SVG refinement, can't you? The ping, I don't know what it's called. SVG refinement ping or something. S-ping. Whatever it is. The point is that right now we don't need TrueType for good-looking symbols on SignPuddle Online, do we?
No, we can use the SVG refinement, and yeah, Adam did amazing work on that. It's I'm blown away by how much time he spent. But yeah, of course, I'm blown away by how much time you spent Q Valley creating these symbol sets. So.
yeah, it's all teamwork, and Stefan also has worked a great deal. So if we click back on your screen for the moment, I'd like to ask you, Steve, in the Wikipedia, or in the Wikimedia Incubator, are those symbols SVG that we were looking at?
Yes, I'm pulling in the SVG from that SignWriting icon server that's running over on Wikimedia Labs.
Can you go back for 1 minute to the Wikimedia Incubator, or even on the Wikimedia Labs? Doesn't matter. Can you go bigger in your screen so we could see the symbols really large? Because most of it's tiny. Of course, we have the large SignWriting text over there as the title. But can you show us something even larger? Maybe it's hard to do for you on that screen. I don't know.
Yeah. The problem with enlarging this, I'll just show you.
Don't even try. It's okay. I just wanted people to see the clean symbols. Yeah, there we go. Those symbols, it may not be clear on your screen right now, but those are SVG, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and they're. I love the quality. They're beautiful.
Yes, that's right. So we did not need TrueType because we're using the SVG. So to answer Stefan's point there, I think you should know, Stefan, that within the Wikimedia Incubator, if you were to start working with your deaf students on a German Sign Language Wikipedia project, you would be using SVG that looks really cool. That's what I wanted to say.
Right, and the SVG is the basis for the TrueType font. We're actually just importing our SVG images into that TrueType.
That's very true. There was a presentation 19 that Steve gave relating to Eduardo Trupp. I'm so sorry, Eduardo. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but you're from Uruguay and you've done such a great job. You're our hero, helping us do a TrueType font. So is that what you're referring to, Steve?
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. So the SVG is all intertwined. So, okay, now, Stefan, he says you're very kind, Steve. Thank you so much.
All right. Now, also, one more thing on that SignWriting tech page that I showed. We have some news. We got ambassadors, people just to help other people work it. But the that last link, the incubator link, is really interesting. Because, like I said, the SignWriting gadget makes it possible to use SignWriting on Incubator. So we have the ASL Wikipedia that's been started. The ASL Wiktionary has been requested. It can start at any time. People have requested Russian Sign Language and Italian Sign Language, and there's users that want to contribute to these projects and start these projects. British Sign Language, Finnish Sign Language, and Maltese Sign Language. Oh, let me go to the Russian page, and I'll go to that front page. Yeah, that vertical writing mode, we still got to fix that. It would look better in Firefox. Well,
yes. I didn't know that we had somebody from Russia request a Wikipedia in Russian Sign Language. That's exciting.
Yeah, let me pull that up in Firefox so we can see it a little bit neater. Yeah, they say Russian Sign Language is spoken by 171,000 deaf in Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan.
Wow. I am so glad to know about this. Do you know that I didn't know about this? Now, see, this is an example of how sign writing is spreading. Look at that.
Can be
Wow.
sign writing script.
Hmm. Oh, my
And
God. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
you can view the history. You can see the Midnight Gambler. He's the one
Oh,
that's been
thank you,
writing.
Midnight Gambler. What a cute name. Thank you, Midnight Gambler. You know that we do have people writing certain signs in Russian Sign Language, but we haven't had that much of feedback, you know? We haven't been back and forth with them, so I had no idea. How cool. This is Midnight Gambler.
That's
Oh,
picked on his user page. So
yeah, you know, the Wikimedia world is so fabulous. All these wonderful people, and they're oftentimes hiding behind some kind of a screen name, aren't they?
mm-hmm.
And now we're hiding behind our name signs written. we don't even give them an alphabet that they can read. Wow, how cool.
So there's people excited on Incubator. There's people working on the sign writing script. I believe our standard is nice, advanced, and stable, and we're working to get better tools. And technology is holding up all this creative pent-up energy. But as we get better technology and we get the better implementations, it's just going to start exploding in the near future. I'm very excited.
I agree, and I want to thank you for all your unending devotion to this, Steve. You really are amazing. The way you stay with it. And yeah, the stability that you talked about was not easy in coming. I mean, it was something you just had to keep reworking and reworking and reworking. And it was daily working with people. That's the most important thing. It isn't some kind of standard that's not been used. This is really used. And that's why it really is working. So I want to thank you very much for this. And also for doing our beautiful tech support in the symposium. I think we do have around 10 minutes, and I'm still waiting for Matson Barreto from Brazil and his co-worker and partner in the presentation, Roberto Costa. So while we're waiting, what do you foresee? You're going to be working on getting the Wikimedia Incubator project even more stable for sign languages. And what are some of the features that will be coming in the future that you could foresee?
Oh, well, we already have a lot of great features. You can have, like I said, the CSS styling, which is really nice. You can have different colors and sizes of the sign writing text.
Mm-hmm.
You can have embedded links, so one wiki page can refer to another wiki page. Yeah, getting the user interface in American Sign Language and working on that vertical writing mode. Those are the things that are coming right now.
Okay.
And hopefully in the near future, I'm working on the editors outside of the incubator environment. But later, I'm going to be putting those editors into the incubator environment, and that's when it just
will explode. And let me explain to everybody very quickly what my understanding is of that circumstance. What has happened is right now, how do people write an article? Nancy Romero wrote 48 articles, and Adam wrote one, and Charles Butler wrote one. How did they do it? They wrote it, didn't they, in SignPuddle Online at the moment. Just at the moment, because we don't have the editors built into the Wikimedia site yet. So if somebody asked me, and actually I did have somebody ask me 2 days ago, I think, privately, how would they add an article to the Wikimedia incubator? And it was a person who didn't know very much about SignPuddle either. So I realized I need to answer them. So my understanding is that they were to write the article in, at the moment, our sign writing puddle, the SignPuddle that you've developed on signpuddle.org, and they'll go to the ASL literature or the ASL encyclopedia puddle, and there's a link there, and they develop the article there, and then they tell us, right? And then we post it for them. Is that what we're doing at the moment?
Well, they can make their own pages. You'd want the title as well to be in SignWriting, so you'd have to write another section for the title.
Okay.
But the idea is that you just copy that formal SignWriting code. That it's FSW, and it's just that ASCII code that has the letters and the numbers, and you just copy and paste that right in. And because if you look at the top, I don't know if you can see this very well.
I'm going to click on it now. Okay, wow, look at that. Whew, is that beautiful?
Yeah, the name, when you're seeing it in ASCII, you don't actually get to see the SignWriting, but this is the code that is the title of that page.
Is that what you call ASCII, Steve?
Yeah, ASCII. It's got the AS11551S.
Okay, well, we lay people don't understand this, so let me just, I know this is diverting. I have to ask you, we have 5 minutes and we don't have anybody else here yet. So when you use the term ASCII, for me, I thought that, I'm not knowledgeable. I always thought ASCII represented, alphabetic characters and a few numbers. You know what I mean, like the old days, ASCII was sort of like machine text or something. Could you tell us what ASCII is in your world?
That is what ASCII is. It's letters and numbers.
Okay. And yet you are using letters and numbers to represent SignWriting?
Yes, every sign is a mathematical word, if you will. And that mathematical word is made up of letters and numbers, and it's in a regular pattern that we can recognize. And
you call that formal SignWriting? Is that the FSW?
Formal SignWriting, right? And I know it looks like gibberish to some people, but once you get used to it, it's extremely readable by humans. We don't want to have to read it. We don't want to have to read it, but if we do, it is readable.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sort of looking for our presenters as well while we're talking. Excuse me. So you just, it is definitely readable, I'm sure. So in other words, a person would write the article at the moment just because of the nature of things. They would go into SignPuddle Online. They would go to the ASL Encyclopedia Puddle. They'd start a new article and write it for themselves there. And then they'd also get a title. And they would then go into in the software, they can choose the formal SignWriting or the ASCII, can't they, of that article that they wrote. And they copy it, and then they go into the Wikimedia incubator, and they paste it somewhere, don't they?
Exactly what they do.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand what's happening. Somebody just sent me, keep talking, Stephen. Let me figure out what's going on. They're trying to get in and they don't know how to.
Yeah, Stefan posted another comment, and he's talking about needing the true type for the purpose of nice documents for posters and greeting cards, and that will really be amazing once we have that true type font perfected. We don't have it there yet, but when we do, it will be a very amazing thing.
Yes. Okay, I just sent an invitation to Vera Lucia Souza e Lima. And I guess I need to send an invitation to Matson. I would think Matson would know how to get in, I hope. I will send them a presentation link, which, you know, this has been unique for people because there's a special link that people need to get in, as you probably know. And so, Steve, you just go right ahead and say what you just said again. I'm sorry.
No, that is quite all right. Yeah, like in the presentation, which we'll get up on the website in a little bit, I posted it on my SlideShare account, but Val's going to put it on the presentation webpage. I gave it to her a bit late, so I understand why it's not there actually this morning, so really. Oh, Madsen. But if you go into that presentation, you'll see a couple links. And on the incubator, there's a lot of information you can find out and a lot of good stuff to read. And I look forward to working together with people and really making it happen.
You bet. Steve, I can't thank you enough. I'm going to try to click on your screen and say hello to you. Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your wonderful presentation, and it's very clear and very exciting, and I'm so looking forward to the Wikipedias going forward for more articles, etc., and more languages. And thank you again. And thank you also for giving us our tech support in this symposium. You're giving us our slides for everybody else, and we're grateful for that as well. So now I do know that Matson Barreto has arrived in our studio for broadcasting. That's a good thing. Hi, Matson. And he's getting set up, and that's perfectly fine. I'll go back to him. Hi, 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 hi.
Hi.
Hi, you're there.
That's coming.
Good morning. Of course, it's morning. What time is it in Brazil right now?
It's afternoon.
It's in the afternoon. Good afternoon, Matson. Welcome.
Thank you.
And Vera,
Good morning for you.
Thank you. We love seeing you every day. It's like we're just living in the same area, and we're just able to. It's just too bad. You know, I've got a cup of coffee. Oh, I got to put my picture on so you can see. See, I have a cup of coffee. Would you like one? Oh, darn. I found out Google Hangouts doesn't let us put a cup of coffee through the machine. Look, see, I'm trying to put it through, but oh, you don't have it. Too bad. And we
just
have
a second, please. Roberto is connecting with the Hangouts.
Of course, you take your time. You take your time. Steve, are you there, Steve? I'm going to put you back on, maybe for a minute.
Sure, I'm here.
Okay, I'm going to click on you if you'd like to become visible. Because the reason, well, I'll go back to me, I'm sorry. But Steve, we did get a comment from somebody up on the comments area for the Wikipedia presentation.
Looking at the Wikipedia sample, the title is then repeated sideways as WPASE and then 3 signs. Yep, it is a work in progress, and a lot of that is how it's actually written in the article, I believe. I think that the title that you're seeing is the actual title of the page, and then if you see the title again, that's because somebody wrote it in the actual content of the article itself. So
that's a good answer, but of course I don't understand half of what you just said. Isn't that terrible? I guess I have to go up and do it. So, you know, Charles, if there's something that you want to change, we'll go in and do it. You can do it with us, and we'll slowly learn together. It's like this Google Hangouts software. I'm just starting to feel like I'm at home. And darn it, we're at the 4th day. So, and by the time we come back to doing another live presentation, they'll probably have changed the software. So, thank you very much, Steve, for that wonderful presentation. And now we're moving on to the slides of the next presentation. And we do have Matson here, but he's still working on his technology. And I'm here, and we're waiting for Vera, who is the other presenter with Matson. And the one thing I'm concerned about, I already invited her twice. I could try again if I should.
Valerie?
Yes?
I don't think it's Vera who's presenting. I think this presentation
is Roberto.
Roberto.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm
Roberto.
totally You know what happened is that Vera sent me an email saying, I can't get in, you know, here's my email. So I just invited her because I thought she was the next presentation. I apologize. So now she might come.
Valerie is 36.
I invited her, I guess. Now I need do I need to invite Roberto? Does he know what presentation?
Yes, Roberto is here.
Oh, he's here.
Just a second, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Adam, for telling me what's happening. I got confused. You know, this morning we got PowerPoints being sent to us last minute. You know, it's absolutely normal for presentations apparently to, even though we've had months of preparation, everything has been happening last minute, but really fascinating because everybody cares so deeply about their presentation. I think that's the thing that I like the most, is how much they love it and they care about doing a good job. So that's really cool. Oh, you're going to be in the same screen? Look at this. Hey, hi. Oh, that's easy. I like it that you're on the same screen.
Hello.
Yeah, but I'm not sure they can all see you or not. You're going to have to put your heads together. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, so
You.
I can see both of you beautifully. I don't know what the audience can see. I'm assuming that they can see both of you. So welcome. Welcome. Roberto Costa. Welcome with Matson. You want to start? I mean, we need interpreters. The interpreter?
We're talking in English. We're
Oh,
talking
you're
in
talking in English.
Yes.
Well, this is the easiest presentation I've ever seen. Okay, Adam, you're going to go to work. Adam's interpreting in ASL. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi guys, I'm here with sorry. Hi guys. As you know, my sign is this, and my name is Madison Barreto. I'm here with the master Roberto Costa. Today we will talking about an important topic. And before starting our lecture, I would like to say that we are very happy to share this work with you. Okay, giving our contribution to the continuance of the researches in sign languages as well as sign writing. Please show the first slide.
Okay, I just clicked on it. It's there.
Okay. The relevance of sign writing as a way of transcribing the phonology of sign languages. In this first slide, you can see our names in Portuguese and sign writing too. Okay. This next slide, please. Our aim. This lecture aims at presenting the relevance of sign writing as a way of transcribing the phonology of sign languages. We will focus on the prosodic model of sign language phonology, Bentley 1998, as well as the sign writing system of Sutton. Okay, for talking about it, at first we need to say that there are many other notation systems. Some say that, or writing systems for sign languages. In the next slide, you will see many system names. Show the third slide, please. Okay. Here there are various 5 systems. The mimeograph of Debian, the Stoke notation, the Hamburg notation system, HMNOSYS, the Brazilian writing system for sign language, ELIS, and the sign writing. We know that there are many others. Each one of them has its own particulars, and they all are very important. But we would like to take an eye to the Sutton sign writing system. What is sign writing? Next slide, please. We can answer this by taking a quotation of Barreto and Barreto 2012 that says, sign writing is a direct visual writing system in which sign languages can be written, which no prior need to translate to an oral language, as these letters of a Latin alphabet, and are used to write in Portuguese, English, French, among other oral language too. Sign writing has a set of symbols that can be used to writing and sign language. So if we take a look in H1 notation or writing systems of sign language, the sign writing jumps in our eyes because it seems to us that is live. Look at the next slide, please. Please take a look to each one and compare their symbols. It is quite likely that most of the notation systems of sign language seems to be arbitrary. Now, take a look of the next slide. Okay, the big question is why using the sign writing for transcribing the sign language? If we take a quick look at the sign writing, we can realize that these symbols is very iconic, very iconic. So sign writing depicts most of the iconicity inherent to each sign, as we will see in this presentation. Now, the word is Roberto. Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, I'm here. Sorry, because I can't install the plugin at my computer. It is so hard to connect through my computer. So
I think this
things happens.
This is
Okay.
fine, Roberto, and everybody can understand both of you, and it's really great. No problem. We're happy to meet you.
Okay, so let's go on presenting. As Madison was saying about iconicity, it's quite likely that most of the notation systems of sign language seems to be arbitrary. Why? Most of them were described so far, they ignore iconicity. Nevertheless, sign writing depicts most of the iconicity inherent to each sign. In this sense, Brentari assessed that iconicity contributes to the phonological shape of forms more in sign than in spoken languages, so much so that we cannot afford to ignore it. Moreover, she, the same author, states that the effects of iconicity on phonological structure are seen more strongly in sign language because of the stronger role that visual iconicity can play in this language compared with auditory iconicity in spoken language. So we can see that.
Hold on. I think we need to have the next slide up.
Yeah, we didn't know that you wanted the next slide, Steve. There we go.
Yes,
There we
yes.
go. Thank you. We were not looking at this. So now we're seeing it for the first time.
Okay. Adam, is that okay for you to interpret me?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right.
that's
His name is Adam. That's right.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. So, next slide, please, about the IPA.
Okay, so go to the next slide. Oh, wait, this says, this says
No, the slide
phonological.
before.
Yeah, there we go.
This one.
Can you see? Yeah. Okay, all right.
So we can see here the International Phonetic Alphabet, okay? This that we call IPA was first published in 1888 by the Association Phonétique Internationale, or as in English we say International Phonetic Association. So it was proposed by a group of French language teachers founded by Paul Passy. It's so important for us, this phonetic alphabet, to transcribe any oral language. But concerning sign language, in spite of saying that we have a phonological structure in sign language, we don't have an IPA. So our proposal is that we can use the hand shapes of sign writing to use to transcribe the phonology of sign languages. Does it sound good for you? We think so.
Yes, it does sound good to us. Okay, I'm going to go back to the slide.
Okay, so the same slide, can you show us?
You want to see the next slide?
No, the same. So if phonologists of spoken languages can use the IPA to transcribe any oral language, phonologists of signed languages can use sign writing, as we are proposing, to transcribe any sign language. Okay, now you can go to the next slide, please. So, concerning phonological patterns, this author, Iris Berendt, she says that we call some points to take a look at, like generality, generalization, design, uniqueness, and scaffolding. Okay, we are not going to approach these topics now because we want to have so much time to do it, okay? But we are finish writing our paper, and then we are going to upload this paper on SignWriting.org, okay? And you can take a look at our paper and see this to know a little bit more about that, okay? Please go on to the next slide. The next. So here, as Madison says, we follow a prosodic model of sign language phonology as proposed by Diane Brentari, okay? And following this theory that she tries to make up a theory of phonology for sign language, we follow this to transcribe our signs in terms of linguistics, okay? Please. Next slide, please. So, in my, I don't know if you call a dissertation or thesis about master. I thought you call.
Yeah, well, and
thesis.
you know that the educational system in different countries calls them different things. Did you know that? It really does depend on what country you're in. But in the United States, it would be a master's thesis and a PhD dissertation. That's how we say it. But it may not be true in other countries, so, you know, we'll find out.
Yeah, in Brazil we call it thesis concerning master program.
Okay.
In my thesis, I have investigated a phonological process of Brazilian Sign Language, and I follow the theory of Brentari and use sign writing to transcribe the signs that I have found in this research.
Oh, this is really exciting. I'm excited about this. Keep going.
Okay. Concerning phonological processes, Valley, Lucas, and Mulroney says that the parts of signs may occur in different orders, and the parts of sign may influence each other. These variations are due to phonological processes. That is, the ways in which the parts of signs interact with each other. So next.
Oh, next, yeah.
Okay. And I have observed phonological processes as assimilation, elision, epenthesis, and metathesis by analyzing signs through the use of sign writing, okay, as we are going to see now. Okay, next. So I'm not going to explain all these phonological processes because we don't have so much time. But I would like to talk about two of them. The first one is assimilation. Sorry. This process involves the incorporation on a segment of the features from another which is adjacent to it. Okay, as you can see here, for example, in the sign of an adult deaf, you can see this sign that is the sign of T-shirt. Okay, that is this sign. Is that okay for you to see the sign? Okay,
Yeah,
if it's not,
the sign, yeah.
it's not okay for you to see, you can read the sign right, okay, because you know.
No, we're showing you right now. I'm showing you,
Okay.
so show us the sign that you just did. There it is.
This one, okay?
That's right.
Adult deaf people do like this one, okay? That means T-shirt, okay? But the children that I have observed, he does like this, okay? Because you can see a process of assimilation in the non-dominant hand, okay? So all the traits of the dominant hand you can see at the overhand, okay? So this is the sign that the child had done.
Sure.
Okay?
So we're now going to go back to the slide.
Next, please. And the other process called elision, you can see that this process presupposes the erasing of a given trait and hence the suppression of its all respective subnodes that are linked to the tier in the deleted node. Okay, for example, this sign means rain, okay? That's like this one. You have this hand configuration, okay? The palm of the hand is oriented this way, and you can do...
Yes, I'm going to look at you now for a minute. There you are, yeah.
Okay, this is the sign of a deaf adult, okay? A deaf adult do like this one. But the child that I had investigated, they do like this one. Okay? So you can see that the non-dominant hand is completely erased from this sign. Okay? This process we call elision. Okay? So next, please. Okay, so just to close, we are proposing that if we use sign writing to transcribe signs phonologically, phonologists from different countries will speak the same language. And by speaking the same language, they will be able to find out linguistic universals in terms of phonology. And the set of hand shapes designed for sign writing should be used to make up an IPA for sign language, okay? I think it will be possible because the hand shapes of sign writing is already done, okay? And we can select all of these to design, that's what we think, an IPA. That's what we think. Okay? I think that's all for today. So next slide, please.
Okay.
And as you can see, thanks for your attention, guys. And these are our contacts. Okay? Me, Roberto Costa, and Madison Barreto. Okay? You can find us if you have any further doubts. Okay? I don't know if you have some questions to answer, but we would not like to answer, okay? Because not me, but Madison is a little bit nervous of speaking English for the first time. It's his first presentation in English. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, congratulations, Matson and Roberto. It's a beautiful talk. And we could definitely understand you both very beautifully. No problem, I hope at least. And for me, it was no problem. So, Matson, you did very well. You think you're nervous. You know how nervous I get? Ooh, you have no idea. and you know, yesterday, I had to try to read a message to you that was written in Portuguese. That was so horrible. I'm so apologetic. I've never had any lessons in Portuguese, and I didn't know how to pronounce the symbols. You know, of course, it's just a matter of learning. And I can tell you really fast a story about that. I didn't know that your R was like an H, or it's kind of in the throat, isn't it? And I didn't know that. And all these years, I have been calling Antonio Carlos da Rocha Costa. That's in English kind of pronunciation. But I finally started to grasp that the Rocha must be Hocha or something like that, right? You say it in the throat. It's a little different. So we all have to learn. So we all feel nervous. But Matson, you have really gotten good at English. I remember before we met and we just smiled at each other on Skype.
Yes.
But then you got really good at English, and the next conversation we had, you did really, really well. So no, you're doing great. Bravo.
Yes.
And I just want to do this so you know I'm doing that. We don't really know what other people are seeing out there. It's kind of complicated. I have to click on these little buttons to make sure they see us when we're talking to each other. So I wanted to ask you some questions. I don't see any questions for you personally in this sidebar here. Sometimes they do have questions, as you know, posted. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, let me ask. I'd like to ask you about the phonology. I have heard of these important people that you mentioned, like I think Dr. Brantani, is that her name? And have you talked with them about the work that you're doing? You know, you mentioned the people that you were basing your work on. Do you understand what I mean? Like, I'd have to go find the slide. But did you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. My point is this. How is your work going to look? You're going to create an IPA that is in sign writing but for sign languages.
Yes, just like an IPA, for example. Okay, I don't know what name we could call, okay, the IPA for sign language, but is a way of trying to put together all the hand configurations that are possible in sign languages. Okay, this is the way that we can design an IPA for sign language. That's what I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that although we never did it, I was trying really hard with the symbol set of ISWA or ISWA 2010 to get in as many hand shapes as I could put in there before we had a deadline, and we had to stop putting them in because we could only keep going for, you know, we just couldn't keep going forever because there were so many sign languages and so many people contacting us asking for new hand shapes to be put in. And as you know, it was a handwriting. Sign writing is written by hand all over the world. So that meant there were lots of new hand symbols coming into us from people whom I had never met before in my life, and I loved it. It's just that there were so many requests that finally Steve and I just had to stop and say, okay, we have to make our software now. So we did that. And so then I remember later I met you, Matson, and you came up on our sign writing list and you said, oh, but Valerie, we have some more hand shapes we need in Brazil, and they're not in there. And that was frustrating. Oh, no. All of those? No, couldn't be all.
Raquel will talk about it later.
Yes, of course you're going to tell us all about it later. You have so many presentations. So what I'm really trying to say, Roberto and Matson, is I appreciate your trying to solve a lot of this problem, because we will always have more people involved with other sign languages around the world because there's so many of them, and they can all be written with sign writing, just following the little rules, and everybody makes them, and you already wrote them very beautifully. Matson. We just don't have them in the ISWA 2010, that's all. So someday we'll have to make an additional set, and that's okay too. But if you can create a chart, which is what I think you're talking about doing, isn't that right? Creating an IPA kind of chart for people, is that right?
Yeah, I think we as researchers can try to meet in conferences, congress, and so forth. We can try to design this IPA or another name for sign language phonology. Okay.
Yes.
I don't know if the name IPA is. It sounds good for sign language.
It does. It represents the term International Phonetic Alphabet.
Yeah,
that's what it represents. Yeah.
And
I always like to feel that sign writing was that for sign languages already, but I mean, I can see your point. It's not specific to phonology necessarily. I think you're right that the phonologists of the world are going to want you to do this work because you need to make it specific to what is needed in that profession and in your world. I can only say here are the symbols and here are the way we write things, and then you guys make it even better by creating the new project that's needed. You know, I think that's really cool. And by the way, I did not know about the writing system that you showed today in your slides that was from Brazil. That one was new to me. As you pointed out in your slides, there are so many notation systems for sign languages, aren't there? Many. And there's nothing unique in the world. We all have been writing since the beginning of time, human beings. And of course, there are many writing systems out there. But I didn't realize there was one in Brazil, so I'm going to take a look at that. That looked very interesting. So thank you for telling us about that one. Meanwhile, you've chosen to use sign writing, and I'm grateful to you because it helps us become more and more like the IPA, right? Because we become more international the more that you use it in your country and in other countries. So we're coming together. We actually have another 10 minutes. You see, it's at the top of the hour that the next presentation starts. And one of the presenters is already here, but I'm still waiting for another presenter to come. So is there anything more that you would like to tell us about this project?
Go
ahead. Yeah, and Roberto, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought you were speaking to another person. Oh,
no, so it's confusing. I admit. This is not... Go ahead.
Okay. Concerning my project, I investigated in my thesis not only the phonological processes, as I said before, but I tried to design a proposal to investigate sign language phonology. Okay, I didn't have the slide here because I don't think I would talk about that, but I can put some of the images that I did put in my thesis just for you to take a look at as I have done the signs that I put in my thesis, and I find out some phonological process, as I said, and it was very interesting because I see that the way the children is acquiring sign language follows the same ways that hearing persons follows. For example, all these processes that I have said, like elision, assimilation, and so on, we can see these processes in oral languages, but we can see this process in sign language. And I think by showing these processes through sign writing, it's more clear for us to see that for sure these processes is there, okay? Because in sign language research, it's so hard for us to describe the way the sign is done. But if we use sign writing, it's as I said before, it's for example, we can speak the same language independent of the country that we are. For example, if I am here in Brazil, all of you guys can read my dissertation, at least in the sense of the signs that are reading in my thesis.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
And
Sure.
for the same reason, if I, for example, I don't know Japan sign language, but if I can take a look at the doctoral dissertation, for example, that is done in Japan, I can read Japan sign language through the sign writing. Okay, so I'm defending this, that sign writing is a way of transcribing knowledge.
Well, thank you for that. Well, talking about that, we do have some comments here for you on the sidebar is sort of like a Q&A, like questions and answers app. And if you would like, they are in English, and that one I could actually read out loud properly. Would you like me to tell you some of the comments? Well,
Okay.
one of them is from Charles Butler, and he said, is this not the ISWA as it is being currently used as a sign language IPA? But wait, then he goes on to say, using it as a linguistic exploration such as, elision and metathesis is an excellent way to truly show the ISWA in this way. Thank you for your thesis, he says.
Okay.
That is very nice, and he's right that putting it into this new context will really help everybody learn to accept the fact that sign writing really is fairly international already, isn't it? In fact, we know it is. It's just like you just said. You can read Japanese Sign Language if you, at least the movements. So you may not know what it means, but you can physically do the movements that you read on the page and reproduce it as they do it themselves because of the sign writing symbols. So in that sense, it's like an IPA, but the clue here is that you're reaching out to the phonologists in the world and doing it the way they would want you to do it. And that's important. So. And another person, Andre Lemire in French Canada, mentioned that he would like to ask you for your sign chart when you're done. In other words, if you get a new chart that looks like the IPA chart, he would like it. So it just shows you that you will be creating a little following of people who want to follow what you're doing. So as you know, I have created, you already know this, a presentation page that supports your work. And your presentation 32 on our website, the signwriting.org/symposium, and then it's presentation32.html. And I can see that Steve has it up here. I put Matsson's beautiful wife up here because she's so pretty.
Thank you.
Pretty. I didn't know what other picture to put up there, so I hope that you will later. Steve, can you scroll down? Thank you so much. Keep scrolling, Steve. There we go. And as you can see, this is their paper, and there's his credits. I'm sorry we missed that. And oh, is Fabrizio here yet? No, he's not. Oh, look at this. Here we have a video of, I don't know whether I should have put that there or not. I was just trying to tell everybody about your work, and so I put it up. So if you don't want us to have that video there, we don't have to. You'll just give us new materials that you'd like me to post on your presentation page, okay? Like if you get new charts, I'll put them up. And I don't know what else we have on there, but anyway, I just want you to know that we can change the page and make it better and better. So I could not finish all the web pages before the presentation. I wasn't able to because there were so many people sending me things at midnight last night. I got several things. I was working till 2 in the morning almost every morning. So it's okay, because that's what's so exciting about this, is everybody's participating. So I believe I need to thank you, because we have our next presenters here, and I want to thank you for your beautiful presentation.
And I would like to say, Valerie, that we thank everybody that are asking questions, and we are available via email, okay, to answer all these questions, because it's not it's impossible to answer all of them by now, okay? But we are available to answer. Who wants to ask us questions can do that by email, okay?
Okay, and they can go to your presentation page 32 and get your email address right there. That's why we put it there. So
okay.
I hope everybody will write to you from presentation page 32. And thank you again, and we'll see you soon, Matson. And thank you, Roberto. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
And now I want to introduce our next presenters. And here we have Maria De Marsico and Fabrizio Borgia from Italy. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
How are you?
Hello again.
And you look wonderful, and I can see you both very well. I hope everybody else can.
Now I will leave place to Fabrizio. I just wanted to say you hello and to say you thank you again for all your efforts, because you are an hero to organize all these.
Oh, you're so kind, Maria. Thank you. Well, you know what? You're my hero, too. We're all each other's heroes, aren't we?
Okay, I think we are quite early. It's 5 to 19, so...
We have 5 minutes, but you know, this has happened every single presentation. The reason that we take a few minutes early, because sometimes it takes time for a person to get set up, and we need to test the way they sound and the way they feel comfortable. It's only natural, and so since this is a little bit like coming into somebody's living room, and it's not like a professional TV broadcast at all, although you never know. We just might get so good after a while, if we keep doing this, that we just might become professional TV broadcasters. What do you think?
Okay, so I leave you with Fabrizio.
Exactly.
Say you goodbye after his presentation.
Oh, okay. I'd like that. Thank you very much, Maria. Bye. You see, that's why we need a little 5 minutes. We have to say hello and goodbye to all kinds of people. And Fabrizio, can you hear us and everything cool?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, good. And be sure to speak up, because I kind of broadcast my voice just naturally. I kind of go a little bit higher with my voice than I normally would to make sure that everybody hears me. I don't know. The other thing is that we have gotten better with slides. You know, this has been a real process for us. We are new to this broadcasting system, and there are so many little bells and whistles when it comes to Google Hangouts. We finally learned that if Steve, when he's showing these slides, shares his desktop, we actually, I think, can see the slides and still see Adam interpreting down at the bottom without you going back and forth. I'm not sure that's true. I'm going to ask Steve now. Steve, is that true? Steve, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I think it's true. We're going to really have to see what we have afterwards on YouTube, and then
we'll find out, won't we? Well, I'm going to put on Fabrizio. This is just a test, everybody. I'm going to put on Fabrizio's first slide, because Steve does have it up there, and I'm going to click on it. Or here's a slide. Maybe it's not the first one. Steve is playing with it. Can you see it? Can you see the slide, Fabrizio?
Not yet.
You can't. Okay. I just clicked on it, and it should be. Well, maybe you can't. You see, that's what's so hard.
Be on full screen. Should it be on full screen on the chat window?
Yeah, I don't know, Steve. Is this on your? This is showing up on your desktop like you did your presentation?
Well, the thing is, for Fabrizio, he controls his own view. So if he wanted to see the slide big, he would have to click on it himself. When you put a big bell, it's big for the audience, but you don't control what other people in the Hangout see. Okay,
thank you for explaining that. So, Fabrizio, can you see down on your bottom squares? Can you see there's a picture of your slide? You have to click on that to be able to see it, I guess. I think that's what I just understood.
Okay, that's cool. I see the slides.
Okay, and so I had to click on it too, only because I'm kind of controlling what other people see on the regular broadcast. But you're sort of in the broadcast room, So for you to see the next slide, you've got to click on that little square. And it's very interesting, isn't it? And right now, but by the way, you are seeing what we're seeing because we're both on the same slide.
Okay, perfect. So right
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just click on the square and I can go on to the next slide, right?
Yeah, well, you'll have to tell us because Steve is controlling it. It's just that, but you're seeing the picture that Steve has put up, and you're seeing the picture that I have made sure that the audience is seeing. It's all one and the same. Yeah.
So I just say next one, please, and you go on to the next slide, right?
Exactly. And the nice thing about this is I think we learned how that we're going to be seeing Adam at the same time, interpreting below without us having to stop and go back and look at you straight face to face. We finally learned this on the last day.
I'm glad.
I'm sorry about that for all the previous presenters who, poor things, had to do it differently, but we are still learning. So we're back to your face now. We're looking at you personally, and I think it's top of the hour, and it's your time to start telling us about your presentation.
Okay. I'd like to start directly with the title slide, if you care.
All right. So we will click on the slides. And what slide should we go to? There we are.
Perfect. Thank you. So, hi everybody. My name is Fabrizio Borgia. And of course, I'm also presenting on behalf of Professor Maria De Marsico. And today, I'll be talking to you about our proposal for the recognition of handwritten SignWriting symbols within the SWORD project. Next one, please. Next one. And another one. As most of you already know, the only required tools to use SignWriting are a pencil and a piece of paper. Anyway, since the early years of SignWriting, the need to produce a digital version of the system was evident. The informatization started in 1986 with the SignWriter computer program, allowed SignWriting to achieve a wider diffusion through newspapers, books, websites, and other digital resources. Next one, please. Thanks to such informatization, digital versions of the glyphs were created. The conceptual organization of the whole system was ensured by assigning to each glyph a unique ISWA code. Such ISWA code encodes the linguistic and productional features of each glyph. On the bottom of the screen, you can see a handwritten glyph and its digital version. Next one, please. So, our main concern as computer scientists are SignWriting digital editors. By SignWriting digital editors, we identify any software that enables the creation of digital resources written in SignWriting. In other words, such editors are critical for the informatization of SignWriting, and therefore for the digital writing of sign languages. Many applications have been produced by different teams, delivered in different ways ranging from desktop to web to mobile applications. Next one, please. We analyzed a number of SignWriting digital editors, and we noticed that they all basically provide the same functionalities. Despite differences in design and implementation, they allow the user basically to search for a particular glyph within the ISWA or to type them directly from the keyboard. They allow the user to insert the chosen glyph onto an area which is designated for the composition of the sign, and they allow the user to manage the glyph on the sign composition area using basic editing operations such as rotation, deletion, and so on. Last but not least, such editors allow the user to save his work, to save the sign he composed, in one or more formats, according to the preferences of the user. Next one, please. So, despite their increasing capabilities, SignWriting digital editors are still far from the simplicity of the handwriting approach. I'd like this concept to be very clear. Next one, please. That's mainly because any SignWriting digital editor developed so far relies heavily on the WIMP interfaces. WIMP stands for Windows Icons Menus Pointer, which is the most common and most popular interface style in the world. I'm sure that the 99% of your electronic devices use an WIMP interface. So, such editors require a navigation and selection process which must be performed over a huge amount of digital images. This process can, of course, be facilitated with a clever and a careful design process, but such process is still long and cumbersome. Moreover, working with a group of deaf researchers at the ISTC CNR here in Rome, we observed that SignWriting users are more fast and comfortable when using handwriting rather than when dealing with the complex interaction style of a SignWriting digital editor. Why is that? That's simply because writing is easier than understanding and using a user interface. Next one, please. Observing such phenomena, we created the SWORD project. SWORD stands for SignWriting Oriented Resources for Deaf. Such project has already been introduced by Claudia Bianchini and Maria De Marsico on presentation 1 and 4. Anyway, SWORD is a project which aims at the full SignWriting-based integration of deaf people in the digital society. Using the SWORD label, we identify a set of digital artifacts, such as applications, websites, and so on, which feature and support deaf-oriented accessibility via written sign language. A SignWriting digital editor, whose name is Swift, which was presented in presentation 4, was already produced within the SWORD project. Next slide, please. Anyway, by performing usability tests and by studying our application, we noticed that Swift still carries the most intrinsic shortcomings of its peers, including the strict dependency on WIMP interfaces. Next one, please. So, here is our idea. We designed a new generation of SignWriting editors able to partially overcome the concept of the WIMP interface and to move along the line of the so-called natural interfaces. Such editors will require neither searching nor browsing or clicking or dragging on the user interface during the SignWriting production process. In the image in the slide, you can see a person interacting with its tablet. That's because our main goal, our dream, is to make writing digital SignWriting as easy as using a pencil on a tablet.
Oh my.
Next one, please. With such editors, the user will be able to handwrite the glyphs rather than seeking them among 1,000 others. Afterwards, each handwritten symbol will be processed and replaced with its standard ISWA version by a recognition engine, which is the main focus of our work. The typical advantages of a digital editor will be preserved, such as multiple save options, the availability of a database which can store any sign composed in order to perform linguistic research and statistic analysis. Next one, please. Anyway, WIMP interface style is currently one of the most common interface style, and of course it cannot be totally left behind. because the interaction with any application, with most applications, is still firmly grounded on it. Nevertheless, our aim is to limit its use or to dismiss it whenever possible during the SignWriting composition process. Actually, our main goal is to completely dismiss it during the glyph writing phase, which takes most of the time of the SignWriting composition process when compared to editing operation or and so on. Next one, please. So, our team at Sapienza University of Rome is focusing on the recognition engine for SignWriting, and of course we are facing multiple challenges. The first one is the very high number of glyphs, in the order of the tens of thousands. The second one is that the SignWriting compositions have a multilinear two-dimensional arrangement. The third one is that using SignWriting, there are no rigid rules for composition. Is it not uncommon to see SignWriting signs written using 3 heads or more than 2 hands for different purposes? So there are no rigid rules which govern the composition process. Last but not least, SignWriting has a complex segmentation. This means that for a machine it is not easy to distinguish one sign from the other. And also, when there is an overlap of glyph, it's not really easy to tell one glyph from an overlapping one. So we have complex segmentation problems. So for the reasons I just mentioned, any OCR-like pattern recognition approach is not feasible. More specifically, there's a very huge amount of patterns to recognize, so it would take an unreasonable time of machine training in order to achieve this by pattern recognition. Next one, please. Before going further, I'd like to introduce the definition of SignWriting optical glyph recognition. From now on, I'll be just saying SignWriting OGR. So, what is SignWriting OGR? It is an application module designed to operate the recognition of user-produced images containing handwritten or printed SignWriting symbols into machine encoding SignWriting text. Of course, it is more interesting to recognize handwritten symbol, but our OGR engine should be also able to recognize printed symbols. In the right side of this slide, you can see an example of a handwritten SignWriting text that we will find again later. Next one, please. So, our recognition of the SignWriting glyph is performed by taking into account simply the geometric features of the glyph, the topological information and relationships about the glyph, and we have a big help which comes from the knowledge of SignWriting. We can exploit the contextual information about the organization of the ISWA, so its organization in categories, group, base symbols, and so on. Next one, please. Okay, I'd like to show you a very high-level blueprint of our application. So we'll be explaining one slide after the other what happens in our new generation of digital editors. Let's go with the next slide, please. So, it all starts as the user composes a SignWriting text, which is an image. Of course, then the user can compose it using a tablet, or he can just take a paper document with SignWriting characters and scan it. The user supplies the image to our image acquisition interface, which would be very, very simple. Let's go with the next slide, please. The image acquisition interface simply passes the image to our optical glyph recognition engine, and this is where the magic happens. We have an optical glyph recognition module which actually perform the recognitions of any or most glyph within the image, and then the data are passed to a data embedding module. What is it? It's just a small application module which takes all the glyph recognized into an image and creates another image just with the digital glyphs. Next one, please. As the image is created, it is returned back to the user. That's why. That's because no recognition can be 100% accurate. So we need the help of the user to review the whole recognition, the results of the recognition. For example, the user can delete or edit or add any number of glyphs that he wants. So we have a recognition which is performed in two steps. The first one, the big part of it, which is performed by our OGR engine, and the finalization of the recognition, which is performed by a human, which is, in most cases, the most reliable way to perform recognition. As the review process is over, the user can save the image or the XML document in any format he wants, just like a normal SignWriting editor. Next slide, please. So, how is it performed, the recognition? So, the recognition is performed by 4 different analyses of the image. The first one is a kind of pre-processing. This means that we apply noise reduction and thresholding in order to get rid of any noise that can come from a bad scanning equipment or any flows into the input image in general. The second one is an analysis of the image which aims at detecting the geometric shapes within the image. We all know SignWriting, and we all know that there's a fairly great amount of circles, rectangles, triangles, trapeziuses, and so on. So during this analysis, we simply identify the location and the type of the geometric shapes. During the third scan of the image, the machine operates what we call a category inference. What does it mean? It means that for any geometric shape detected into the previous analysis, the system tries to guess the category or the group of the glyph. I'll give you an example. If I detect a very big circle within my text, I can infer with a certain level of certainty, of accuracy, that circle could be a head, or it could be a curved movement. Or if I find a rectangle within my document, it could, according to its dimensions, be a hand, be a symbol for the shoulders, or it could be a punctuation symbols. I have multiple options. So in this stage of the application, the system guesses the category or the group, if we can, of the glyph. During the last scan, which is the final scan, the system performed a number of very accurate checks evaluating the geometric, topologic features of the glyph and our knowledge of the ISWA in order to precisely recognize the glyph. What by precisely recognize, we mean that the system must find out the exact ISWA code of the glyph. So, in order to do this, we had to devise a whole new coding for SignWriting. the coding we invented does not replace ISWA because it serves a very different purpose. Such coding is named OGR coding, and I'm sorry, go to the next slide. So, such coding is an alternative coding for SignWriting symbols, and it only takes into account geometric and topological features of the glyph, unlike ISWA, which takes into account linguistic and productional features of the glyph. So, the main advantage of our OGR coding is that the SignWriting OGR module can detect it automatically without the help of any humans. So once we have the OGR coding of the glyph present into the image that the user made, we just have to convert from OGR coding, which is geometrical, to the ISWA coding, which is linguistic. In order to do this, we must have a number of conversion tables, which we can see into the next slide. Next one, please. So, this is a simple text document, but is actually a mapping table. This is the mapping table for the eyes area. We can see from one side our OGR codes, which are very simple because we have a few glyphs for the eyes when compared, for example, to hand configurations. And on the other side, we have the matching ISWA code. In this very example, we use the ISWA Bianchini codes, which is the alternative ISWA that Claudia Bianchini introduced into the first presentation. So, next slide, please. Okay, finally, let's see the OGR in action. So this is a handwritten text. If you look carefully, the first column is the one we already saw in the previous slides. The first operation on such text is, as we already said, the binarization and the noise reduction of the image, which is the preliminary phase of scanning. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, this is the same image, but if you look carefully, you can see that a number of circles, rectangles, and also triangles, which are blue in this image, have been detected. You can see that most of the circles, I think all the circles, are around the heads, while we have rectangles on hands, on some movements, and so on. So this is the analysis where we detect the geometric features of the glyphs. So let's go to the following slide, please. This is a partial result of the recognition. So you can see that all the heads have been recognized with their variations, and a very large number of the hands configuration have been recognized. Of course, you can notice that something is missing, because we are actually developing we are at the final stage. We are developing the glyphs for the head expressions. So we have eyes, noses, and mouths, which will be available very soon, and we have already completed, but we are still working on the movements of the hands. So very soon the movements will be available. There are also a number of other categories and groups which are easier to detect, but we mainly focus on the hard targets, such as the hand configuration and the movements, which compose a very big part of the ISWA. Next one, please.
Next slide.
Yes.
Is this it? Does it say SWOGR in action?
No, it's the next one.
Okay, Steve. Next one, please. There. Oh, My goodness, that would create a laugh.
So, I'd like to quote Dr. Frederick Frankenstein from the famous movie by Brooks by saying it could work. So,
Dr. Frederick Frankenstein. Wow.
so next one, please. So at first, the SignWriting optical glyph recognition was just an idea. We investigated if that was possible, and we started producing an application which is actually functioning. So we can state that SignWriting optical glyph recognition is possible, that our SignWriting OGR engine makes digital handwriting of SignWriting real, and we can also state that overcoming the WIMP interface in digital editors will make the sign composition process fast and comfortable. As for the future, as you have seen from a couple of slides ago, SignWriting OGR needs to be expanded because we need to add support for more and more ISWA categories and groups. Another thing that is important is that our engine has two main purposes. The first one is the real-time recognition of SignWriting glyphs, drawn possibly from a tablet, from any pen-like device. But another very useful application could be a mass corpora digitalization, because from our experience with deaf people, we learned that there is a very big amount of SignWriting paper corpora which could be digitalized and spread to the world. So our SignWriting OGR engine could make this possible with some work. So we are also started designing and developing another slightly different line of research, which is the transcription from videos. Of course, transcription for videos is a very delicate topic because we have to deal with segmentation problems. We have to deal with hardware problems, so we cannot employ very expensive hardware in order to perform our recognition, because we'd like the transcription from videos to be available to as many people as possible. So it is a very delicate topic, but we are starting working on it. I think this concludes my presentation. I thank you all for watching and for your attention.
Okay, well, first of all, you're not going away, Maurizio, because I want to ask you questions. But
I'm not planning to do so.
And thank you for the presentation. It was excellent, and I was really, really impressed with it. In fact, boy, do I have a lot of questions you wouldn't believe. So I guess maybe the first question I have, because I'm just a layperson, remember, can you see yourself? I have you up there. You see, as a layperson, a person who might use this, but I'm not a computer programmer myself, when you mentioned this great ability to be able to handwrite on a tablet,
yeah,
and then your software, the OGR, will be able to recognize that and put it into a computer. Is that right? That's sort of the general synopsis. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
So right now, where does it stand? I'm sure it's not completely developed. It's probably got a long time to go. But the goal, I would assume, is that someday we could even use an iPad. Is that possible?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Yes. Is it so?
Yes, so. And can we even test it right now, or is it not in that stage yet?
Well, we mainly focused on the application part, on the inner application part, which is the hardest part, which is the recognition engine. So we don't have right now a user interface to test the engine. The images that you saw into the final part of my presentation are snapshots which we took at a development stage. So it is still all in
development. Oh, of course, that's totally understandable. You're just sharing with us what you've started. It's wonderful. And congratulations on how far you've gotten already, which is just amazing. I mean, but I can well imagine that we could actually start writing on an iPad. Wow. And then you could get, and then, I know, and then you could get it into, you know, software, and it would be able to be read and become like a published document, right? A little bit like OCR for optical character recognition for voice, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, like for example, I'm sure everybody else out there who's maybe new to this idea, perhaps you've already used a scanner, and the scanner gives people the opportunity to choose OCR, which would mean that your words would be coming into the computer, and the software would try to recognize it, wouldn't it? And in fact, we're looking at a slide right now that Steve put up, and I think it's a good idea for people to understand this, that just to repeat it, because, you know, these topics are totally understandable to you and to other software developers, but for our audience, we have so many different kinds of people out there. We really don't know who's watching, and every one of us comes from a different profession. So I think it's a good idea to realize that essentially this beautiful project may make the day when, just like you can scan and get an English text, let's say, scan it in and it becomes a Word document or it becomes a text document, that just might happen someday because of this work for sign writing. Isn't that true?
Yes,
so,
yes, I confirm.
That's to confirm it. And so the OGR, the G represents like a glyph, as you have here, or graphics, you know, another word, yeah. So
glyph, G stands for glyphs, yeah, because that's the way we call them. We call sign writing symbols here in Italy. So we
yes, I know. And that's perfectly fine. What to call the symbols has been kind of comical, I feel, over the years, because I always thought terminology didn't matter very much. But now I'm starting to realize that actually it does, because it's becoming a part of all the names of all the software that gets out there. So yeah, you're right. The word glyph has become equivalent to the old word that I used to call symbols. Yeah. And to this day, you're probably going to hear me say the word symbols, because I've gotten so used to that it's hard for me to change over. But that's still the same thing to me. So this is a way for us to do handwriting, and you will make it possible someday to make that into documents. Now, let me ask you, would your handwriting recognition software, would it go into different kinds of software out there that uses sign writing?
Yeah, that's the main point, because actually we are planning to integrate it into our digital editor, which is Swift, but we are planning to make it available as a web service, maybe for other applications, such as mobile applications or web applications, so that the digitalization of sign writing can be made by everyone in a very easy way. So yeah, that's our goal. We're planning on making the recognition engine independent from the other application. They can use it whenever they want.
Yeah, I like the idea of the web service. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Huh. Wow, the world keeps growing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This is really going to spread, Fabrizio, because as far as I can tell, people really still write by hand in sign writing, don't they?
Yeah, we observed that, and we can confirm that it's very easy to write by hand. So,
you know, it really is comical. I got so much criticism when I first began setting up a website in around 1996, although we already had SignWriter DOS. When it went up on the web and I invited people to be involved with the sign writing list, that's when we all began the internet adventure together. And I had one linguist after the other tell me that nobody could write this by hand. This is a bunch of nonsense. The only way it could be written would be by computer, because nobody could do that. And I just didn't know what to say. You know, I have hundreds of documents just here in my office, I'd had somebody just write a whole bunch of stuff by hand. How do you tell somebody who's skeptical that it's actually being written by hand more than by computer? Even after all the incredible work that's been done since then, it's still true. Yeah.
I think, should I use SignWriting for my everyday use? For example, to leave a message on the fridge to my sister, I could write it by simple. Of course, I wouldn't use the computer. So we're planning to make available the same easiness to the digital world.
Oh, I'm delighted. And now I'm going to go to the next question that has been on my mind about the work, about the video transcription. I'm sure that it's clear, but I need it to be repeated to me to explain what your thought is. What are you talking? Are you talking about transcribing by hand and then using the OGR, the handwriting recognition, to then put that video transcription into the computer?
Well, yeah, that's slightly different. We are planning to develop something like SignWriting OGR, but for the videos. So the computer should take care of transcribing as much as possible from an input video, and then, of course, their user can review the transcription from the video and decide, okay, this part is not important, this part is not correct, I want to add my own annotation, and so on. So our aim as computer scientists is to make the machine do most of the job. So,
wow. So what do you mean by that, though? Because you see, in our world so far, I'm just telling you where we are right now here. When we do video transcription, boy, it ain't automatic. Excuse me, that's a joke. It is not automatic. It's simply that we look at the video, and then we either use a computer to type what we see, or to create what we see in probably SignPuddle or possibly SignWriter Studio or other programs, and we're going to soon try Swift, of course. But my point is that we're using either computers or we're writing by hand, but nothing is automatic. There's no automatic writing of a video that I know of, except I do know that there have been software developers who wanted to do that. So I'd like to ask you what you mean by the computer is going to do as much as it can. What do you mean by that?
We mean that the computer will encode, will transcribe much of the hand configuration, movements, head expression involved within the video.
Wow.
Of course.
Wait, I still have to understand it. Are you saying that you're going to develop software that will help this process along?
Yeah. Of course, right. We already started. Of course, we are quite far from, even from a middle stage of development, but the basis, the foundations of the system have been laid. So we are trying to investigate that possibility. Of course, it is like SignWriting OGR. You cannot completely know if it is possible if you don't go that way, and we are going that way to see if we can apply an automatic transcription from videos.
Okay, well, I just love this. You don't mind? We do have time. We don't have our guest here yet. I hope that Eddie will come. Eddie, you can come anytime. That's our next presentation. But meanwhile, Fabrizio, this excites me because there's so many different researches that have happened before that you probably know all about. But just so you know, there are already people working on doing captions on a video written in SignWriting. So in other words, they're in Brazil. I can send you the information later.
I'd be glad. Yes.
You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes.
And so captioning is different than what you're talking about, right?
I'd like to ask, are such systems automatic or human assisted?
Well, let me explain that I feel a slightly bit embarrassed. I want to make sure that I get the proper name. It was a long name with 5 names, and I don't want to make any mistakes. And I will contact him, and I can put you in touch with him. And yes, there is a young man in Brazil who, as a part of his thesis, I believe, developed a way to do at least, automatic
Okay.
Real captioning right on videos. And what I'm not sure I understand yet, because I've never used it, is whether they were videos already signing in Libris and then bringing that signing into the caption, or whether it was some other way of getting written sign writing captions that maybe somebody would produce and connect to the computer. You see what I mean? That somebody might be producing them and they would automatically plop onto the video as it's being shown. I'm not sure which it is, and that's why you need to talk with him. We call him Ronnie. Hello. we'll contact you, we promise you. But you can see there's so many ideas, right?
Yes.
And it's just amazing. And I know I'm changing the subject, but we still don't have our guest, so I'm hoping Eddie will come soon. So let me tell you another little development that, again, it was done in England as a part of a dissertation by somebody named Gan Liu. And he developed a glove where you were actually doing sign language, and it wrote the sign writing on the computer screen. So, yes, go ahead.
It is, of course, a nice idea, and I am sure that the glove can very accurately guess the configuration of the hand. Our goal is to do it with cheap equipment, so equipment which can be found in anybody's house, and we are planning also on recognizing the basic features of sign language, which are, of course, the hand configuration, the movements, and so on, but also the facial expressions, which are a key part of the sign communication.
Yes. So you're doing something else entirely. So how would one use it? You would put your video into the software and it would somehow analyze it?
Yeah. Actually, the greatest problem, as I already said, showing you the last slide, is the segmentation among the signs. For example, if one person is producing sign language, so it is signing on a video. For the machine, it is very difficult to tell where a sign starts and where it ends, because in many cases it is just a continuous flow of signs. So that's one of the main issues of the transcription from videos.
Yes, okay. I just invited Eddie, so I get a little distracted. You have to forgive me. It's just the way this is. This is like being in a living room where all kinds of things get us interrupted, so it's just part of life. But this really means a lot to me. I love this project. I think the idea of the video work is really, really complex. You've taken on quite a project here. It'd be a long part of your life, is my guess, Fabrizio. But what brought you to sign writing? Why did you become interested in doing this rather fantastic kind of programming?
Well, actually, it was almost by chance, because I finished my course of study in computer science, and I was interested in image processing and so on. But then I got involved in this project, and I loved the human part of this project. I think that human-computer interaction is one of the most person-friendly part of computer science. So I got involved very, very soon, and I'm still involved. So.
Yeah, and now you're here, right? And now we know each other, which is a real blessing. So, yeah, the videos are really fascinating because, just so you know, in the past, transcribing videos started out receptive in our world. I'll explain this in my presentation 40 at the end of the day. And because that happened, because I was hearing and didn't know any better really, but also because at the time I obviously was looking at videos that a researcher in the University of Copenhagen had given me to transcribe. So I was a dancer and a dance writing expert, and I simply used the system to record body movement in general. And to make the long story short, I started out receptive. Well, over time, as our deaf friends here started really writing, it became expressive because they asked for it. I mean, it was a demand. It was not just a simple thing. They said, look, we feel this language. We want it to be ours. So then what happened was doing video transcription when we went expressive in our writing was really complicated. Now what do? We're looking at this video and it's facing us in a receptive mode and we're just watching this person, and yet we got to become the signer and we have to be able to write it expressively. That's basically what happens when we're doing video transcription now. And I've gotten used to it because I have the skill. Not everybody can. It's really hard. And a lot of people start out receptive and then they realize, no, I got to write expressively because that's what everybody else wants. So your computer program also has to take that into account, doesn't it?
Yes, yes, of course it must.
And that's hard. I am going to really look forward to using your work. I want you to know that. I hope you will continue to give us all kinds of information that I can put up on your presentation pages for everybody. So you all know we do need to start the next presentation. So I want to thank Fabrizio and also all of those who are connected with his work. Here's Maria. Hi. I want to thank you so much for all of your beautiful research and your ongoing software development and your ongoing gifts to the world. Go ahead.
We hope to communicate with you in the future and also to have a connection with you to work together and to have your suggestion, because now we are in a very critical phase. And transcribing from video is very hard for all the problems that Fabrizio spoke about. So that I think we will need your support. So be ready for us.
Well, you've got my support 100%, and it's all to our advantage, of course, because it makes the development even more useful to everybody around the world. So sure. Thank you very much for your beautiful 3 presentations at this symposium. Bravo. That was very well done. Thank you so much, Fabrizio, Claudia, and Maria. Thank you. Bye-bye. And now we go to Eddie Stroll. And Eddie, you are now on screen. And I want to welcome you. I'm going to say hello to you and say that you are a blessing to us because you are the only presenter from Slovenia. That's the first blessing. Just to know that the country of Slovenia is slowly but surely getting literature written in sign writing because you are taking on the brave, very brave job of writing the language for the first time. And Eddie is actually a priest, I believe. Isn't that right? So I should be calling you perhaps. Is there a title that you have, Eddie? I call you by your first name because I'm an American and we do that. But what would you be called in Slovenia?
Yeah, hello to everybody, to all.
Can you speak up a little bit? Speak up a little bit. Talk louder.
Yes, you hear me now better?
Yeah, you don't need to get closer, I don't think, but just use your voice. Yeah, there we go. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, just I finished Holy Mass here in my parish in Ljubljana, Črnuče. And I also pray for our symposium, for all we work on sign writing, and also for deaf to to use sign writing. Yes, allow me to say some words about our work here in Slovenia. And why I, as a priest, see that the sign writing is very important. Some facts about sign writing and about our deaf Catholic in our community. Some words about prayers. Prayers and Catholic liturgy are usually written and described in many books, religious newspapers. We can read about this on internet, but they are very seldom explained in sign language. This is the main problem. Why is for deaf and hard of hearing so hard to understand and practice personal prayer and liturgy? And the Catholic Church in our community of deaf and hard of hearing, we need Bible texts, prayers books, liturgical books, and other literature written in sign language, not only for deaf, but also for priests and other personal pastoral workers who communicate with deaf in sign language. For the priests, interpreters, and other pastoral co-workers in community of deaf, it is very important to use sign language in written form also. Prayer and liturgical blank form for sign languages in the Catholic Church are mostly based only on blank forms for spoken language, because there are no one liturgical blank forms in sign language. Prayers and the Holy Mass by every priest, interpreter, and other pastoral co-workers are interpreted on his own way. It often happens that in the same sign language, for example in Slovenian, even for the base prayers like Our Father, don't exist an universal sign form for this prayer. For example, for deaf and hard of hearing, in their everyday personal life and in a community, it is very difficult to practice such different sign form for the same prayer. Till now, with difficult, we can say that liturgy, our Catholic liturgy in sign language, has an universal sign form. Holy Mass interpreted in a sign language is often dependent on interpreters and priest skills, on his theological education, and on his ability in theological terms in sign language. Because in front of himself, they haven't any text written in sign language. Liturgy and the main prayers in sign language are like prayer Our Father, Hail Mary, Creed, must never be under influence of human skills. One external form of some prayer and liturgy may be under influence of a person. For example, slow, fast speak to pray, a loud, silent. Translation of liturgical text in some language is under supervision of the Vatican Congregation for Divine Worship and the discipline of the sacraments. Therefore, every liturgical text in every language have an official permission by Nihil Obstat and Imprimatur. In liturgy in sign language, we still are in danger of great amateurism. Many Catholic communities of deaf and hard of hearing would like to standardize liturgy and main prayers with the help of video records. But to have liturgy in written sign forms, for example in sign writing, this is something unique, something special. Any doubt is a liturgical text in sign language used in valid way would have been eliminated if we have liturgical text in written form, for example in sign writing. Using sign writing, we would have liturgical text which could be used by pastoral workers, avoiding both the direct translation of the liturgy from spoken into sign language, and second, discord in the application of liturgical signing. At the same time, the deaf and hard of hearing will be able to read and learn such texts. In every society, we have a different category of people. In the Roman Catholic Church, we talk also about different category category of our community. For example, we have community of youth, elderly, spouses, divorced, soldiers, blind, deaf and hard of hearing, and so forth. Therefore, we have various forms of our pastoral work. As a priest and pastoral worker, serving my ministry also among deaf and hard of hearing in Slovenian Sign Language, I noticed that most of deaf people doesn't apply spoken language in its grammatical form. Most of them are not proficient in technical and professional terms, and therefore don't use them. To most of them, it's very difficult to understand Slovenian language. It's similar problems we are faced on religious or theological field also. Theology and Christian terminology in most cases are very complicated. Therefore, for deaf and hard of hearing, in many cases, also incomprehensible. As a priest, I know that for most of deaf people are very difficult to capture faith in the God. For them, it's too difficult to express their own religious feelings in their mother language or sign language. Of course, a deaf person knows that we hearing people use prayer books in which we find various prayers and rituals for Holy Mass. But most of them don't fully understand deaf people don't understand full of such text. If you don't fully understand some text, you are not attracted to read them and to memorize them. This is maybe a main problem why is for most deaf here in Slovenia so difficult to practice both faith and personal prayer in his own life. Unfortunately, till now, officially we haven't any prayers, any Bible text in written Slovenian Sign Language, and no one of them don't know till now to record Sign Language. To speak a mother language without being given to the opportunity to pray and to express your feelings, to write them, to pray or to read some prayer in our mother language, it raises different questions and some doubts. Many pastoral workers around the world in last time enriched local sign languages with new theological terms and new theological signs. This do also we in our community here in Slovenia. Of course, it is very good for development of sign languages. Second reason why is for that so hard to live from our own faith, I see in literacy in sign language. Some pastoral workers around the world are maybe informed that sign language can be written. In many times, we are mainly apologizing that the number of users of sign languages decline from year to year here in Slovenia. All us, interpreters, teachers, priests, pastoral workers for deaf and deaf people themselves, here in Slovenia, we all together need more opportunity, decisiveness, and motivation for literacy in sign language. The fact that there are so little users of some language should not be a reason not to write such language. In literacy, in sign language, we can find further development of sign language, more efficient studying as semiotics, development of linguistic for sign languages, and more effective personal realization of deaf and hard of hearing persons. literacy in some sign languages for faith and generally for theology highly necessary because it helps to deaf to increase his own faith in God, and in the same time it helps to us to standardize our liturgical texts and our liturgical signs. These are some of the reasons why us as theologian and priest began write Slovenian Sign Language, and why I chose sign writing among other systems used for recording sign language. The answer is in its universality and precision in recording all details that are very important for sign language. I have translated also an English book from Stefan Parkhurst and Diane Parkhurst in Slovenian language.
Yes, very quickly, I just want everyone to know that that book in English is called A Cross-Linguistic Guide to what? Sign writing? Is that what the name is? Let me see your title. Could you show the book again?
Yes, a phonetical approach.
Oh, okay, whatever it is. It's a beautiful book by Steve and Diane Parkhurst. That's right. And show it again. Show the title. Show the book again, Eddie. Show it, yeah, right there. Isn't that gorgeous? And Eddie got permission to translate it into Slovenian spoken language and Slovenian sign language from the Parkhursts, and also from me, of course. And he did the whole book. It's wow, is all I can say. Beautiful, beautiful job.
Yes, in black prints we have English words and Spanish signs, and in red prints we have Slovenian signs and Slovenian words.
I see. I didn't realize that. I want you to know later. I want to talk with you about possibly being able to present the book to our sign writing list, and we'll talk to the Parkhursts, and we'll start doing more to tell people about this Slovenian version of their book. I know they will welcome that because you did a gorgeous job. You really did. Bravo.
Yeah. Also, I beginning to translate this.
Wow!
This is our Roman missal. Roman missal for everyday Holy Mass, and some of these page passages or some tags for daily Holy Mass, I beginning to translate in Slovenian sign writing. So we have, for example, here some prayers.
Yes, isn't that beautiful? And you sent me some documents. We have some of them up, but not all of them yet.
Yes.
But we could show, I suppose, something on the screen if you'd like. I think, but not right now. That's fine. Can you show us more? Do you have a lot of the Holy Mass, or how much is the Holy Mass?
Here I have whole Holy Mass for one day.
Wow, look at that. And did you write that by hand, or was that with the Deleg software?
This is written in Deleg software. It helps to me in 3 ways. In sign language, therefore in some.
It's okay. We're seeing it. It's good. It's okay. It's fine.
Here I have in Slovenian language, which use the deaf people in their grammatical, and third passage correct Slovenian prayers. In written form, we can also see how deaf people thinking
Yes.
in his own language. Therefore, is for me very very important sign writing. And Mr. Valerie, I am very thankful to you and to God that we in the world have you, who's invented such a beautiful writing.
Well, thank you, Eddie, but of course, it's all God's will, huh? So thank you very much for doing this amazing work, and also thank you to the German Deleg software that's helping you. I'm so happy you're using Delegs. Yeah.
And from September on, I would like to use only sign writing till Holy Mass. Not use written form, but in our Slovenian language, but only in sign writing for Slovenian
Wow.
language.
Now, have you? Are you going to read it for yourself? So when you're signing, you remember the signs?
Yes, it helps me also. You know, if I have Holy Mass and simultaneously translate some text in sign language, many times it's for me difficult to remember some signs. And if I have written form, it's something excellent. You know, in our liturgy, we don't. It's not allowed to be cowboy during Holy Mass, but you must know why you are signing and how you are signing, because this is something special, and I appeal to my brothers, priesters in whole the world to try to learn sign writing and to try to translate all basic prayers. Then Holy Mass to have direct to read sign writing. This is something special for me.
Very remarkable. You have done a huge amount of work, haven't you? And I want everybody to know that up on Eddie's presentation, page 34, we already have, let's see, I believe we have Hail Mary. That document was posted. And other documents. And I'm going to post more that you already sent me, but I didn't get to it yet, darn it. But it was because the symposium was so busy with so many documents. But I'm sure you have more to tell us. Go ahead.
Yes. Our deaf people from prayers with me during Holy Mass, during our community. But I noticed that for them it's very difficult to pray alone, in his house, in his church community, in his silence. Because therefore I find one solution to educate them in sign writing. On beginning, they look at strange. Yeah, we are in. We have. We are, for example, 30, 40 years, and I'm too old to start to learn such writing. I told to them, it's not how to say, apologize that they not to start with writing. And I think if I'll be myself Mhm. I say just.
In other words, if you yourself could learn it,
Yes,
so can
yes.
they.
And if I have myself courage for
Yes,
it,
yes.
I hope that through sometimes someone will.
Yes. You know, Eddie, just so you
Yeah.
know, of course, anything that's new is frightening to anybody, doesn't matter who it is. But deaf people actually learn this a lot faster. Sign writing is actually very easy to read once they understand what they're looking at. So
Yeah.
what they really need is literature, and that's what you've done. You're starting to really write something that they have to read. Because before now, they didn't have anything to read in Slovenia, did they? In
Yes.
sign language.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, in September, so on, I have idea to start with a course of reading sign writing.
Good.
It's very important to show basic rules how we can write some sign and how we can learn read them. You said sign writing is easy for writing. For writing, yes, this is something special. And if I talk to some deaf people and show them at the beginning, no, 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 there, then I tell her, look at, and really, really, it's
Yes.
easy. Yes,
Exactly.
we must know if I look my palm, it's white, it's black, semi-white, semi-black, and yes, it's very, very easy. Maybe it's for them more difficult directions
Uh-huh.
to reach.
Sure.
Yes, shape of hands, it's simple, but this the how it say
The arrows, you mean the movement arrows.
yes, movements, yes, yes,
Talking
yes.
about the movement arrows
But
going forward and like up is two line stem. They have to learn that, and forward is single. But let me tell you something. Once you start getting real literature and you do a course, just wait. They'll start telling each other about it. They'll learn it with you, the first course, and it'll start spreading. It will.
yes, this is very important, and I would like to have this course not for only for deaf, but also for hearing people.
Yes.
Maybe some interpreters or some students of Slovenian Sign Language would like to know how it works.
Yes, yes. Good idea. Interpreters especially. It's a
I
good idea.
also we have one review, and I also write in this area about it's see
Oh, yes. Look at
about
that. You have a
our
newsletter.
about sign writing. Also, I have
Oh,
some prayers,
beautiful.
and I mean that here in Slovenia we cannot say that we don't know that sign language is possible to write. I mean that many deaf people know. They maybe need only more courage to decide, to
Yes,
accept it.
yes, exactly. Well, listen, you have some slides, and also I'd like you to know that Steve Slavinsky has ready for us to take a look at it. I'm going to click right here. Can you see up on the screen? You can stay right there, no worries. Can you see? Here we have Ose Nas, our Father. Do you see the screen?
Yes.
Oh, and what you can do, you
You
click on a little
you
button.
have this slide?
Can you see the little button over on your screen? There's one that shows a document. Can you click on that?
Yes,
And can you? It comes up maybe for you, so you can see it. I hope. No.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
No.
Well, okay. Well, let's not worry you about this then. Don't you worry. Listen, do you have a slide presentation that you sent us this morning? I think, and I gave it to Steve, and he does have it. Would you like to see it? Would you like to tell us about your slides?
Mm-hmm.
You would? Okay. So when you look at your screen, you see a bunch of little boxes down at the bottom?
Bottom, yes.
Yeah, little boxes. Can you see there's a little box that looks like your slides? Can you click on that? And I'm going to click on that. And when I do that, it puts the slides up for other people to see.
Yes.
And you can go ahead and talk and tell us to go next slide and next slide and next slide. And Adam Frost is still interpreting, and they'll be able to see it.
This slide is from our pilgrim church in Brescia here in Slovenia. I have Holy Mass in sign language on May. May is for our Catholic month of Virgin Mary. And every year we go to Brescia and have Holy Mass in sign language. On Brescia came approximately 50, 60 deaf people.
Wow.
You can next slide.
Next slide, please.
Yes.
There we go. We're looking at the next one.
Beautiful church from Slovenia and Brescia. And next slide. Next slide, yes?
Yes, here we are.
Now I would like to show you some pictures from our presentation on Mother's Day, the 25th March this year. This was the first official presentation of sign writing.
Steve, if you go back one slide and show that again, just so they can read it for 1 minute, if you don't mind. Yes, see, it was on Mother's Day, March 25th, and it was the first presentation of sign writing in Slovenia. Okay, shall we go to the next slide now?
Next, yeah.
Yeah, next slide now. Yeah.
Next.
And next slide, okay.
Yes.
There you are.
Yes, we have on our presentation also man vocal group which are singing during this presentation, and interpreters translated all also singing in Slovenian Sign Language.
Very nice.
Next slide. Please. Yes. It is proof for us that we are in contact with you during our presentation.
Yes. Oh my head's so big it's almost embarrassing.
Yes.
But thank you for inviting me to participate. I enjoyed watching it.
Do you like it?
Oh yes, of course. I felt like I was in Slovenia. I spent 2 hours watching this beautiful presentation. I was on Skype, wasn't I, Eddie? I'm going to go back to the slides now. Yeah, I was on Skype.
Yes,
yeah.
Next slide.
Next slide.
Yes.
We're waiting for Steve to give us the there it is.
Yes. Picture of Holy Mary with Jesus. Next slide.
Next slide.
Next, yes.
Oh.
This is presentation, PowerPoint presentation. It's not works.
I don't think it will necessarily. I don't know whether the animation will function in this software. I think it should be very. It might, but I don't think we should try. Do you have any still pictures that you would like to show us? Oh,
yes,
look at this.
this is
I like this. This to me looks really good.
Holy, Our Father.
Ah.
And I'm in the same time in the video.
Yeah. Oh, I see. And so you have a signing video in the PowerPoint. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I think right now we're not going to do that because of the confusion with the software, but we can see your document, which is really, really nice.
Yes.
That is a beautiful document written in the Deleg software.
Show you how it works, how it's written.
Oh, so you sign it. You're signing the what you have written to the left. Ah, but here we have Slovenian.
And Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Отче наш небесих, свято буди Твое име. Приди Твое кралевство, сгоди воля Твоя, енако небеса, енако земля. Дай нам danes vsakdanji kruh. Odpusti naše grehe, tudi mi odpuščamo našim dolžnikom. Mi prositi tebe, ne vodi nas skušnjava, ampak ti reši nas zlo. Amen. This is Slovenian prayer, Our Father, written in sign language.
Very, very nice. And I'm sure we saw you, I hope, signing in a little box on the bottom while we see the sign writing above you in the slide. That's really good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow.
Next slide.
Yeah, next slide. Here we are.
The slide of two prayers, Lord's Prayer and Hail Mary. For example, Hail Mary. Zdrava Maria, milosti polna, Gospod s teboj, blagoslovljena ti med ženami, blagoslovljen sad tvojega telesa, Jezus. Sveta Marija, Mati Božja, prosi za nas grešnike, zdaj in ura naša smrt. Amen.
Wow, I followed the writing. I was able to follow the sign writing while you were doing that. That was really cool, Eddie. That was really cool. Yes, I was able to follow it. I love it. Okay, well, I'm going to go back to the slides now. Okay, there we are.
Yes.
Okay, very exciting. All right. Well, you know, we have around 10 more minutes for your presentation. So what's more important to you? Shall we continue with the slides, or what would you like to do?
Yes, maybe it's good to say some words in Slovenian language. Can I say?
Yes, of course. I'll come back to you now, face to face. Here we are. Okay, we're looking at you.
Ja, pozdravljeni še v našej materinščini, slovenskem jeziku, pozdravljeni tudi v slovenskem znakovnem jeziku. Kot je vam že znano, jaz zelo rad uporabljam zapisovanje znakovnega jezika. Rad bi vam povedal, da je uporaba znakopisa zelo močno priporočljiva za vsakdanjo rabo, za zapisovanje vaših razmišljanj, vaših idej, in zato uporabim to priložnost, da vas spodbudim, da mogoče tudi vi začnete se zanimati, kaj pomeni zapisovanje znakovnega jezika, kakšne so tehnike, načrti za naprej pri uporabi znakopisa pri nas tukaj v pastorali gluhih, naglušnih Slovenije. Bi pa rad, da se ne počutite presenečeni in tudi ne, da poveste, ne maram tega, ampak vsak jezik v preteklosti se ni zapisoval. Tudi danes obstaja veliko jezikov, različnih jezikov, brez zapisovanja. Ampak nikoli pa ne pomeni, da ni možno začeti nek jezik, tuj jezik, zapisovati. Enako se je zgodilo zadnjih 40 let, ko je gospa Valeri začela zapisovati znakovni jezik. In potem smo tudi različne države po svetu začeli se učiti to posebno pisavo in danes z veseljem uporabljamo znakopis v približno 40 različnih držav. Jaz osebno priznam, sam začel uporabljati znakopis pred 2 letoma. Iskal sem po internetu, bral sem, spoznaval sem, kako način zapisovati in zdaj priznam, z veseljem uporabljam znakopis, tudi razvijam slovar znakovnega jezika prek spleta in z veseljem sporočam, da na naši ameriški spletni strani obstaja že približno 3000 različnih kretenj znakovnem jeziku. I've informed our listeners that we have also dictionary on internet, your website, and we have also approximately 3,000 signs. And I'm very, very happy for this. And I hope that soon I will have some new signer who will also write new signs, and so we to help each other to
work with, yes, and to share with. Eddie, this has been outstanding, outstanding presentation. I loved seeing the sign language of Slovenia here when you were speaking with people from Slovenia. Will you tell them for me hello, and that I want so much to work with them and to meet them as well? And I look forward to working with all those who start learning sign writing in Slovenia because of your amazing work. I thank you very, very, very much, Eddie. I know this was a hard job to present in front of so many people when you're so new to all this, but my goodness, you have done so much beautiful work so fast. I'm so impressed. And we must keep in touch, okay? And I'll post all your other documents soon, I promise.
Thank you very much, and best greetings to all of you from Ljubljana in Slovenia.
In Slovenia, yes, and to you as well, from everybody in the world, especially from here in Southern California, in my heart and in my office. Bye, Eddie. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming. Yes, yes. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And now I'm going to introduce you to the next presenters, who are actually probably very well known to many of you already. This is the famous Barreto couple. I don't know how to pronounce your names. Can you pronounce them for me? This is Matson and Raquel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All
now
right.
your last name probably is pronounced differently than I've been doing. How do you pronounce your last name?
Barreto.
Barreto. So the
Yes.
R has an H sound that I had learned in the past day. Our languages
Yes.
have a big difference that way, don't they? Yeah. Well, hi, Raquel. Hi, Raquel. You're Raquel.
Yes.
Yes, that's your name sign. I like that name. I'm very happy to meet you in person. You're a beautiful lady, and you show the beautiful things you do. I love to look at your videos and see Libras and learn about your work. Your videos are beautiful, and you represent your work very, very well. So now the Barretos are going to teach us about their work. I try. You're welcome, honey. You're welcome. So now it's your presentation. Go ahead.
Ok.
Dá para me ouvir?
Sim.
Ok. Então, boa tarde, bom dia a todos, boa noite, enfim.
We can't hear you. One moment, Madsen.
Ok.
We can't hear the interpreter. Giselle, can you hear me? Because we can't hear you.
Alô, alô?
Oh, that's
Oi?
better. And please
Okay.
speak up, Giselle. Speak up very loudly if you can. Okay, we're going to start again now, Madsen. We have to, because we couldn't hear the interpreter. I'm sorry.
Is
Now we'll start
okay?
again.
Now is okay now?
Yes, it is okay now. Yes, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. Okay, continue.
Oh. Madison?
Oi.
Não estou vendo vocês. Vocês desativaram a câmera?
Ativamos.
Não dá para ver vocês.
Agora você consegue ver?
Agora não consigo. Pera. Bem pequenininho aqui do lado, vamos ver. Vamos assim mesmo. Pode ser. Pode continuar. Ok.
Melhorou agora?
Não, tá. Agora sim.
Ok.
Ok. Então, bom dia, boa tarde, boa noite a todos os que estão nos vendo. Eu sou o Madison, esse é o meu sinal. E esta aqui é Raquel, minha esposa. Então, hoje nós vamos apresentar como que nós desenvolvemos o livro Escrita de Sinais Sem Mistérios. É este livro aqui, que vocês estão vendo. E só resumindo rapidamente sobre o porquê, a intenção de elaborar esse livro, né? Nós estudávamos no curso de Letras Libras e iniciamos, eu na verdade estudava no curso de Letras Libras, era aluno do curso, fiz as disciplinas de escrita de sinais, nível 1, 2 e 3, escrita de sinais 1, 2 e 3 no decorrer do curso. E aí nós, a partir disso, junto com outros alunos, iniciamos uma pesquisa no Cefet, né, no Cefet Minas Gerais, uma pesquisa acerca da escrita de sinais, a partir então desse contexto do curso de Letras Libras. E, na verdade, nós dois autores aqui presentes, estávamos interessados em pesquisar a escrita de sinais. Então, iniciamos por alguns estados do Brasil uma pesquisa tentamos, né, iniciar a prática da escrita de sinais, porém não tivemos muito sucesso por conta das distâncias, enfim, do espaço geográfico ser um pouco difícil de acessar para a gente, então iniciamos esse projeto na internet, né, através da escrita de sinais, então conseguimos iniciar esse projeto, só que sentimos falta de um material que nos desse suporte, de um livro né? Porque aqui no Brasil as pessoas estavam direcionadas mais à pesquisa sobre dicionários, pesquisas em nível de mestrado, doutorado, pesquisas científicas sobre a escrita de sinais. Porém, um livro, um aporte, algo que nos desse suporte ainda não existia. Então iniciamos uma busca na internet, achamos diversas referências, porém mesmo assim ainda estávamos em dúvida, com algumas dificuldades, né? Aí até que tivemos a ideia de fazer o livro. Percebemos que o Brasil ainda era muito carente de material sobre escrita de sinais, né? Aí a gente pensou, vamos fazer um trabalho individual, fechado, sem que as pessoas pudessem ter acesso? Não, a gente decidiu então difundir essa ideia através do livro. Então produzimos Escrita de Sinais Sem Mistérios, começamos a escrevê-lo no mês de agosto de 2011, iniciamos aí o projeto, e em junho de 2012, então a gente, na verdade, um total de 10 meses nós passamos a produção desse livro. E aí nós tivemos um contato com a Valerie para que nos pudesse nos ajudar através do sistema da escrita de sinais, recursos de software, enfim. Tanto para surdos como para ouvintes aqui no Brasil, nós tiramos várias dúvidas com ela, até que surgiu a concretização, então, do livro, enfim, o Escrita de Sinais Sem Mistérios. E então a Raquel agora vai explicar um pouquinho acerca da metodologia, né, da elaboração deste livro. Olá a todos. Então, meu sinal é este. Eu me chamo Raquel. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês nesta oportunidade tão importante, num momento tão importante, e trazer para vocês um pouco sobre Escrita de Sinais Sem Mistérios, que é este livro aqui. Este é o material, vejam. Este é o sinal de referência do livro, então é uma obra bastante louvável, porque vou apresentar para vocês primeiramente sobre o título do livro, né? Escrita de Sinais Sem Mistérios. Aí nós temos aqui o seu registro feito o título em português, e abaixo no centro o seu registro, então, em SignWriting, que nós dois autores fizemos. Aqui abaixo o nosso nome, então, identificado, primeiramente o Madison e eu aqui em seguida, assim organizado. Então, vocês viram que ali encontra-se o texto em escrita de sinais, um agradecimento à comunidade surda, uma homenagem à comunidade surda ali registrada inicialmente nas primeiras páginas do livro. Então, eu, juntamente com o Madison, fizemos esse registro. Também há um convite à comunidade surda brasileira, né? Os profissionais, tradutores e intérpretes que trabalham com a língua de sinais, profissionais da área da língua de sinais, da educação e ensino, e profissionais, pesquisadores, cientistas da área, e também familiares de surdos. Então, e aí trazemos toda uma justificativa deste sonho, né, dessa ideia, e trazemos questões de bilinguismo, então por isso que está aqui em português também, é uma obra bilíngue, né? Ele está em português e o registro está também em escrita de sinais, né? Aqui nós podemos ver Aqui nós temos uma epígrafe que nós mesmos elaboramos, produzimos, né? Tivemos essa ideia sobre o livro, e aí escrita de sinais sem mistérios, e aí então vocês podem ver uma epígrafe nossa também no início, nas páginas iniciais do livro, né? Temos aqui alguns vocábulos de identificação de alguns ouvintes e em língua de sinais, e em seguida algumas palavras em português. E aí, como que a gente organizou esse registro, né? A gente pensou, vamos registrar em língua de sinais e em escrita de sinais, que tem a ver, o seu registro é visual, então tem a ver com a língua de sinais. E aí tiramos as palavras, né, como forma de registro, né? Então, a questão é que para os ouvintes a oralidade é muito forte, mas para os surdos essa questão visual tem toda uma coerência e faz sentido, por isso que escolhemos reorganizar visualmente o registro, né? Exemplos diversos de sinais em língua de sinais, né? O sinal concreto, visual, enfim, e a escrita em português, ela ficou em segundo plano, porque é a L2, a segunda língua dos surdos. Então, priorizamos, obviamente, visando a coerência, né, no registro, a escrita de sinais. Então, por isso, priorizando a língua primeira, a L1, ou primeira língua dos surdos brasileiros, que é a Libras, né, a língua de sinais brasileira. Depois nós temos ali elencado, listados, temos o sumário em seguida, então toda a organização de páginas vem deste modo. Vejam, sumário, abaixo o registro em escrita de sinais. Vejam, é bastante coisa, né? São muitas páginas, por isso que está desse modo organizado. E em seguida vem o prefácio. Prefácio, então, quem escreveu foi uma surda, que é a Mariane Stumpf. Professora Mariane, nós a convidamos para que ela fizesse o prefácio do livro, divulgando e falando sobre o livro. Então, até aproveitamos para agradecer a professora. O vídeo travou, Madison. Não consigo visualizar. Tem que voltar um pouquinho, por gentileza, porque travou um pouquinho quando ela estava falando da Mariane. Então, também devemos agradecimento. Temos os agradecimentos, né? Em seguida vem os agradecimentos, vejam. Aqui. Então, depois do prefácio feito pela professora Mariane, temos aqui os agradecimentos a pessoas especiais, lembrando de cada um que nos ajudou, a familiares, enfim, esse é o registro. Depois vocês podem verificar fazendo as leituras, né? E aí nós temos em português também esses mesmos agradecimentos, né? Então, vejam. Certo? Então, em seguida desses agradecimentos, temos a introdução, que nós trazemos toda a trajetória de constituição das pesquisas em escritas de sinais, a metodologia utilizada na elaboração deste material, e todo o processo de pesquisa, enfim, está registrado aqui na introdução. Vejam aqui. Então, trazemos explicações sobre como tudo começou em Belo Horizonte, enfim, tudo isso é possível de ser lido na introdução. E aí seguimos com os capítulos. No primeiro capítulo, nós temos trazemos a escrita de sinais e a língua brasileira de sinais como foco, e aí explicamos então como que acontece, como deve acontecer o registro da língua de sinais brasileira através da escrita de sinais. Também como que os surdos podem fazer esse registro. Há temas elencados aí, explicados neste capítulo. Então, apresentamos o sistema desde o seu início, desde a descoberta dos sistemas de notação através de configuração de mão e entre outros aspectos da língua. Vejam nesse quadro o registro desses elementos, dos sistemas de notação. Vejam aqui, nós temos na Europa, então, como que era feito o registro europeu, de um modo europeu, enfim, no sistema de lá, e do lado aqui, no sistema da língua de sinais brasileira, algumas configurações de mão, né, e o seu modo de registro, como que eram feitos esses registros. Aqui, como que eram a datilologia, enfim, de alguns sinais, como que eram registrados. E do lado nós temos também outros exemplos. Da Bélgica, veja. Agora aqui da Bélgica e mais um, então. Então, daqui do Brasil. ELIS, Sistema de Escrita de Língua de Sinais, mais uma possibilidade. Então, vejam diversas formas de propostas de registro da língua de sinais, registro escrito, né? Só que aqui a gente percebeu que sim, que esses são modos importantes, porém ainda não muito de acordo com o registro, com a realidade da língua dos sinais, de acordo com a cultura, o conhecimento, né, dos surdos, da comunidade surda, como se fazer esse registro, porque os ouvintes já têm uma forma de registro, de grafar, de registrar a sua língua, né? E como que a gente poderia pensar em fazer um registro que fosse fidedigno à língua sinalizada, à língua de sinais, né? Aí nós temos então o texto. Vejam. Então, o texto em escrita de sinais, né, é possível de ser lido tanto por ouvintes quanto por surdos. E aí nós temos uma representação fiel da língua de sinais brasileira através da escrita. Então, é algo bastante detalhado, né? E aí vocês sabem que responsável pelas pesquisas iniciais, nós temos aqui como referência a Valerie, que iniciou suas pesquisas com base nos movimentos de dança, né? Então, é a quem nós devemos agradecer muito e de quem somos muito fãs, né? E admiramos muito o seu trabalho, por conta de que realmente desenvolveu um sistema perfeito, com grande perfeição para o registro da língua de sinais brasileira. Funciona também para Libras. Então, vejam que Aí nós temos essa referência importante. Já no capítulo 2, então, nós trazemos questões históricas, desde a descoberta do sistema, todo o seu percurso, né, histórico, de desenvolvimento de pesquisa, enfim. No capítulo 3, então, em seguida, vem já uma referência aqui ao Brasil, né, a escrita de sinais no Brasil, que obviamente não está pronta, né? Nós temos, claro, um marco de pesquisa com a professora Mariane Stuntz, e entre outros, né? E vem Capovilla também, com seu dicionário, com registro trilingue, né? No português, inglês, escrita de sinais, e outros pesquisadores, diversas outras referências nós trazemos aí neste capítulo. E aí a gente pensou em como possibilitar uma melhor leitura e aprendizagem através de passos, né? Passo a passo, que fossem fáceis, confortáveis e gostosos de se fazer. Então nós pensamos no texto, né? E aí como que a gente faria isso na escrita de sinais? Então pensamos como que o leitor estaria visualizando as mãos, né? Porque a posição das mãos, né? A gente fazendo uma fotografia, veja que de frente e de costas tem uma diferença, né? Como eu disse, visualizando de frente uma foto, você não consegue visualizar a posição real, né, da sua mão. E aqui nós temos um exemplo, como se espelhado estivesse, e aí você consegue, então, visualizar a sinalização, né? Então, eu preciso olhar a mim mesmo para compreender essa posição das mãos, o dorso, a palma da mão, tudo bem corretamente. Então, por isso que nós optamos por tirar essas fotografias desse modo para a visualização do leitor. Veja. Os lados da mão. Então, aí nós temos o sinal, né? Antes, um pouquinho, a gente tem um sinal, um exemplo de tempo, sinal de tempo no futebol, por exemplo. Como que é identificado o contato, como que a gente faz o movimento de 2 vezes desse toque que existe, a qual configuração de mão, como que isso é feito, todos esses detalhes são discriminados aqui. Veja, configurações de mão são detalhadamente registradas para a realização do sinal. Então, tem muitos exemplos para que possa ficar esclarecido o conteúdo, para que fique mais fácil de ser visto, e que propicie uma facilidade de apreensão visual. Então, por isso as fotos, né? Tem vários sinais, tem 500 aproximadamente, ou um pouco mais de 500 sinais, para propiciar a prática e o interesse dos alunos, dos leitores, e aí tudo em escrita de sinais também. São diversos capítulos. Então, do início do livro até o capítulo 6, nós temos textos de história, não uma história verídica, nós temos uma história, uma narrativa que inicia e vai até quase o final do livro, que conta uma história de amigos, diversão, uma história que privilegia aspectos culturais dos surdos, e aí serve de suporte a cada leitura, a cada passo que os alunos vão dando na escrita de sinais, eles vão fazendo essa trajetória dessa história que está no livro. Então, ele vai avançando nos passos, nas configurações, de mão, nas formas de registro da escrita de sinais, e aí está a história. Então, no capítulo 6 até o capítulo 16, nós pensamos no mesmo texto. Então, nós temos a concatenação da narrativa, da mesma narrativa, até o final do livro, né? Nós até tínhamos pensado em recortar, inserir outras histórias, mas achamos melhor deixar uma só, né? E aí, a gente tem a cada capítulo um conteúdo com símbolos, com mais e mais conteúdo, mais novidades, mais movimentos de mão, contato, sinais de contato. A cada avançar do texto, nós fazemos essa coesão entre os conteúdos e avançamos também na quantidade de elementos para o aprendiz. E aí, temos a cada capítulo, final de cada capítulo, um glossário, onde você tem um termo, um sinal, e ele está ali detalhado, descrito. Então, vejam, ele é descrito em seus parâmetros, movimento, configuração de mão. Aqui, veja. Viram, então? São diversos os registros nesse glossário. Tem também ainda não somente os sinais nós temos, né, mas temos expressões faciais, e aí como que isso é registrado na escrita de sinais, movimentos de corpo, posição do tronco, as expressões da face, tudo isso também está registrado aqui. E aí os 5 parâmetros fonológicos, todas as regras, as normas de estrutura sintática, questões gramaticais, tudo isso está privilegiado no livro e através da escrita de sinais. E claro que ainda faltam algumas pesquisas, não há nada 100% definido, pronto. Tem a tabela de configurações de mãos, a gente sabe que alguns dizem que são 64 ou 74, agora já estamos em 111 configurações de mão, então há uma variação bastante grande, né? E mesmo assim, acho que ainda faltam mais e mais registros dessas configurações de mão, isso ainda não é suficiente, porque você vê algum sinal e você percebe que ele é realizado de maneira diferente, com uma configuração de mão que não está incluída em nenhuma dessas tabelas, não está ali elencado. Então, há possibilidades infinitas, talvez 1.000, 2.000 ou mais de configurações de mão, né? São várias as possibilidades. Então, vejam que vai crescendo a cada vez que se percebe isso, vão crescendo as configurações de mão. E no apêndice, mais ao final do livro, temos uma complementação. Então, a gente tem o registro das configurações de mão, por último. Então, como apêndice do livro, as variações de uma mesma configuração de mão. Então, já são muitas essas configurações, somam aproximadamente 111, então a gente não pode limitá-las, né? Obviamente há necessidade de mais pesquisas para novas descobertas e registros de configurações e dentre outras questões relacionadas à língua de sinais, né? Então, o importante é que a língua de sinais, ela nos dá essa liberdade, e a escrita de sinais também, a liberdade de fazer esses registros, né? Nós temos alguns jogos também. A gente tem uma coleção chamada Libras em Jogo. Este é o sinal que identifica, que é um jogo de cartas, o sinal que identifica, então, o nosso projeto, Libras em Jogo. Vejam. Aqui nós temos em escrita de sinais. Veja a configuração de mão e a escrita de sinais do ladinho. Então, aqui nós temos o número da configuração de mão. Aí a gente tem uma relação, então é um complemento ao livro, né? Você busca no livro essa configuração de mão, tem um número de referência, aqui, 95. Né? Então, e aí na bibliografia, a gente tem as pesquisas feitas pelo mundo, referentes a autores da área, então nós fizemos essa organização também aqui no livro, então as referências vocês podem ver. São muitos os autores que têm trabalhado e a pesquisa não para mesmo, ela tem tomado o seu curso e até hoje elas continuam, essas pesquisas continuam, então nós acrescentamos diferentes referências. Era isso, agradeço a todos, agora o Madison vai dar continuidade. Então, só para complementar, a Raquel mostrou para a gente as configurações de mão, falou acerca das pesquisas, a identificação de mais e mais configurações de mão. Inicialmente, a língua de sinais brasileira, a gente identificava mais ou menos 7, é isso? 7 configurações de mão iniciais, porém que não estavam ainda incluídas nessa tabela de configurações difundida. Então, a gente fez contato com a Valerie para fazer aí no SW List, né, enfim, fazer o registro dessas configurações extras, né? E aí a gente tem essas novas configurações incluídas também nos jogos e no nosso material, né? São mais 7, então, extras que antes não existiam. Vejam aqui. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. São 6. Então, temos 6. E aí temos essa aqui. Para, por exemplo, sinal de dinossauro, né? Assim, nós temos este sinal para dinossauro utilizando essa configuração de mão, por exemplo. Essa aqui, nós temos aqui do lado, o polegar e o dedo mindinho esticado como configuração para sinais do tipo exemplo, triste, dentre outros. Esta configuração de base para um sinal de uma cidade que fica em São Paulo, que tem este sinal. E o nome da cidade? Itaquaquecetuba, né? Então, este é o sinal realizado com esta configuração de mão. Aqui, uma outra configuração de mão para um outro sinal. Assim. Então, com essa configuração de mão, a gente pode realizar o sinal de hipopótamo, né? Assim também para brega, isso, brega, este é o sinal de brega. Assim, este sinal para arma ou para revólver. Assim, essa configuração de mão. É no estado do Rio de Janeiro, uma região montanhosa, né? Pico, não entendi, não deu pra... Pico é o nome. Pico, dedo de Deus, é isso. Pico, dedo de Deus, é uma região montanhosa que tem essa configuração de mão para sua identificação em língua de sinais. Então, porque parece, olhando, você olha em fotos, enfim, na internet, vocês podem até ver, lembra muito um formato de um dedo, então deram esse nome, né? Dedo de Deus. Então, o livro Escrita de Sinais Sem Mistérios, ele já tem se ampliado, e a tendência é essa, não estagnar aqui, porque há sempre muita coisa ainda a se fazer, as configurações de mão, expressões faciais, novas direções de mão, enfim, são muitos aspectos ainda a serem, né, registrados. Então a gente agradece também o trabalho da professora Valerie. Também não consegui identificar. Steve também, né, que antes sobre Sign Puddle, que nós tínhamos falado em outras oportunidades, também foi idealizador disso, né? Também o Adam, agradecemos pelo trabalho de toda essa equipe, a Valerie, que tem difundido, então, a escrita de sinais pelo mundo, no Brasil. Então, nós parabenizamos muito e é um trabalho extremamente de referência para a gente. Logicamente, a gente ainda continua em desenvolvimento, né? Então, o livro em questão, quem quiser acessar o livro, né, pode entrar no site www.librasescrita, né? .com.br, e aí vocês podem ter contato com o material e acessar esse material, fazer contato, interagir de forma livre, e fiquem à vontade para isso. Obrigada, Raquel, obrigada, Valerie, obrigada a todos, obrigada, intérprete, Gisele também. Tipo da Raquel, okay. Mas é um jeito. Okay. Obrigada.
Thank you.
Obrigada. Muito bonito o trabalho de vocês. Muito interessante.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Valerie, Adam, Steve. Okay. Thank you for all your work inside the words and inside the ears. Thank you so much for you.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that, Matson. And I was just thinking when I was looking at your speech, I'm sorry, I have an interpreter. Thank you, Adam, also for interpreting. I was just watching your speech and thinking, thank you, good Lord, for these beautiful people. I love your work, and I think it's just such a miracle that we have met and that you have dedicated your lives like this to such a beautiful job. Everybody in Brazil should be very proud of all of your work, everybody's work in Brazil with sign writing. All of you are just remarkable people. I'm sure you probably think, oh, we don't do enough in Brazil, but I can tell you right now that there are probably more people in Brazil using sign writing than in most countries. And so I thank you very much for bringing so many people to this symposium. Matson, you have 9 presentations. That's not small.
Whoa, it's very crazy.
And I can imagine you must be very tired. You had
Okay.
to.
I have more 2 presentations today, yes?
Yeah, yes, that's right.
Well, with Raquel too.
I know. Beautiful Raquel is coming back. Yes. You see, everybody, Matson presented 9 abstracts to us. When we asked for the presentations to be submitted to us, when we first started the SignWriting Symposium and we sent out information to everybody, Matson sent us 9 presentation descriptions. Wow, I was so surprised. And then I saw that there were different people in every presentation. I just thought that was amazing. That means that a lot of people are using SignWriting. So I thank you for bringing them all to our symposium. I hope it'll grow even further because of this work. So anyway, thank you for the beautiful presentation. And it's only like 5 minutes, and Matson, you have another one, right? Matson, I think you're next.
We finished. Today we have more 2 presentations.
Yes, but
now is with Vera.
exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, Matson, that you are next.
I will call for Vera. Just a second, please.
And there's no rush, and it's okay. We have another 5 minutes. It's all right.
Okay.
And I just wanted to thank Raquel. Thank you, Raquel, again. Bye-bye. We'll see her later, I'm sure, won't we?
Okay, just a second, please.
And Matson, if you need a break, if you want to rest or something, get a cup of coffee. Everybody needs a break. Okay. 9, stand up. Stretch. Oh. I'm exercising. We're waiting for 5 minutes because in around 5 minutes we'll start again. But we're waiting for Vera, I think. Now maybe I have it right. This was Vera Lima, who actually asked to be invited earlier today, and I got confused. And I thought she was an earlier presentation, so hopefully she got my message and invitation. And I've been looking at the comment area, and I don't see anything specific for Matson. I'm trying to find something, but I don't think so. There are a lot of good comments from past presentations, and we are going to copy these and contact everybody to answer your questions later, if we missed you already. Come back in 2 minutes, everybody. We'll be starting. I think I will try to invite Vera again.
Valerie.
Yes.
Vera have a trouble for access the Hangout, but she's on the way, okay?
Okay. Oh, good. So she knows how to get here. All right. Well, somebody just sent me a beautiful photo of your wife. Let me just see if I can understand my computer. It's just so much going on. Oh, wow. Remember Nancy Romero?
Yes.
My coworker, and I understand your friend from Facebook. Is that right?
Yes, Nancy always contact with me on Facebook. We have a great book. Just a sec, I will take.
Of course, of course. Well, anyway, the reason I brought up Nancy Romero, maybe later I can tell him. Oh, maybe so. Here he is. Yes. Oh, yes, you have that. That's right. Yay!
And many other books too.
I have one too.
This is great. We love that.
Let me put a picture on you for a minute. Nancy, show it again. There it is. See, Nancy, it's in Brazil. Yeah, it's a beautiful book. What do you think?
Yes.
Amazing, huh? To write the whole Gospel according to John, but of course, Nancy's actually done all 27 books of the New Testament now like that.
Oh yeah.
Big job. Now, I know. Yes,
we will we will create other work for translation, the whole Bible for literature, and we will use videos translate and sure the SignWriting too.
Oh, I'm so glad. Are you doing that, or is somebody else doing that work?
We with Raquel and the other people.
Yes, and with other people too. Of course, you can't do everything, Matson. You know, you got to get some rest too. I don't know how you do so much. That's a lot. But yeah, so you're working on translate or writing the Bible from what, Portuguese to Libras?
Actually, I'm a pastor in the Baptist Church here in Salvador, Bahia. So we will create many projects. Example for translate the Holy Bible for Libras too.
Wow! So you are a pastor of a church in Salvador, is that right?
No. I'm working with a pastor in the whole Baptist Church. So I'm a pastor only for deaf people.
I see. I understand now. But you are the pastor for the deaf branch of the Baptist Church. Is that right?
Yes.
I just want to make sure we understand, because we want to make sure everybody understands us out in the world, because we don't know how it is for others to view this. Maybe they're hearing it, maybe they're not. So it's good to repeat a little bit. So your church is going to be working towards the goal of translating the Bible from Portuguese to Libras. That's a very big job, but you know, with the right software and dedication, obviously Nancy Romero has proven that it can be done.
We'll contact you for here too.
Well, thank you. You know, I love Nancy Romero's aslgospel.org website. Later on, perhaps you've seen it already? I don't know whether you've seen her website, not now, but later.
Yes. The website, yes.
Yes, and I still have to post a lot of her documents. I haven't put them all up there yet. But because she's already written them all and already put them into PDF. I just have to get the PDF documents up there. We have, the majority of books are already up on aslgospel.org, but not all of them. There are about 4 or 5 books of the New Testament that still have to be posted. But they're coming right after the symposium, actually. So lots of documents. But keep us informed. I'd like to know more about your work with the Bible. Okay,
do you want water?
Thank you. I would like some water. Thank you. Would you like some coffee?
Oh, you are a big coffee.
I like coffee, yeah. But that doesn't mean I don't like water, in fact. See, I have water too.
Okay.
So is Vera coming?
I will call for here again.
Maybe you should start the presentation, Matson. What do you think? Maybe that's a good idea. Let me see. We are talking. I'm going to introduce just for one moment. Where is it? We are right now on presentation 36. And it's the linguistic terminological productivity between Brazilian Sign Language, Libras, and sign writing. Now, Matson, is Vera deaf?
No. Vera is hearing people, hearing person.
All right. And look, somebody just posted a photo of you. Look, this.
Yeah.
Can you see? Yes.
This very fun.
And this was Nancy, I believe, who sent it to us, perhaps. And okay. Steve just put it up. He got a telephone call. Well, anyway, this is obviously Matson and Raquel's wedding. That was a beautiful picture. Thank you very much, Nancy, for giving that to us. They're a beautiful couple.
Valerie, just a sec, please. I will send the link for Vera X this Hangouts. Just a sec.
Okay. Oh, there's somebody here, maybe? No. Do you want me to invite her again? I invited her again. This is the web page that's related to the presentation. It shows a map of Brazil, which I simply got from the web. It was copyright free. I enjoyed the map because it taught me about the states of Brazil. And Matson lives in, well, anyway, that's okay. You scroll down, Stephen. Let's see their work. This is the page, the web page. Here's Professor Vera Lucia de Souza Lima, who is coming, we hope. And they have quite a long and very interesting abstract about the fact that there have been many writing systems, including, he mentions Fabian, I see there, who, by the way, is one of my heroes. If you want to know about heroes, I happen to revere Mr. Fabian's system. Anyway, as Steve is scrolling down, you can see that Matson has written a remarkable abstract with great detail. And he also has the Portuguese version. So we have both the English and Portuguese versions of his abstract on their webpage, which is presentation 36. That means you go to the front page of signwriting.org, and to the right there are links, and you go to presentation 36. Okay, I'm not quite sure what's happening. He's on the phone with Vera, I guess. But as Steve scrolls down, please go ahead, Steve, down further, okay? Go all the way down to the bottom of the abstract, because I think we, down to, do they have any videos or PowerPoints? Keep going down, Steve. This is the Portuguese. It's a very long document. Ah, no, there isn't. I see. Okay. So we just need Vera. And he's on the phone with her, I guess. Oh, here's Gilberto. Really?
Ok. Estamos te vendo.
Oh, this must be Vera.
Essa é a Valerie.
Yes, it's me. Hello. Hi. You must be
Prazer em conhecê-la.
Eu vou desligar o telefone dela.
Tá bom.
Ok, Vera is here.
Welcome, Vera, and welcome, Matson, and I'll let you start right now.
Vou tentar o som aqui, espera um minutinho, porque
Isso segue aí,
Não estou
a
escutando,
rede
espera aí, deixa eu aumentar o volume. Fala aí, deixa eu ver se estou te ouvindo, Márcia.
Estou falando, está ouvindo agora?
Agora estou ouvindo.
Ok.
Aham. Ai, que sufoco, eu não conseguia conectar.
Ok, Awiri.
I go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Deu um delay aí, eu não entendi direito o que falou.
Certo, eu estou perguntando para a Valerie se está tudo pronto. Valerie, we can start our work, our presentation?
Yes, go. Please start. Yes, and you're doing it in Portuguese and Libras, right? Yeah.
Right.
Okay, good.
Então, come on. Boa tarde a todos, bom dia, boa noite, né? Meu sinal é este. Eu sou o Madison Barreto. A Vera, que está apresentando o trabalho comigo, o sinal dela é este. E a gente vai falar agora sobre a produtividade da língua brasileira de sinais através do sistema SignWriting, como que isso como que o SignWriting tem contribuído para a produtividade da língua de sinais brasileira. E a professora Vera desenvolve vários trabalhos no Cefet de Minas Gerais, em parceria com várias outras instituições também, e que ela vai falar mais sobre esse trabalho daqui a pouco. E desde que eu comecei a conhecer a professora Vera no Cefet Minas, quando eu fazia o curso de Letras Libras pela Universidade Federal de Santa Catarina, e logo quando ela começou a iniciar os projetos de glossários do Cefet Minas, para mim tem sido uma oportunidade muito grande, de muito aprendizado de lá para cá. A Vera acompanhou também o desenvolvimento do trabalho da Libras Escrita, publicação do livro e dos outros materiais nossos. Ela faz o curso à distância também, o Escrita de Sinais 2.0, e ela tem sempre acompanhado o trabalho, e ela vai falar um pouco sobre isso daqui a pouco também. Então, desde o primeiro momento, quando eu estava trabalhando com a Escrita de Sinais no grupo de estudos no Cefet Minas, a professora Vera já demonstrava um grande interesse por essa área também, estava iniciando várias pesquisas na área da língua de sinais brasileira, e ela percebeu a necessidade de envolver muitas outras pessoas nesse processo também, e ela identificou que havia uma carência muito grande de sinais específicos para termos acadêmicos, termos científicos, e vários termos, inclusive, da arquitetura, que é a disciplina com a qual ela trabalha no Cefet Minas já há bastante tempo. Então, a partir disso, surgiu a ideia de criar glossários para a língua de sinais brasileira, para esses termos técnicos específicos de várias áreas, como ela vai compartilhar com a gente. Mas, envolto a isso, tinha vários desafios, e desde o começo, sempre a gente desenvolveu um diálogo acerca da escrita de sinais, e conversamos muitas e muitas vezes, por muitas e muitas horas, ou pessoalmente, ou por telefone, e compartilhamos muitas coisas acerca da escrita de sinais, e também desse momento de produtividade linguística da língua de sinais brasileira, a criação terminológica de sinais específicos para esses inúmeros glossários. Então, eu passo a palavra agora para a professora Vera, para que ela possa falar mais desse projeto, de todo o trabalho que tem sido realizado nos últimos anos.
Obrigada. Posso começar?
Pode.
Uhum. Então, meu nome é Vera, né? Como a Mádia falou, meu sinal é esse. Eu sou professora do Cefet-MG aqui em Belo Horizonte, Minas Gerais, e eu sou uma professora no final da carreira, sempre dei aula da disciplina Desenho Arquitetônico. E continua me vendo? Parece que eu não estou te vendo mais. Em 2008, eu comecei dois projetos de pesquisa. Um para criar um manual de ensino de desenho arquitetônico, que a gente pensava que era só traduzir de português para a língua brasileira de sinais. Aí nós vimos que não era possível traduzir, porque não existiam as palavras, né? Não existiam palavras como janela de correr, por exemplo, e várias outras sinais, então a gente não tinha como ensinar. Então nós criamos dois projetos e trouxemos 4 alunos surdos do nível médio de ensino para pesquisa, para que eles fossem os pesquisadores. E quando a gente viu, todas as nossas ações eram inovadoras, porque ainda não existia nenhum dicionário terminológico em língua de sinais brasileira, um dicionário bilíngue que contemplasse a língua de sinais brasileira e a língua portuguesa. E isso fazem 6 anos, né, que a gente começou o projeto, e eu vi que para validar esses sinais que a gente tinha criado, a gente criou um curso de desenho arquitetônico de 240 horas, aplicamos os sinais criados, e depois eu fui cursar o doutorado. Comecei a cursar o doutorado em 2011 e terminei agora, em maio, né? A gente conseguiu terminar. Então, e as pesquisas continuaram, porque daqueles bolsistas que eu tive em 2008 e 2010, 2 alunos passaram no curso técnico de eletrônica. Então, nós estamos criando, desde o ano passado, um dicionário terminológico de eletrônica e começamos em março agora a criar o dicionário terminológico de química. E com a ajuda desses bolsistas surdos, intérpretes, especialistas da área. Então, os termos, a gente já tem, por exemplo, 200 termos de eletrônica digital. Então, são vários termos que não tem, eu acho que em nenhuma língua de sinais, talvez não tenha ainda um dicionário terminológico da área de eletrônica. Então, ele será, com certeza, um dicionário internacional. A gente pensa que ele vai poder ser traduzido em língua inglesa e depois em língua de sinais americana. Quando eu comecei, eu nunca tinha visto a língua de sinais, até 2008. Então, eu não entendia muito bem quando as pessoas, por exemplo, o sinal de casa, que era com a mão assim em B, né? E às vezes você olhava em outros lugares, o dedo estava aqui, né? E vários sinais que eu via, eu não sabia se a diferença era da prosódia, de quem estava falando, se do surdo ou do ouvinte, ou se era um problema, o que acontecia. Com a compreensão da escrita de sinais, então a gente viu que os sinais que a gente estava criando teriam que ter muito mais precisão, porque eram sinais terminológicos, do que outros sinais que a gente, da língua geral, que podem ter diferenças linguísticas de um lugar para outro, né? O Brasil é muito grande, então a gente tem diferenças de um estado para o outro, e são várias as diferenças. Mas no caso da terminologia, não, a gente precisava que tivesse uma unidade maior. Embora a terminologia, em língua oral, ela sofre variações também, mas são variações pequenas. E então a gente tem utilizado isso. Agora eu consegui uma bolsa, então a Raquel Barreto, mesmo estando morando em Salvador, ela vai estar trabalhando online com a gente, em equipe, né? Para que todos esses sinais na área de eletrônica, por exemplo, já estão começando a ser produzida a escrita de sinais. Né? Ele já está tendo a sua escrita e vai ter todo um diálogo com os surdos aqui de Belo Horizonte, com essa orientação na escrita de sinais da Raquel Barreto e do Madison. Então, o trabalho da produção de dicionário, ele é muito intenso, né? Os nossos bolsistas trabalham pelo menos 12 horas semanais, né? Nós temos os intérpretes, e o forte desse trabalho é a metodologia, porque para acontecer o dicionário, a gente precisou de reunir pessoas dentro da instituição, precisou dialogar com pelo menos 4 instituições. Eu tive que fazer um doutorado, porque não tinha nenhum doutor nessa área de produção de dicionário em línguas de sinais e língua de sinais e língua oral, auditiva. E, então, hoje, com a minha tese, a gente conseguiu construir uma metodologia para que a gente possa criar terminologia não só para a língua de sinais brasileira, mas para qualquer outra língua de sinais. Então, isso já é um trabalho. A gente tem desenvolvido bastante essa relação entre a língua de sinais brasileira e a língua portuguesa. No dia 1º, 1 e 2 agora de agosto, eu estarei na Universidade de Colômbia, em Nova York, para uma mesa redonda, onde a gente vai tratar desse tema, né? Dessa junção da língua de sinais brasileira com a língua portuguesa na produção de dicionários. Né? Então, é um tema que agora ele vai começar a ser disseminado, ele vai crescer. Eu não sei como o tema é muito amplo, eu não sei quanto tempo eu ainda tenho, se meu tempo já esgotou ou não.
Tem tempo ainda, Vera.
Uhum.
Tem uns 10 minutos, mais ou menos.
Isso.
10, 15 minutos.
Uhum. Então, dentro dessa junção com outras instituições, em março, eu fiquei 3 dias na Universidade Federal de Santa Catarina, onde a gente, então, realizou a filmagem dos dicionários que estão, dos 75 termos que estão como amostra na minha tese. Em breve, esse dicionário que está online, ele vai poder ser aberto para o mundo, porque ele ainda não está com as definições em português. Ele atualmente, só está com as definições em língua de sinais brasileira. Mas a gente pretende traduzir para o inglês também, e depois para a língua de sinais americana. Eu acho até que eu posso abrir para perguntas, né, caso as pessoas queiram fazer alguma pergunta, né, no momento. O que você acha?
Você tem alguma foto aí no seu computador?
A questão é que eu tive que mudar de computador. Eu estou com o computador do Gilberto.
Okay.
Eu acho que eu teria que dar até uma ligada para ele para ver em qual arquivo aqui que eu vou encontrar.
Certo. Eu tenho aqui a escrita de sinais, eu posso mostrar.
Pode, por favor. Vai mostrar do dicionário de eletrônica ou de arquitetura?
Do de arquitetura, o que foi feito para a sua tese.
Isso, pode abrir.
Eu vou colocar aqui para compartilhar minha tela, só um instante.
Uhum.
Ok.
Oh.
Vocês conseguem ver minha tela?
Wow. Very nice.
Esses daqui são todos os sinais que eu tenho aqui no Personal Puddle, que são sinais do glossário que a professora Vera começou a produzir, e são sinais da área de desenho arquitetônico. Então, são muitos e muitos e muitos sinais. Aqui, ao todo, são mais de 70 sinais, que são, na verdade, o começo do projeto, né? Aqui, por exemplo, nós temos o sinal de telhado.
Uhum. Põe no sinal de planta baixa, que aí eu posso falar um pouquinho sobre a planta baixa e sobre a metodologia, né, na criação desse sinal.
Serve planta de cobertura?
Serve planta de cobertura.
Ok, então está aqui na tela.
Tá. O que é interessante na metodologia é que para os alunos compreenderem o que é uma planta, né, que dá origem a uma planta baixa, que é um corte horizontal dentro da arquitetura, é preciso que eles conheçam um assunto que muitas vezes não é tratado com eles dentro do 2º grau, que é a geometria descritiva. Então, ele precisa compreender que plano é esse, são os planos cartesianos. E é interessante que eu percebi que a escrita de sinais, ela chama de plano chão e plano parede, o que, na verdade, lá no desenho arquitetônico, é o plano horizontal, o plano X, né, da coisa, e o plano Y. Então, quando a gente traz isso para a terminologia, é preciso que eles saibam relacionar com a área da matemática. Então, esse sinal, né, planta baixa, por exemplo, né, é um sinal que não existia. A gente gastou muito tempo para que eles entendessem o conceito da matemática, porque como não tem um dicionário de matemática, a gente tem que fazer todo um trabalho de fazer até maquetes tridimensionais, para que eles percebam que conceito é esse de planta baixa. E aí, porque você tem planta baixa, planta de situação, né? Essa planta do telhado, né? A planta de cobertura, são várias vistas, né? Que são em vários níveis. Eu vou falar um pouquinho.
Excuse me, I have to interrupt for 1 minute. Matson?
Okay.
Matson, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Adam just informed me that when you are showing your screen with the screen share, we are not seeing the interpreter. All of a sudden, the interpreter is not there. So, the way that you could see the interpreter and your screen at the same time is to share your desktop. To share your desktop, not a window, I guess. I don't quite understand this. This is the problem. Adam, maybe you can explain it better?
Ok. Vera, a Vala disse o seguinte, enquanto eu estou mostrando a tela, não tem como as pessoas visualizarem o intérprete. Então, eu preciso parar de mostrar a tela para você explicar um pouco o que eu já mostrei aqui, você agora explica o que é.
Tudo bem. Então, eu vou falar um pouco sobre a planta. Tudo bem.
But maybe, what should we do then, Matson? Because we could, okay. Do you think you can share the desktop? If you can share your desktop, then it works. And we can see the interpreter. We finally learned this. We learned this like yesterday. I mean, this is just new to us as well. If you share a window, we can't see the interpreter. But if we share the desktop, we can. However, we could still go on with the presentation, and I actually I don't know which to do, but we could always add an interpretation later. I don't know how else to handle it. I'm sorry to have interrupted you in some ways, because it was very good. Too bad, huh?
Ok. Pode continuar, Vera.
Bom, então eu vou explicar a origem, né, desse sinal de planta, de telhado, né, a planta de cobertura. O que eu estava dizendo é que para os surdos criarem esses sinais, a gente primeiro precisa que eles compreendam o conceito de planta, que é um conceito que vem da matemática, né, da geometria descritiva, e que tem aqueles planos, o plano horizontal X e o plano vertical Y. Eu vejo que na escrita de sinais, na tradução para o português, é chamado de plano chão e plano parede. Mas é um conceito que vem da matemática, ele é colocado intuitivamente, mas ele vem da matemática. E então, muitas vezes a gente gasta muito tempo para que o surdo, que nunca viu esse conceito, que ele possa compreender esse conceito para depois criar o sinal. Então, assim está sendo dentro do projeto de química e do projeto de eletrônica. Por exemplo, a gente tem o sinal de porta, né, em língua de sinais brasileira, e da eletrônica tem um conceito que chama porta lógica, que é quando entra um sinal, 2 sinais e sai um. Então, é um sinal totalmente novo esse, de porta lógica, dentro da eletrônica. Então, e como a eletrônica é difundida no mundo inteiro, né, a gente vai, com certeza, exportar esses dicionários, traduzir para outras línguas, né, porque a terminologia, ela precisa ser a mesma em todos os países, né, principalmente na área de eletrônica, na área de medicina, na área do controlador de voo, por exemplo, né? Então, você precisa de ter a mesma terminologia. Então, a gente acha que, no futuro próximo, a gente vai começar já a fazer essas traduções para outras línguas e ampliar essas relações institucionais que já tem com algumas universidades brasileiras e começar a ter essas relações com universidades americanas também.
Ok. Eu vou colocar aqui na tela agora o sinal de planta escrito no SignWriting e em seguida eu vou mostrar um vídeo que foi produzido numa das fases iniciais do projeto, não é o vídeo final que vai para o glossário online, mas que é um vídeo onde mostra o sinal e mostra também a acepção do vocábulo. Isso é um sujeito surdo, Ademar Júnior, né, que está sinalizando. Então, eu vou colocar aqui para poder compartilhar a tela.
What is happening now?
Okay.
Okay. Is this your desktop?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Adam, can we see? Yes, you're starting to do it. I can see it, yes. Very good, you're smart.
Ok, agora...
Very difficult. Yes, look at this. My goodness. And this is your desktop. Okay. Very good.
Rascunho, né, ainda.
Can the interpreter be seen as well, I think? Not needed, I guess.
Ok.
Então...
Pode falar.
Pode falar?
Ok, pode.
Isso. Esse surdo, né, o Ademar, ele foi meu bolsista também, no projeto de pesquisa em 2010, formou em arquitetura, então era muito importante, a gente tinha ele como estudante de arquitetura e tinha outros alunos de nível médio, e que depois a gente deu o curso de desenho arquitetônico para 20 alunos surdos que não conheciam os sinais que foram criados. Então, o projeto está numa fase agora que esse ano, a gente quer editar o manual de desenho arquitetônico para a gente juntar o manual com o glossário, né? Que era o que a gente se propôs a fazer em 2008. Então, a gente vai conseguir concluir agora, mas tivemos que fazer todo esse trabalho em volta de eu ter que cursar um doutorado, de ter que fazer todas essas relações para a gente construir. Porque a gente percebe que tudo para o surdo a gente tem que construir do zero, né? A gente não tem quase nada, então a gente começa a construir sempre do zero. Basicamente é isso.
You're good.
Mais alguma pergunta?
Oh. And there you are. Okay. Matson, are you there? It's confusing.
Hi, Matson. Hello.
And I don't know where he is. Let's see here. There's Matson here. There's Matson. There are
Yes.
two Matsons. There are two of you.
Fire connection.
That's okay. That's all right. We're doing fine. It's very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it's very, very good. Very good indeed. And Tal, you want to talk more? You want to continue?
Você pode continuar a fala, Vera, ou você já terminou completamente a apresentação?
Isso, terminei.
Okay.
Você vai apresentar, rapaz?
Eu percebo que a importância desse projeto, ou desses projetos que a professora Vera tem desenvolvido, juntamente com tantos outros pesquisadores, tanto no Cefet Minas, quanto nas parcerias com a Universidade Federal de Santa Catarina, a Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais também, e outras instituições público-privadas, elas têm muito a agregar para as comunidades surdas, porque trazem, então, o desenvolvimento e a expansão de vocabulário na língua brasileira de sinais, de termos técnicos, que são os termos que os surdos precisam no dia a dia, são termos que os surdos precisam em sala de aula, nas faculdades, nos cursos técnicos, são termos que os intérpretes precisam no dia a dia também. O Diego, que está nos interpretando, e a Gisele também, que está participando do simpósio, sabe muito bem disso, que existem termos muito específicos, e que são termos acadêmicos, e que eles aqui sabem esses termos, que são termos da área da linguística, das letras, e eles estão interpretando. E se eles não conhecessem esses sinais, ou se esses sinais não existissem na Libras, eles teriam que fazer todo um contorno para poder fazer com que essa mensagem ficasse clara em língua de sinais. Agora a pergunta é, e se as pessoas que estão nos assistindo, que às vezes são até da área de língua de sinais, são profissionais da área, são profissionais formados em letra, ou tem alguma graduação ou pós-graduações, né, em linguística, se eles não conhecem os sinais de sua própria área, ou cada um em sala de aula criaram sinais isolados, a gente tem então um grande problema. Então, a criação de sinais em específico para áreas das tecnologias e áreas acadêmicas, quer seja no Brasil, quer seja em outros países, tem muito a contribuir com isso. Eu me lembro que em 2012, 2011, quer dizer, eu tive acesso à pesquisa da Ingvild, da Noruega, em que ela estava desenvolvendo projetos também de glossário na área da física. Eu acredito, Vera, que ela tem algumas contribuições para esse momento agora da produção do glossário de eletrônica e de física também, e eu achei fantástico, porque embora eu não soubesse a língua de sinais norueguesa, quando eu abri a página do projeto dela e vi os sinais que ela estava mostrando lá, como por exemplo o sinal de curto-circuito, eu achei fantástico, eu consegui ler perfeitamente o sinal diretamente em língua de sinais através do SignWriting. E como você explicou, devido à iconicidade do sinal, foi perfeitamente claro o entendimento dele também na língua de sinais brasileira. Eu posso usar esse sinal no dia a dia, que, embora não seja um sinal da Libras, mas existe todo um processo de formação dos sinais que é inerente às línguas de sinais de todo mundo, e que, a partir desse processo de formação, permite que sinalizantes das mais diversas línguas de sinais consigam entender e absorver esses sinais também. E o mais fantástico disso tudo é termos sujeitos surdos como bolsistas, ou seja, eles estão recebendo investimento, quer seja estadual ou federal, para o desenvolvimento desses projetos também. Então, há um reconhecimento do poder público nesses sinais, nos projetos que estão sendo desenvolvidos e em todas essas ações. E o fato de envolver tantas instituições diferentes nesse tipo de projeto traz ainda um endosso que sinais realmente venham a ser utilizados pelas comunidades surdas acadêmicas e também pelos profissionais que trabalham com esses surdos no ambiente acadêmico. Então, está aí o meu parabéns para a professora Vera Lúcia, para toda a equipe que tem trabalhado com ela durante todos esses anos, tanto aqueles que estão trabalhando atualmente, quanto aqueles que não estão mais no projeto, mas que deixaram a sua contribuição, o seu legado, que com certeza isso aí vai impactar não só a geração presente, mas também a geração futura. Porque daqui a algum tempo, os profissionais surdos que estiverem se formando em cada uma dessas áreas, que agora, esses glossários, tanto de sua iniciativa, né, do Cefet Minas, quanto outros projetos de glossários também, que a gente sabe que existem aí espalhados pelo Brasil e pelo mundo, à medida que mais e mais profissionais surdos se formarem em cada uma dessas áreas do saber, a gente vai ter, então, profissionais muito melhor capacitados que antes, porque antes talvez não absorvessem tão bem os conceitos que são inerentes a cada uma dessas áreas, mas agora, a partir do momento que eles têm sinais, termos científicos em sua própria língua, a língua brasileira de sinais ou outras línguas de sinais do mundo, traz a eles, então, a oportunidade de discutir esses termos academicamente, compartilhá-los, proferir palestras, sabendo que o seu auditório vai conseguir entender quais são esses termos e a história por detrás da criação desses termos, e também a minha felicidade enquanto tradutor e intérprete de saber também que os outros colegas intérpretes que vão trabalhar com esses surdos em sala de aula, ou em projetos específicos, ou professores bilíngues também, vão ter o privilégio, então, de ter, na língua brasileira de sinais, tantos termos acadêmicos, científicos, terminológicos, de tantas áreas, e que, com certeza, vai facilitar e muito o trabalho. Não vão passar por tantos desafios e problemas quanto eu enfrentei durante tantos anos, enquanto trabalhava em sala de aula no ensino fundamental, e que me faltavam praticamente todos os léxicos pertinentes às mais diversas disciplinas que são necessárias ao ensino fundamental. E eu acredito que isso tem realmente muito a contribuir para as comunidades surdas. A grande dificuldade é que, muito em breve, esses sinais do glossário, os sinais que já estão escritos, eles vão estar disponíveis também online, através do SignPuddle. Então, qualquer pessoa de qualquer lugar do mundo vai poder acessar esses sinais e utilizá-los aí em suas pesquisas.
Uhum. Uma das nossas metas é fazer um curso técnico de eletrônica todo em língua de sinais, tá? A gente tem isso já como...
Very good. So, I believe maybe that you have finished. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't stop you.
Valerie,
Yes.
in the next months or in the next year, we will put in the signing portal all signs of the dictionaries and the glossaries of the projects on CFX-NG, okay?
Yes.
Totally will, the total signs is around the 500 signs.
5,000 signs, is that what you mean?
No.
I didn't catch what you said. I'm so sorry.
500 signs.
500 signs. Okay.
Yes.
That's fine.
Or more.
I don't expect anything. It's all right.
Okay.
Well, that's
Okay.
good though.
And we will, when this is ready, we will talk in SW list about it, okay?
Yes, we will, of course. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Eu disse, Vera, que todos esses sinais, dentro em breve, dentro dos próximos meses, vão ser colocados, então, no SignPuddle online e também disponibilizado, e a gente vai avisar a SW list também.
Ah, que bom.
Thank you, thank you. Do you say muito obrigada or muito obrigado? I don't know which, but that's okay.
Obrigada, obrigada.
Yes, I'm very sorry about the technology, but we're going to go back and maybe see how we can edit this part of the video and make it so that we always have your pictures showing the technology and also having the interpreter and your speech. We'll try to edit it so that it becomes a good speech. It was an excellent speech, but I mean the technology and the interpreting. We want to make sure we have that there. So thank you so much, and Vera, I hope we meet again, okay? I'm going to say goodbye to you, and I want to thank you for coming. Thank you, darling. Okay. And Steve is also here. This is our, Steve, technician. He waved as well. And now, Matson, I want you to know that the next presentation, which is just in a few minutes, we have a video from you. Isn't that right? But do not worry, because Steve has it.
Yes.
Steve has it, and we're going to present it on our screen instead of yours. Is that okay with you? Do you understand?
Yes.
Yeah, so Steve is going to be putting it up.
Okay.
Yeah, there. It's starting to come. But he's going to...
Yes. I will call
We have
Raquel.
to call the other people
here.
first, don't we?
Okay.
So we're not going to play it.
I will contact with Pedro too. Okay. Just a sec, please.
Yes, just of course. Take your time. It's Pedro, Oliveira, and Raquel. And I don't. Do we need an interpreter? I'm not sure I understand what's happening. We'll find out. They have given us, let me come back to myself, I'm sorry. They've given us a really beautiful video that's really good quality, and 3 different people signed in Libras. And it appears that it wouldn't need any interpreting from a Libras perspective, because we may need Portuguese to explain what they say. That's the one thing I think we will need is a Portuguese interpreter, maybe.
Okay, Pedro is on the way.
Okay. So, Matson, this presentation, I'm still trying to understand. We showed the video?
Yes.
Yes.
We will show only the video, so because the Pedro internet connection has any problems in the all city.
We don't see you, Matson.
Yes, yes.
You know
so
that?
We will use the video, okay?
Okay.
And we can reply, answer the questions, okay?
Do I understand that Pedro cannot come today? Is that what you're saying? Pedro will not be coming here to the broadcast.
Yes.
Right, okay. So you have a video, it's really good quality, but do you need an interpreter to speak in Portuguese, what it says in Libras?
Okay, Steve, I have a question for you. What's your sign?
Oh, Pedro, somebody named Pedro looks like they're here.
Yes, Pedro.
Pedro's here. I misunderstood. I thought he wasn't coming. That's great. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Pedro. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Oh, you're a hearing person. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, nice meeting you.
Hi.
Steve, what's your sign?
My name sign is this.
Okay.
Steve.
It's on the left
Steve,
side here, huh? Like
can you
this?
hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, you. What's your sign? Because
Let's go.
I
You just showed it.
Billy,
It's like this.
Billy, your name is Steve. But what's your sign name?
I don't know whether you already showed the name sign, didn't you?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, at least I don't know whether I'm doing it right, but this is what it is. Okay, so I already saw your video, Pedro. It's really good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
very
you.
good. Bravo. So, and Matson and Raquel, you look beautiful. So, my question.
Okay.
Are we going to have oh yes, here comes Giselle.
All right, Steve.
Oh yes, what is that? That's a fist. Do I see a fist?
All right.
On my right side, and it's going with a wrist down the side of the face. Is that what you said? I think that's what you just did. I'm sorry, I'm getting so many messages from other people you wouldn't believe. I mean, I just got 3 messages from other presenters, so it gets so confusing around here. Anyway, we do have Giselle here to speak for you. That's good, in Portuguese. We have her here now. The interpreter is here.
Em português, Madison?
Vai ser em português, vai ser um vídeo que vai ser exibido com a nossa apresentação.
Ah, então tá.
Okay, we're going to put the video up, Giselle. You need to
O
speak
vídeo
up.
vai ser apresentado em Libras.
Ah, pois, ok.
Can you see the video up on the screen?
Não,
No. Uh-oh.
Aí que não.
pera. Ah, ok.
There's a little box that looks like...
Quem que tá controlando esse vídeo? Você, Madison?
Não sei. Se for eu que estou controlando, eu já coloquei o vídeo do Steve com a minha sinalização e do Pedro no centro da tela já.
Sim, não, já estou vendo. Mas quem que controla o vídeo se eu precisar parar?
Eu acho que é o Steve.
Can you see it, Matson?
Yes.
Yeah, you can see it.
Okay. Yes.
All right. There, I think it's coming up here, I guess. Yeah. This is Steve doing this, right? Yeah. Okay.
Então, a tradução...
Well, wait, let's stop for a minute, Steve. Let's wait for a minute. Okay. Just stop it if you can. Does that work for you, Giselle? Do you think you can see this? Uh-oh. I want to stop for just a second before we start. I do, if we could.
Okay. Tá.
Can you see this, Giselle?
Okay, my phone,
yeah, it's very, your sound, can you hear me? I don't know. But your sound is very noisy. Sorry?
Ok, eu consigo te ouvir, Gisele.
Tá, ok.
Ok.
You gotta speak up, Giselle. We can barely hear you.
Sim, yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps Matson and Pedro and Raquel, maybe you would like to give us a little introduction about what we're going to see? Could you do that? I don't know whether that's possible. Or should we just start? You want to just start?
We can start, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to go back then to the video. And Steve, I guess you should start. Here we go.
Olá a todos, tudo bem? Meu nome é Pedro, este é o meu sinal de identificação e eu vou mostrar para vocês um pouco da pesquisa, como foi realizada essa pesquisa, conforme vocês viram no título, da tradução de resumos de teses e dissertações para a escrita de sinais, todo o processo, este processo novo, recente. Então, na maioria do país e diversas regiões do mundo, as pesquisas são crescentes. Há diversas publicações de artigos e teses na área da surdez, do contexto dos surdos, enfim, com aspectos da cultura surda, as temáticas relacionadas aos surdos, enfim, nível de mestrado, doutorado, são bastante crescentes a cada ano, né? Há uma pesquisadora que já tem aí uma trajetória de anos de pesquisa e teses e dissertações na área de tradução e interpretação de língua de sinais, Pereira talvez o nome. E no Brasil inteiro nós temos uma tese relacionada ao tema de escrita de sinais de 2005, já outras 3 teses voltadas à temática, outras temáticas da área. E no ano de 2008, aí as pesquisas aumentaram. Nós temos 11 teses ou dissertações com as temáticas inicialmente mencionadas. Então vejam no gráfico o número crescente de publicações desses trabalhos científicos. Também muito amplia-se a cada ano as vagas de trabalho para surdos, ou seja, a oferta de vaga de trabalho. E aí, por conta da Lei 10.436, a Lei de Libras e o Decreto 5626, que regulamenta esta lei, tem ampliado o acesso ao mercado de trabalho e também dos surdos, e também a inclusão da disciplina de língua de sinais como obrigatória nas universidades e faculdades pelo território nacional. Então, os surdos têm tido prioridade no acesso a essas vagas e ao ensino dessas disciplinas dentro das universidades, e também a inclusão do profissional intérprete juntamente com ele. E, então, isso tem motivado a formação desses surdos e, por isso, os trabalhos, as pesquisas também. Como eu expliquei inicialmente, é importante que a gente pense na escrita de sinais como possibilidade de oferta, como apoio para as traduções desses trabalhos. Então, é algo a se pensar de extrema importância. Já em 2012, nós identificamos a escrita de sinais sendo pesquisada por mais de 40 países no mundo. como tema de pesquisa, então. E aí temos a sua potencialidade crescente no decorrer do tempo, a capacidade de pensar através da língua de sinais e fazer o seu registro em escrita de sinais. Então, tanto o registro escrito através da observação presencial da sinalização e todos os seus aspectos linguísticos, né, da língua de sinais, desde a sua estrutura, toda a sua estrutura gramatical, sintaxe, morfologia, aspectos de fonética, fonologia, fonético-fonológicos, então, são possíveis de serem registrados e altamente detalhados no registro da escrita de sinais. A verdade, o que nós temos uma limitação, um problema, é que ainda essa escrita não está convencionalizada ou pronta, não é aceita por todos, então é a necessidade de a gente estar sempre fazendo testes e tentativas no objetivo de difundir a escrita de sinais dentro de universidades, em níveis de mestrado, doutorado. E aí, monografias, enfim, né? Só que o que a gente percebe é que muitas vezes essas publicações não estão priorizando a língua de sinais, não estão de acordo com o registro da língua para os surdos. Então, o pensamento é feito em língua de sinais e o seu registro não é feito na sua língua. Então, é um trabalho extremamente árduo. Por isso, a escrita de sinais entra como suporte, né, de registro da língua de sinais. Né, algo mais fácil de se registrar. O vídeo está um pouco travado, desculpe, não consigo compreender claramente. Algumas pesquisas, o nosso foco do nosso trabalho é a tradução dos resumos de teses de doutorado, de mestrado, de dissertações de mestrado. Então, nós tivemos algumas publicações das quais nós recortamos os resumos e podemos fazer as traduções. São produções de surdos, acadêmicos, surdos militantes, enfim, pessoas envolvidas com a área. Quevedo, em 2000, não foi possível visualizar, desculpe. Traz a relação entre surdos e ouvintes na temática de sua pesquisa, como acontece essa interação. Santos também tem uma publicação de um artigo não está dando de entender devido ao problema com o vídeo, ok? Está travando, não consigo identificar a sinalização. Agradeço, era isso então. Olá, meu nome é Madison, este é o meu sinal. Antes, complementando então o que foi dito, eu, juntamente com minha equipe, eu e Raquel e mais um surdo, fizemos esse trabalho de tradução de resumos de teses e dissertações e artigos para a escrita de sinais. Então, fizemos todo um processo, desde o estudo, leitura, uma leitura intensa, inúmeras vezes, desses materiais. Estudamos os termos, a terminologia, o vocabulário, a estrutura do texto acadêmico, conceitos que não sabíamos o sentido claramente, fomos em busca do seu significado em dicionários, tudo relacionado aos temas que precisavam ser traduzidos. E aí tivemos duas vertentes ou duas possibilidades de fazer esse trabalho, fazer a leitura e tradução para a escrita de sinais, ou do português direto, ou do português para Libras, aí visualizando em vídeo e fazendo o registro e aí as possíveis correções para então fazer a tradução. Então, nessa segunda etapa, o texto em português, nós deixamos provisoriamente feitos os registros em glosas. Então, como suporte da língua portuguesa, nós utilizamos o sistema de glosas, por exemplo, registrando as palavras, por exemplo, casa, hífen, estudar para identificar escola, por exemplo. E aí a gente usou esse sistema provisório a partir da leitura da língua portuguesa, então fizemos os registros em glosas. E aí este texto provisório feito todo ele feito em glosas, a partir dele nós fomos analisando, identificando, percebendo esses termos. Depois passamos para o processo de audição e tradução para a língua de sinais, aquele texto falado. E aí, juntamente com a equipe, Raquel e eu, eu observei Raquel fazendo a sinalização daquelas anotações, daquele registro que tinha sido feito em glosas. E aí a gente prestou muita atenção, né, a partir dessa observação, na posição no espaço, na localização dos sinais, nos parâmetros da língua de sinais. Então, ficamos muito atentos a todos os detalhes no momento em que isso passou a ser traduzido em vídeo, né? Fizemos todas as anotações, as observações. Então, dentre todos esses passos, o sexto passo culminou, então, do texto de português, passando pelas anotações, o registro em escrita de sinais e a comparação. Então, uma tradução comparada de uma língua-fonte para a língua de sinais escrita, né? Nós fizemos até que isso ficasse claro. Então, tentamos fazer de forma equivalente o que não havia sido feito tão perfeitamente ou não de forma não tão equivalente, foi eliminado. Passamos as revisões, a fazer todas as alterações e trocas necessárias e aí complementando sempre que possível aspectos de movimentação de corpo, expressões faciais, às vezes uma expressão não estava de acordo com aquele termo, tentamos reduzir e economizar ao máximo, apesar de todos os detalhes, para que ficasse um texto equivalente, né? Então, fizemos algumas adaptações, porque nós tínhamos antes um processo de transcrição, não é? Então, na verdade, essa transcrição serviu de base para o processo final. E às vezes nós tínhamos ali o texto em português, um determinado tamanho, e aí a gente não podia ter uma tradução por ali em Libras com um tempo tão extenso, e aí parecia que estava meio que em desacordo, né, com o texto fonte. Então a gente tentou fazer o máximo sintetizado possível, com os detalhes necessários, todos os detalhes de movimento de corpo, enfim, todos os aspectos da língua, porém de forma compacta, né? Então a sinalização ela sofreu vários testes e adaptações. E aí a gente tem algumas questões de pontuação que a gente deixou em suspenso até que se retomasse e decidisse como fazer esse registro. Tendo pronto esse registro em escrita de sinais, eu e Raquel, fizemos essas correções, eliminamos o que era necessário, até deixar o texto compacto. Então, você tem o texto em português, em língua de sinais, um texto sinalizado de forma clara. A leitura, ela precisa estar clara nas duas línguas e de forma equivalente, né? Então, a Raquel ficou responsável para acrescentar no Sign Puddle todo esse registro. Então, isso foi passado para o software e aí nós tínhamos uma limitação do registro dos sinais, né? Até 5 colunas, vocês sabem que é permitido o registro no sistema. Então, isso foi tudo organizado por ela. Todos os elementos acrescentados, as correções feitas, até que o texto ficasse pronto. Aí o processo foi retomado, o processo de revisão, de organização das colunas, e tendo feito isso, foi convertido em PDF, né? Nós fizemos todas as linhas que são organizadas em colunas, né? E aí ele foi convertido em PDF. O vídeo não tá bom, não tá dando para entender devido tá com algum problema técnico, talvez. E aí os resumos desses trabalhos científicos foram feitos, então, alguns continham a tradução em inglês, outros em espanhol. Então, como que eles estavam organizados, né? A gente, então, precisou ir a buscar na internet os elementos, as referências. Os anexos, as referências, enfim, para fazer o processo de tradução desses materiais para escrita de sinais, o que precisava ser adaptado, enfim. Olá, eu sou Raquel, este é o meu sinal. Eu vou explicar um pouquinho fazer uma reflexão acerca da constituição desse trabalho, então dos resumos que foram traduzidos, né? Então nós temos as teses, os artigos e vocês sabem que uma parte deles chama-se resumo, né? Então nossa equipe de pesquisadores sentiu uma certa dificuldade em fazer as traduções por conta dos termos, que nós não tínhamos equivalentes, e aí fazer a datilologia não parecia ser uma boa alternativa. Então a gente discutiu os termos, buscou o seu significado com os conhecedores desses termos. E aí, gente, a partir dessa explicação, e discussão, né? Chegou a um registro equivalente, né? Por exemplo, algumas palavras, às vezes compostas, né? Elas podem utilizar um empréstimo, né? Um outro sinal existente, de forma a dar suporte à leitura desse resumo pelos surdos, né? E aí que fique claro, que fique inteligível esse conceito. Por exemplo, a gente pode agregar a datilologia, mas de forma resumida, acrescentar um elemento para que o surdo consiga entender esse conceito, esse termo, né? Se o surdo tiver interesse nessa pesquisa ou nesse conceito, ele pode buscar e aí acessar a sua explicação, enfim. Em segundo lugar, passamos à leitura de alguns trechos, algumas frases, enfim, excertos do resumo em português e fizemos a tradução para a escrita de sinais. E aqueles que já tinham contato com aquele conteúdo nos traziam as explicações suficientes para fazer essa tradução. Porém, muitas vezes não ficava claro em escrita de sinais, era necessário complementar a tradução com alguns elementos. Então, fazer complementações, às vezes, antes disso, buscar a explicação do conceito e tentar relacionar com o contexto e assim tentar fazer uma tradução clara e eficiente, né, que funcionasse. Terceiro, a questão dos referentes, por exemplo, no texto em português, você tem uma referência direta e aí você precisa saber e perceber, buscar estratégias de como fazer isso na tradução para escrita de sinais, por exemplo, de pessoas, referente a pessoas, como organizar isso no espaço, por exemplo, que expressões faciais, então tudo isso deve ser percebido do texto fonte no processo de tradução para que seja coerente, não é? E aí, em quarto, passamos para a tradução e a interpretação, que são processos diferentes, não é? Na tradução, você tem uma mensagem, você tem a responsabilidade de passar adiante essa mensagem, obviamente passando por uma reflexão, né? De uma língua para outra, de uma língua falada para Libras, por exemplo. E na tradução é muito mais complexa a responsabilidade por conta de que você tem um texto qualquer em português e você precisa traduzi-lo e você precisa de estratégias de processo de tradução, né? Às vezes você tem que buscar informação. Às vezes ele precisa voltar para o autor várias vezes, né? E aí o tradutor precisa de mais tempo de trabalho, ele precisa refletir mais, ele tem um tempo para isso, ele não pode deixar que isso passe batido, né? Então, ele precisa conhecer os sinais, tem que discutir no seu grupo de pesquisa, no seu grupo de tradutores e profissionais sobre essas dificuldades e fazendo testes até que se tenha uma tradução eficaz. Na interpretação, é mais fácil, porque você tem um ao vivo envolvido aí, né? Um momento é aquele momento de um momento de interpretação, você tem que passar a mensagem adiante, você tem um processo cognitivo, de raciocínio, de estratégia, porém é de uma mensagem que você está passando à frente de forma mais leve, menos pesada, você tem a possibilidade de refletir, resolver na hora com essas estratégias. Na tradução, nós então passamos agora à metodologia, né? Como que nós fizemos a tradução desses resumos? Nós tínhamos então o texto em português, a filmagem em libras e a escrita de sinais. Então são 3 processos aí envolvidos. Então o texto em português, que foi transcrito para escrita de sinais. E aí nós fomos tentando adaptar e deixar com que esses resumos nas suas línguas ficassem equivalentes e parecidos. Agora, só para concluir, a escrita de sinais, ela tem essa importância bastante grande, né? As pessoas leem um texto, elas um texto fonte, um resumo, enfim, elas conseguem arquitetar, imaginar e refletir acerca dele, não é verdade? Nós temos um pesquisador, Silva, que diz da importância da língua de sinais, né? Ele traz a escrita de sinais como fundamental no trabalho, e o trabalho de tradução é bastante interessante quando você tem um texto e o surdo se depara com esse texto em português, na segunda língua, e aí se ele tem o acesso à leitura em escrita de sinais, ele vai fazer as conexões e o entendimento na sua primeira língua de forma mais fácil. E ao invés de ficar questionando e com dúvidas, não é? Então, a escrita de sinais proporciona essa eficácia e clareza. Então, a tradução, nesse sentido, torna-se importante. Então, essa tradução de resumos de teses e artigos científicos, dentre outros trabalhos acadêmicos, para a escrita de sinais, é muito importante. É importante que a gente tenha a informação de que é um suporte para o surdo e também para ouvintes que queiram acessar ao registro da escrita de sinais, né? Então, para que seja algo disponível a todos, porque o surdo ele vai se identificar, obviamente, porque ele pensa na sua língua, ele vai se identificar com um registro feito em escrita de sinais de uma forma melhor. Como a Raquel tinha explicado, os 3 processos de tradução, né? Vocês viram que é algo bastante trabalhoso. Na verdade, a gente tem a tradução não é simples, né? É algo que demora, não é tão simples como a gente pensa, não é um trabalho menor. Ela tem processos árduos de trabalho intenso, então é isso que a gente pretende, e, através desse trabalho, ofertar aos surdos essa possibilidade de acessar esses materiais em escrita de sinais.
Ok.
There we go. Unmute now. I did that. Matson, can you hear us? Here, whoops. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. And we have muted Pedro because he, there was some sound, and there's some music right now. I'm not quite sure where it's coming from. Maybe you have music, Matson?
This is near my home.
Oh, really? You know that, you won't believe this, but I had tree trimmers, gardeners, people to come and they cut the trees, and they were cutting trees right outside my window. And so we had to close everything, and oh yeah. Okay, I'm so sorry. So you have music outside your window. That's fine. I'm celebrating. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead and keep talking now. Tell us what you want to say. That's a beautiful video. Is it finished?
Yes. Pedro, do you want to talk?
Yes, Pedro, we need to unmute you, I guess. Let's see if we can do that. He's muted. Yeah, he unmuted himself, okay?
Yeah.
Pedro, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Is there any problem with my mic, my microphone, or is it okay? Like any sound coming?
We're having some trouble, but it turns out that the music we're hearing is from Matson's house. There's somebody out in the street or something.
Yeah. Okay.
And they're playing music, which actually sounds fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
We would be happy to come and dance.
Yeah, it is a good soundtrack for our presentation.
Yes, there we go. That's well said. So would you like to tell us about the video? We're in English now, but maybe that's not so good. I don't know. Do you want to continue your presentation?
Well, I'd like to express the hardness of making this work of translating the text from Portuguese to sign language, and then from sign language to sign writing.
Yes.
As Madson and Raquel said, it is very hard because you have to get in touch with the author of the text, ask about the words he used, how the person was trying to say something, and then you have to translate from Portuguese to sign language, and then you have to watch carefully how you're gonna translate to sign writing, and in the end you have two things to compare and to see if it's right, if everything is fitting, if it makes sense if you look and read in Portuguese and if you read in sign language. So it is a hard thing to do, but very pleasant. That's what I'd like to say. And I like to thank you all for this opportunity for us to show our hard job, our hard work here, and to share everything that we are producing all over the world. Yeah, that's it.
Well, Pedro, I want you to know that you got two interpreters. You have Matson, whom I was just clicking on, and he was saying something in Libras, I think, for you. And Adam Cross, our ASL interpreter, was signing in ASL for your English. So
okay.
That's what you call service.
Yeah, sure.
But I do understand. I just want you to know. I understand how you feel.
I'm sorry about my English. It's not perfect, but I'm still trying to improve my English.
Oh, your English is excellent. It's really much better than my Portuguese, let me tell you. So please know that your English is excellent. We understand you very, very well. Did you want to say something, Matson?
Yes, I can understand. I'm translating for Libras.
Yes, so if Matson can understand your English well enough to be able to interpret into Libras, you're doing very well.
I get it. I guess it's good enough.
It is. And so let me tell you something, talking about good enough, so is your work in attempting to translate people's dissertations and their master's theses from Portuguese into Libras. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
And then you're trying to write that in sign writing, so you're actually creating dissertations that are truly written in sign language. Isn't that the project?
Yes, that is our project.
Yeah, and how long have you been doing this? I'm sorry, Matson, what did you say?
I will show you the PDFs with the original texts in Portuguese and the final result in sign writing.
I never got them posted. I'm sorry. I'm too exhausted. Okay, I had one document after the other. We just got somebody who just sent us their document for the speech right after this one. See, they're all. It's just the way life is. So I will post them. If you want to put them on your desktop, you could. If you have to show it.
I will show here.
You can show it. That'd be great. Sorry, Steve, I didn't get them up last night.
Okay, just a sec. Okay, this script is
and so
Azevedo.
For his document. Oh, here comes Matson with a document.
In Portuguese. Can you see?
Can you see this, Pedro? Pedro?
Hey, I can hear. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Because the headphones were killing me, so I take it off.
Boy, do I understand that. Okay, Pedro, can you see? I'm going to click on the screen now if I can get it.
Okay, this is the original text in Portuguese.
Sorry, everybody. This isn't working so well. We're going to keep trying. There we come. These are very big documents.
This is all translation for Libras.
Wow.
Wow.
That is, can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Good.
I can see it.
Very, very beautiful. Did you drop it?
Okay. Okay. He is in English and French and Spanish too. Uh, okay. Uh, the other work is Ribeiro. This original text in Portuguese, English, and Libras using SignWriting. This is of the year 2012.
Very good. So did Pedro write this, or did you, or Pedro? We had to mute you briefly, so you'd have to unmute yourself if you want to talk.
And this is the last word.
Did you write that, Pedro?
No, Madson and Raquel did. I just translated from Portuguese to sign language, and then Madson and Raquel translated from sign language to sign writing.
I see. So you did the Libras translation.
Yes, this is the last work.
It's very, and look at that. Isn't that something?
This is a paper of Santos.
Very beautiful, Matson and
Okay.
Pedro.
Okay, just a sec. Ribeiro. Okay.
In around 5 minutes, we have the next presentation.
Okay. This doctorate phrases is translated directly from Portuguese to Libras. Okay. Only this one is directly from Portuguese to Libras. This other two is from Portuguese to Libras in video. So Raquel take transcribing in SignWriting and make many changes and the choices for adaptives for SignWriting.
Very nice.
Okay.
I will post this later. I want to look at it too. I'm sorry. But that's so beautiful. Thank you for showing us. And Pedro, I know you're muted right now, but I want to thank you so much. It's only because there was funny feedback to the sound. There you are. Very glad to see you. And really, thank you so much. Thank you. And for all the hard work you're doing. We appreciate it.
Okay. This is my last work in this symposium. So thank you so much for Valerie, Stevie, the sign interpreters from Brazil, and the Adam too. And thanks for 81 people helping me for translating, for our work is, and for writing all papers too from Libras. Okay.
Well,
thank you so much for all. Valerie, tomorrow I don't will see you.
Well, I think tomorrow we all need to rest a little bit, you know, or maybe get a vacation, possibly. It is just, you've just done a remarkable job, Matson and Raquel, and of course Pedro as well, everybody. And also I want to thank our interpreters, Giselle and Diego. You've all been just fabulous, and we want to thank you for providing the interpreting for Brazil. Yes, I can see Giselle there. There you are. Hi, there you are. Thank you very much, and we'll be in touch. I'll contact you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You did a great job. Great job. Okay, and I'm also going to say goodbye to Matson and Raquel. just for now. I mean, hey, you know, this is only the beginning, right?
Right.
Right, you bet. Thank you very much. It's beautiful to see you all, and I think your work is wonderful with these translations, so you just keep on going, please. We should start doing that here in the U.S. as well. So now we have three more presentations, but oh my, this is the last one from Brazil, so thank you very much. And we're going to have to wait because we're waiting for the next person to arrive. But do you want to say something more, Matson or Pedro? No,
I just want to say thank you everyone for this wonderful symposium, and it was awesome to be here with you sharing our work. Thank you all, really. I really appreciated that. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, and your video is beautiful, and keep up the good work. Bye. Bye-bye. Okay. So,
Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. And goodbye, Giselle, and goodbye, Pedro. And bye-bye, Pedro. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So I'm going to try to find Ron Shalom. I'm sure he's coming soon. Hi, Ron, are you there? Maybe? I'm looking at you. And I'm sure he will be here soon. And Ron has really got a unique presentation from the United States. I joined the Hangout. Hi, Valerie, can you see me? Not yet. He joined, no, that's not him. He joined the Hangout, really? Okay, let me see here. So I haven't, do you see him? I don't see him. But he said he joined the Hangout. So I'm going to invite him once again just in case. He joined the Hangout, invitation posted. So Ron, we don't see you yet. Can you guys hear me? I assume you can.
Yeah, I can hear you. He might be watching rather than...
Okay, let me, I just sent him an invitation, and I'm going to send this again, and I'm going to find the presentation links. Okay, so I'm sending this to you, Ron. If you can hear me, please go to the link of an email I just sent you. Go look in your email. You're not to be watching. See, there's a watcher's link and there's a presenter's link. It's two different worlds. So we're waiting for you here. And meanwhile, I will tell people about, I'm sure you'll find us. You have to. I just sent you the presentation link. You click on it, and that brings you into our Hangout. So, Ron, oh, there's Ron. Yay, hello. We see you. Very good. Cool. This is so cool. I'm glad Ron is here. Let me click on Ron, and here he is. There you are. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. This is wonderful, Ron. Welcome to our Hangout.
Thanks. Yeah, I thought I joined, but I guess I hadn't. I've been watching for most of the day.
Have you? What did you think of most of the day?
Well, I've been very impressed by the amount of work that everyone else has put in. I have a much more modest presentation, I think.
But you know, Ron, yours is also quite unusual and rather innovative, and we all need innovation. So, frankly, I'm really delighted you're here at our symposium. You're in a different world, though. You're not, of course, a sign language expert, are you?
No, not at all. I'm a musician, a composer. So I've been using Sutton sign writing in the music that I've been writing.
Okay, so you start now and just tell us all about it.
Okay. So I decided to write a piece for a facial expressionist and a bassist, and to direct the instructions for the facial expressionist, I chose to use Sutton signwriting, which I had actually been exposed to through Erica Hoffman-Dillaway, who does research on Sutton signwriting. And she's the one who put me in touch with Valerie as well. Yeah, it's been very interesting. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how Sutton signwriting might continue to be used in a musical context, and I'm also going to give some background about composing for movement and gesture in general in classical composition.
Wonderful. We have slides, so if you would like that, we can do that, but whatever you wish. You just tell us what to do.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm not sure if it's been working for anyone else, but when the slides are up or when something is being shown, an image is being shown that's not a person speaking, then you can't see the sign language interpretation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know if that's not true for anyone else.
I'm so sorry to hear that. We were so hoping it was working because it seemed to be. You know, we really are kind of confused, if you want to know the truth, about the whole way the Google Hangout software is functioning with the interpreting. So I am really sorry to hear that, but we cannot go back on that right now at this moment. All we can do is just go forward. And then we will just add the interpreting later. We just don't have much choice because we do have recordings, as you know, of what we're doing. So I think we should just go ahead anyway. I'm sorry that you haven't been able to see everything, but oh well. So I'm going to go back to you, and you just tell us if you want us to show a slide, and we'll just go on. And if the interpreting doesn't show up, we'll add it later, okay?
Okay, so should I talk over the slides then, or should I wait?
What do you think, Steve? You think we should? Yeah, I guess so. I think Steve is there.
Yeah, if he wants to wait, that'd probably be best, and that way we can make sure that we have the interpreter and we don't have to worry about it.
That's true. In other words, the old method maybe was the best, which was different, in which you would say, show slide 1, then we'd go to the slide, and you'd pause and not say another word, and then you'd say, okay, back to me, and then we'd go back to you, and that way we really would get the interpreter, I think. So why don't we do it that way, the old-fashioned way? Okay.
Yeah. So you can start with the first slide.
All right, I'm clicking on slide, Steve, and here we are.
And you can go to the next one as well. I think there are 4 bullet points.
Okay, next slide.
Is there any way to make that be the main screen when it shows? Because right now it's just at the bottom.
Okay, what you do is you click on that little box that looks like a small box to you, and it should come up so you can see it. Other people see what I've been clicking on, which makes it bigger, I hope. As you pointed out, we don't even know what we have in the recording until we go see it. But that's what I thought was happening anyway. So
this is great.
All right, so now, should we stay on the slide again, or should we stay with you?
We can go to the next slide, and there are, you can just pause right there.
Right at the standard notation? Is that what you want? Yeah, okay.
So I'm going to begin by talking about how most music in the Western world is typically composed. There is a system in place that is very popular for Western art music and now for more popular forms of Western music. That's partly systematic and partly linguistic, partly iconographic, and largely symbolic. And that is used to convey much different information. And you can go ahead and show the rest of this slide now.
Okay, so now we're going to the slide.
And you can just pause at the bottom there. So musical notation can take a lot of different forms, but visually written out notation is what predominates. And the example that I've given at the bottom is from a piece by Johann Sebastian Bach, his Inventions and Sinfonias for Keyboard Instruments. The reason I've included it is because it is just an example of something that someone who is trained in reading standard notation would be able to interpret with no difficulty by the age of middle school or so if they had started learning music when they were 5 or 6. And by the time they reach this age, they will have internalized pretty much all of the rules for decoding standard notation. And we can go to the next slide now. And pause right there. So there's some basic information that standard notation conveys. Most importantly and most commonly, the information that's conveyed is pitch and rhythm. And pitch is how high or low a sound is. So if you're looking at a piano, the notes on the top of the piano to the right are the highest notes, and the notes to the lowest are to the leftmost, sorry, are the lowest notes. And that pitch corresponds to fundamental frequency. So higher pitches have a higher fundamental frequency expressed in hertz, and lower notes have a lower fundamental frequency expressed in hertz. And then rhythm, pretty concisely, though it gets more complex, is basically when and for how long a sound occurs. So if you're reading a piece of music, the rhythmic information that you'll get will tell you when the note is to be played in the piece of music and for how long. And so a note, which is the figure in the middle of the slide that you will get to look at again in a second, will most basically convey at least pitch and rhythm. And this is true for all what's called common practice era music, which is music written in Western Europe and places to which this music was exported between about 1600 and 1900. And you can go to the next slide when you're ready.
Next slide, yeah. Wow, look at that.
Just a second. I am pulling something up on my computer at the moment, just for my reference.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so the example that I have up at the moment is an example of actually an educational tool that's called a score identification exercise. And the reason I'm showing this is because in Western art music, there is all of this information that gets encoded and decoded by composers and interpreters. But because the tradition is so rich and so well established, it actually carries much more information than just the notes on the page, as it were. So this is an excerpt from a test that's designed for graduate composers, graduate student composers in a conservatory, and they are expected in this exercise to be able to look at this piece of music and to tell roughly what year it was composed, who is a likely composer, the relevant techniques, the possible form, and all the historical relevance of this information, as well as a complete technical analysis. In this case, this is an excerpt from Richard Strauss's Salome. Composers who are reading this might actually, in fact, know where the excerpt is coming from if they are well-versed enough in the tradition. The point being that this standard notation, this tradition, carries a lot of cultural and historical information, along with simply giving instructions as to what pitches are to be played when and for how long. And all of this information is learned tacitly in order to inform the interpretation of a piece. So that the 12-year-old, for example, who is reading that Bach invention that was shown in the second or so slide, they will be able to read the pitch and the rhythm, but along with that, all of the covert information that's not given just by the notes is how to play the notes, what touch to use on the keyboard, how to express the phrases, how to ornament the phrases, and And these are all things that are a part of learning the notation. And you come to gather this information and to learn the stylistic and aesthetic expectations based on what the music looks like, basically. And you can go to the next slide. Yeah, you can just go through the slide. Can you go back one?
Oh, go back one? Okay.
Yeah, right there. No, right there is perfect. So, beginning in the 20th century, composers began to pursue musical interests radically divergent from the artistic values of common practice era music. And confronted with its limitations as well as its inextricable cultural significance, composers sought to expand and reform or outright abandon standard notation in favor of new techniques that were better suited to their musical aims. And many of these techniques came to be integrated into the standard framework. So some of the things that composers started to write in the 20th century eventually came to be expected for the general musician to be able to read and write. At the same time, a lot of other musical cultures, most importantly jazz probably, came to use an adjusted form of standard notation particular to their needs. And in the same vein, musicologists were forced to devise new notational devices for transcribing unprecedented and non-Western music practices that standard notation couldn't adequately describe. So, for example, most other musical cultures in the world, well, not most, but several other musical cultures in the world use a different scale of pitches than we use in the Western world. It's not really important what a scale is, but basically we have 12 pitches in our scale. And that's just the way it is. Most of our instruments are designed on this 12-tone scale, but other cultures have a lot more. Some cultures have up to 40 pitches in their scale, and 20th century composers also began to incorporate these other scales into their composition. But musicologists were faced with the problem of how to notate these scales that just didn't fit into this existing model of notation. And you can go to the next slide now. This is a piece of music. It is an excerpt from John Cage's Cartridge Music.
Wait, could you stop, Ron, and just let us look for a minute, okay? Just give us a moment.
I forgot. Absolutely.
I know, it's hard because we can't use our eyes both places. So I want to look at this. This is amazing. Wow. So, you know, the sad part is that we can't hear you talk about it while we're looking at it, but right. I'm going to go back to you now. Tell us more about it, and then we'll go back again, okay? Because we need to study that.
Yeah, keep giving me those reminders if I need them.
Yeah, I know. We hearing people forget. Go ahead.
So this is a piece of music written by John Cage in 1960, and it is called Cartridge Music. And I'm just showing this to show that a musician who is trained in standard notation would not be able to interpret this music without specific instructions. And in this case, the instructions are that the musician is supposed to use the cartridges that connect to the needles in phonographs and contact them with whatever other devices the performer prefers, and to basically follow these lines in a pace that the performer sets themselves in order to create a piece of music generated by whatever sounds come out from the motions of the cartridge on the object.
So to summarize this particular slide, this is not the average music, is it? It's using other instrumentation that is not what they used in Bach and Mozart's day. Is that what you're saying?
There are many atypical things about it. The most important of which is that it is written in a way that it would not be obvious to interpret by someone who is familiar with standard notation.
So I'm going to look at it again now. I'm going to click on the slide. Let people look again. So does this notation, is it used by other people? Do you know who uses it, or is it just very individual?
It is extremely individual. In fact, most composers beginning in the 20th century and beyond who write for such idiosyncratic purposes will develop notational systems that are equally idiosyncratic. If not just for their own projects, then, sorry, if not just for a particular piece of music, then just for their own projects. And in fact, one of the points that I want to make is that there isn't really a generalized script system for composing, among many other things, movement and bodily gesture. So this is extremely unusual, but it became a very strong trend in Western art music to compose in unprecedented ways, such as this.
I see. Great.
And we can go to the next slide now.
Okay. Next slide, there. Composing for movement and gesture.
Yeah, and you can go through the whole slide. Back one.
It goes real fast. I can see the animation must go fast. That's what happens.
Oh, I see, I see.
So we're going to go back one. Steve, yeah, somehow it didn't hold.
Great.
Right.
So, one of the many new things that began to interest composers in the 20th century were composing musical or paramusical instructions for performing bodily gestures in a musical context. The articulation of bodily gestures isn't readily incorporated into standard notation, as we saw, and like I just said, there isn't any schema that's popular among composers for encoding these instructions. And pieces that call for the realization of specific gestures, distinct from the realization of a particular sound, that might involve the face or the hands or the arms or other body parts or staging instructions, etc., will almost always require the creation of new notation. And there are a lot of well-known composers with interests along these lines. John Cage was certainly one of them. George Apergui is a composer who is still living and working. And Maurizio Kagel, who was also a prominent 20th century composer. And there are several others. And they each had a distinct way of incorporating physical gesture as instruction into their music and in their notation, in conjunction with or instead of composing along more traditional lines for pitch and rhythm. And I want to show an example of a piece of music that incorporates bodily gesture. So if we go to the next slide.
Yeah, next slide.
And if you click on the link, that's a video of the piece that I would like to show now.
I don't know whether that's going to work. Okay.
Oh yeah, so it's a YouTube video.
Okay.
Well, we'll see if it works. It does. It's not that important, but it would be cool to show. And just a minute or so would be fine. You can exit the video whenever you think people have had enough. It's a pretty fascinating performance.
Very unusual. Is it supposed to be silent? Here, I'll come back to you now because we want to make sure we can have an interpreter.
Sure.
Is it supposed to be silent?
So, no, the piece is not supposed to be silent. The sound didn't come through. But in fact, one of the devices of the piece is that some of these gestures produce sound. That is, some of the gestures for some of the gestures, the performers are instructed to actually hit the drum. And for others of the gestures, they stop just short of hitting the drum. And the composer in this piece is playing with the notion of the performer being the sounds that she herself makes. And unfortunately, all I can show you of the score is what's in that slide, because there are copyright restrictions.
Okay.
But you can see that the composer chose to use, well, I'll let you look at it for a second.
All right, well, I'm going to click on the slide then, and let's see what we get. It's not this, right? This shows the score. Is that what you wanted?
Yes, this one exactly.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So you can see that the composer has chosen to use a modified form of standard notation that incorporates a lot of linguistic instruction as well as some new symbols. In order to write for instructions that standard notation doesn't already accommodate.
When you say notation, do you mean musical notation? It's an important question since we work with movement notation.
Well, the point that I'm making is that this notation uses standard notation in order to direct movement.
What do you mean by standard notation? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
So, standard notation looks like the picture of the note that was on the slide kind of at the beginning.
Okay.
If we go back to this slide in a second, then you will see that there are staves, which are the horizontal lines, as well as note heads with stems. And those are symbols that are derived from standard notation. But it is being used in a novel way.
Yes, true. For sure. So can I go back to that then and look at it for a minute? Steve, could we go back? Oh, sorry. We're not quite there yet, I guess. Can you see this? I don't know what everybody's seeing, but anyway, there are slides, and I like this, and to me, I thought we were getting the interpreter while we talked when we saw it. See, this way I don't think we probably see the interpreter, because somehow there's a full screen or something like that.
Right, yeah, I'm afraid so.
This is not working, Steve. We need to go back to seeing your desktop like you just had. That's where we would see the interpreter. That's where we see the interpreter, I think. Yeah, I'm sorry to say that's it. That's where we need to be. Right, like that. Anyway, there was a page we were just looking at, Steve, that's a little bit later, the one we just looked at. That is a little bit more right in there, that's right. I guess that was it. Yeah, that one. And
yes.
When you say standard notation, you do mean musical notation notes. You see, Ron, I'm not meaning to interrupt you because I really don't want to, but actually this is like a conversation if you don't mind. Because did you know that in the dance notation world, maybe you don't know about the dance notation world, why would you want to know? But in dance notation, there have been developers who developed notation systems that use nothing but musical notes, but they never represented sound ever. They represented the movements of the human body doing ballet. One of them was Stepanov from Russia. I know you know about this. Mm-hmm. So when we say the word notation in my world, the dance notation world, we mean all kinds of things, and we have to say music notes notation or dance notation in front of the word notation, or we don't know which notation we're talking about. I just thought I'd tell you. Kind of funny, huh? So
yeah, that's an important distinction to know.
Yeah, so to say standard notation, I'm saying, well, which one? Which standard are we talking about? You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead, because I want you to truly finish this. It's important to me. I want to see how signwriting is used. Tell us how it's used.
Oh, right, yeah, so this is all backup.
That's right.
Am I speaking slow enough, by the way?
You're doing fine. Adam is so amazing. He signs for me, and I speak much faster than you do.
Yeah, I'm watching those hands flying, so I'm just...
I know, isn't he remarkable? But I do want you to know that It's really something, isn't it?
Yeah.
At our time 2:30, but in other words, you have another 15 minutes.
Okay, so I'm gonna crank this out.
Yes.
So the last example that I want to show of a composer who writes for gesture is another contemporary composer named Mark Pollux. But he writes for physical action in a very different way. The movements are much more subtle, and they are written in relation to musical instruments. And his intention is to compose descriptively of physical activity rather than prescriptively of a particular sound, which I think means that he is instructing performers how to move their fingers or their bodies or their mouths in relation to a musical instrument without prescribing what sound should come out, which is kind of the reverse of standard notation, if you want to take an example, where what was written is the sound that the composer wanted to hear. So if Bach wrote a note for the piano, then what he cared about was hearing that note played in a particular way at a particular time. So Pollux is writing it in a different way, writing for the actions for the instrumentalists, rather than for what sound he expects to hear. And if you go to the next slide, you can let people stare at that for a second. It's a chunky quote from one of his scores.
It says composing for movement and gesture. Is that where? Oh, here's Mark Pollux. Oh, I didn't even see that. Marek Pollux. I see.
And the speaker is an example of the audio, but I doubt it will work well, so we might as well skip it.
Yeah, I don't think that's what we need right now. I want to make sure that in this next 15 minutes that I grasp how sign writing is used. I'd like to see the faces and things like that.
Yeah, that's immediately after this.
Okay. Very interesting, though. I had no idea. So this is not standard notation, is it?
Well, this is a heavily modified form of standard notation, and he provides extensive instructions for how this is to be interpreted, with significant additional information. But I wanted to show this particular excerpt because you can see in this piece of the score that he uses both the modified staves with notes, as well as a particular kind of tablature for the wind instruments that are being written for right now, as well as linguistic information for how the piece is to be played, which is the script at the top left, as well as iconographic symbols that he developed himself, showing what the performer is supposed to do, which are the little squiggly lines, which are supposed to change both the embouchure, which is the mouth shape and the tone that is produced by wind instruments, and the notes that are being played.
Very interesting.
And when people are done staring at that, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so now to the interesting stuff. So sudden sign writing is interesting because it has some unique affordances and limitations as a script system. It is in the context of music. It's kind of like a ready-made script system for non-musical or paramusical or extra-musical gestures that could be used in relation to musical instruments, and that's compatible both with horizontal, which means events based in time, and vertical, meaning things that happen all at once, elements of musical notation, which tend to be very important to composers. You can go to the next slide.
Is this the next slide, Steve?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. So you can go ahead. I think you can speak, Ron, while we're looking at it, because it appears we're seeing the desktop now, which is good. So go ahead and speak while over there.
So there are interesting limitations to sudden sign writing as well. Vagueness, I'm not sure is the right word, but what I mean is that by these symbols retain vagueness, which is something that's shared by all symbolic systems, including notation. So, for example, if I write the note E for a performer, which is like what Bach would have done if he was writing for piano, that could mean a range of things. Does it mean 230 hertz or like 239 hertz? There is a wide range of interpretation that's available to the performer, even within the means of the stylistic and expectations. And it's true, not in an artistic context, it's true for just how we interpret symbolic systems in general, like phonemes. We all know that people with accents will produce sounds that are phonemically consistent with our interpretation, but that sound very different. There are features of the articulation that differ, and yet we still understand which phonemes are being produced. So if we go to the next slide. This is an example of a symbol that I used a couple times in the piece. I'll wait for a second.
I don't even think you... Well, yeah, okay, wait, that's a good...
Okay, so this is an example of a symbol that I used a couple times in the piece. And the instruction that I gave for the performer was that this means eyes half open, open-mouthed smile, and the head tilted toward the wall. But it leaves open how wide open should the mouth be, how many millimeters, what angle should the head be tilted, what should the jaw position be, what should the mouth shape be, and so on. And these are details that are not relevant in a linguistic context. Like if you speak American Sign Language and you perform these actions, then within a complete phrase, you need to do it within only a certain range of motion in order for the audience to be able to tell what you mean, assuming that this has any phonological meaning, which I have no idea if it does. But in an artistic context, in a non-linguistic context, these things are wide open because there's no context for interpretation. There's no precedent for what these things should mean. You can go to the next slide now. So I wrote Problem Child for double bass and facial expression because of an experience that I had mistaking the sound of an instrument for the sound of a human voice. Because for a fleeting moment, the articulation of the sound matched the movement of a person's mouth. So I used Sutton signwriting in conjunction with standard musical notation for the bassist, as well as the International Phonetic Alphabet. So I exploit one of the vaguely defined features of Sutton signwriting, which is mouth shape, in order to specify exactly what I want the mouth to look like, so that I can write for a person that they should have a half-open smile, and then write a particular IPA symbol indicating what vowel it should look like their mouth is making.
Wow.
And if you go to the next slide, I'll just let people read that, which is a quote from my score. And if you go to the next slide, this is an excerpt from the score so people can see what it looks like.
It's amazing. Wow. It's beautiful looking. I like it. But I want to learn to read it, and I'm going to definitely study it later.
Sure. So the score is available online on my website, and everyone is welcome to. I linked to it at the end. Everyone is welcome to check it out, download it.
Okay, good. That's great.
You can go to the next slide now.
Okay.
So there were a couple challenges particular to this piece. It was, first of all, just a first attempt at working with new musical concepts and technical ideas for me. So I consider it much more as a starting point for future things, rather than this like a finished piece itself. But some of the problems are interesting to consider because they reflect generally on the conveniences and challenges of Sutton signwriting in a musical context. And composing the piece was largely tied up in the notation, especially because of my own artistic interests in composing musical situations rather than prescribed activities or specific instructions for what exactly should happen. I wanted to leave a wide range of interpretive possibilities. It creates a lot of particular challenges in the case of this piece. So, for example, although I included notes and note heads with different rhythmic values, I didn't include a prescriptive temporal grid, meaning I didn't give people like an imaginary time frame for how to divide events in time and count them and sequence them, which can leave open a very wide range of interpretations for pace and phrasing and form. And the potential trade-off for this is the loss of the illusory effect achieved by precisely coordinating the articulation of the sounds and the facial expressions. And then, as I have in the slide, the facial expressionist is also positioned in front of the bass in order to amplify the illusory effect, but it means that all of the performance decisions have to be pre-planned and they have to know it, each of them, know exactly what's going to happen, rather than allowing for a more spontaneous interpretation in the performance itself. And you can go to the next slide. And this slide is just an example of how there are events loosely organized in time, but without a specific indication of when and for how long each event should happen.
Uh-huh. And so, Ron, when I'm looking at this, you must excuse I just have to really study it later. Is this giving us positions? Is it giving feeling? Is that what it's doing? It's giving the indication that there's a feeling to the music or to the bass, as you said.
Yeah, you could say. There's a suggestion that things should be a certain way, but because it relies on this tradition of standard notation where people can see a note head and be like, oh, well, I know what that usually means. It probably goes something like this. But I don't specify for exactly how long.
Well, you know what it usually means, but then what does the facial expression give the meaning? Does it give the actual physical facial expression, or does it give feeling or sound?
So to clarify, the top line on the piece is instructions for the facial expressionist. There are two performers. The top line is the instruction for the facial expressionist, and the bottom line is instruction in revised standard notation for the bassist. Okay. So the top line has instructions for exactly what the facial expressionist should do. And we'll see in the video, 2 slides from now, how the performer realizes these instructions. And I give linguistically what each symbol means in the piece. So for example, the 2 symbols in this slide that we can look at again after I finish talking indicate just 2 differences: eyes half open and mouth half open. And beneath each open-mouthed symbol, there is an International Phonetic Alphabet symbol indicating what the mouth half open should more specifically look like. In this case, it's an...
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but it is actually just 2 minutes before your talk should be over. I'm so sorry. I really am. I know that you have a lot more to tell us. And I could go back to the slide, but I also want to make sure that Maria can show up. 1 second for one moment. Maria, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, darling. Well, I'm not seeing you. I think maybe your camera isn't working. I'm not sure.
Okay, hold on.
It may, and you just work on that, and we're going to continue talking with Ron. I just wanted you to be informed, okay? So we're going to continue with Ron. And Ron, I'm going to go back to this slide. Could you maybe go to the next slide or give us a feeling for something else that we could look at quickly? I don't think we see a video.
So let's skip the video, and if you go 2 slides from now.
2 slides from now, yes.
So not the video, but the one after. The slide after this.
Yes, that's all right. There we go.
So this is an excerpt from another score by Mark Pollock showing staging instructions, and I think it's pretty obvious how Sutton signwriting could be used in this context to more specifically direct staging instructions. If you go to the slide after this one.
Okay.
You could also very clearly see how it could be used to augment standard notation, such as what Pollock's used, but in a more constrained context, which is exemplified in the next slide. And you can go to the next slide after that. So let's start for a second. So I used 2 symbols and used a line to indicate a transition between the 2 different gestures, indicating a range of physical possibilities, which is a technique that could be used in a lot of different ways. Much more specifically, you can make the range suit exactly your needs. And there's also just a more interesting question of what differences in movement will be meaningful enough. So, for example, a mouth shape with a certain International Phonetic Alphabet symbol, what makes it different enough in a non-linguistic context and an artistic context? It's interesting because there's nothing for the performer to work against or to work with in interpreting these symbols, so it's kind of completely up to them how to use Sutton signwriting to realize a piece of music.
Absolutely fascinating. So if I were looking at the possible, okay, go ahead, thoughts. I'm talking
that's
to
all. So feel free to contact me at this email. That's my website. It has all my other work as well as this the score for this piece, and it'll have the paper up shortly as well.
Oh, this is just perfect, Ron. Please know I appreciate your work. I hope you know that. And don't feel badly we're pushing you around.
No, I totally understand.
It's funny, running one of these has been really interesting, and I've really enjoyed your talk because it's so totally different. I mean, it's completely, absolutely different. But I was raised in the professional ballet world, you know, and I really love music too, just like so many people do. And even though I don't actually read a musical score, I certainly do work with them when I did dance notation scores, you know, big scores. And we used to put dance writing into musical scores all the time. Mm-hmm. Of course, that's not what you're doing. I realize you've got your own very unique development here. And I want to read it very strongly later and get back to you because I love it. I like the idea of having Sutton signwriting, or at least the facial expressions it appears. And who knows, you might even want to use speech writing at some point if you're really showing vowels and the IPA sounds. That's amazing. So that's something else we can talk about. And I want to say bravo. Thank you so much for coming.
No, thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye, and Adam and Steve, right. Bye, Ron. And Maria, you're showing up, honey. That's great. You're here. Bravo. You made it. And you look wonderful and very clear. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you, Steve, hear Maria?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Well, we welcome you, Maria. This is Steve.
Hi.
And you know Adam, of course, and he's down at the bottom, and he's interpreting for us because we're speaking English. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, Maria.
Sure.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Galia.
Galia. There we go. Thank you. I figured as much after listening to Erica Hoffman-Dillaway's talk. I noticed that she mentioned Maria Galia. And I have been sadly mispronouncing it all these years. I thought you were Galea, so I do apologize.
No problem.
And I think everybody should know that you are more than that now. You are also Dr. Maria Galea, aren't you?
Yes, I've just completed my PhD, which was about sign writing, and it's entitled Sign Writing of Multi-Sign Language and its Development into an Orthography, Linguistic Considerations. And that's what I'd like to talk to you about briefly, very, very briefly today. I also wrote a paper about the linguistic contribution of sign writing, of analyzing sign written text for linguistic investigation. But I'm not going to be talking about that directly. I'll just be pointing to it, if that's okay.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah.
So we're not. Are we going to be showing any slides for you?
I have some presentation notes I sent to Steve in. Yes. I think it's a PDF. I don't know if that will work.
It's up to Steve and you. You can say, Steve, show my PDF, and then we'll do it. Okay.
Okay. And I'll tell him which page number to do to show.
You tell us what.
Okay. So shall I start?
Yes, please do. Please.
Okay. So I heard Claudia Bianchini's presentation, and I think it was the first or second day, I can't remember. And she mentioned Elena Pizzuto, who was a linguist, who's an Italian linguist, who claimed that you cannot fully understand sign languages until you fully represent them. And this was what my thesis was really about, how to represent multi-sign language using sign writing. And I actually analyzed written texts in the literature puddle, and to investigate whether the written text could reveal anything about the linguistics of multi-sign language. We have very little research carried out in multi-sign language because it's such a small language, because it's such a small country, and the resources, human resources, are limited. So using the written text, I was able to come to some conclusions and to come to some descriptions about multi-sign language. So sign writing can contribute to the field of sign linguistics, and that's my main point that I'd like to kind of claim here. I mean, there's proof from the work that I've carried out, and there are other researchers also who have mentioned this. That the lack of a written system for sign language, in a way, it puts sign language at a disadvantage. Whereas spoken languages, they do have written forms, so they can. They're different levels, completely different levels. Anyway, okay. So there are many gaps in sign linguistic research. And due to the lack of a writing system. And today, in 2014, it's the 40 years since the birth of sign writing, it can no longer be claimed that there's not enough data to analyze, because some researchers were kind of claiming that it's still in its and it is in the beginning stages, but still, I have analyzed the sign puddle in quite considerable depth, and I've come to realize that there are some languages, sign languages, that are using sign writing actively, and they do have a significant amount of data and written texts that are available there, and that are already there and available in the public for researchers, sign linguists, to analyze whenever they like. So if you could show, Steve, if you could show page 1, please, from my presentation notes.
Yeah, I'm sure he heard you.
Okay.
Page 1. So I'm going to click on this, and we'll see what we get. There we go. Wow, I can see it. I don't know whether we're going to see the interpreter. That's another story.
I'm not sure. Okay, well, maybe you can just show it and then take it off. And
Let's do that. Let's just be quiet for 1 minute and look.
Okay.
Okay, back to you.
I think that's fine. Yeah, and so the 10 active sign puddles that I found were the ASL Bible, the Brazil, the Czech Republic, Germany, Malta, Nicaragua, Norway, Spain, Tunisia, and United States. These are literature puddles, okay, not dictionary puddles. They're the literature puddles. And they were active in 2012 and 2014, and they were the ones that I analyzed. I couldn't analyze these puddles in too much depth because of the different sign languages involved, naturally. And another shortcoming with this, with the sign puddle, as I've already mentioned to Stephen in some conversations we had about this, is that the lack of variables that we can't identify the exact amount of writers and ages, the age of writers, and other variables that might be interesting to conduct further research. But I think that the literature sign puddles are a wonderful resource that can be used to to make cross comparisons and comparative studies between other sign languages in the future. So that's an area for future research. I'd just like to show page 2. Well, not just that.
Click on it now.
Okay. Okay, if you could put it down, because I still have to sort of talk about what it is, because otherwise it's just nonsense. Well, I also investigated the whole 81 puddles to see which ones were truly active and which were less active. And the ones that are highlighted in yellow are the ones which weren't active over the 1.5 year, and the ones in blue were active. So that's a whole list of this. So if everybody needs these stuff, I'll put them up on the website.
Yeah, we'll look again. How about that?
And they can get information to this, so we can hurry on. Okay, and so from the research, this is just a very small part of the study that I carried out, but I wanted to kind of place multi-sign language in its wider context of sign puddle. And from the analysis of the puddles, I came to 2 conclusions mainly, which the first conclusion is that every glyph set used, there's a general assumption, and it's been stated that no sign language requires the whole glyph set of ISWA 2010, but that's kind of an assumption. And this, the work I carried out for this section confirms that very strongly, that none of these 10 literature puddles have ever used the full glyph set of base symbols of the ISWA 2010. So this validates that assumption. That's one conclusion I could get to. And the other conclusion was that from these 10 literature puddles, there is evidence, clear evidence, that different choices are being made when using sign writing. And I think that's a very important thing to note, okay? Because different choices result in the evolution of a writing system into an orthography. So with time and use, different orthographies are evolving from one system, which is sign writing. So I think sign writing is kind of evolving now to the stage where, rather than talking of sign writing as a general system, it's like talking of the Latin script. It's no longer talking of it. We no longer talk of the Latin script, but rather we talk of the English alphabet, or whatever Maltese alphabet uses the Latin script. It's the same thing that's happening here. I think it's evolving now. Sign writing is evolving into different orthographies for different sign languages. The way I use the term orthography, by the way, is that when a sign language puts sign writing to use, then we immediately talk of an orthography. Because once a writing system is being put to use, different choices and decisions are being made about how to apply that writing system, and they will deviate from the original rules of sign writing, because then each sign language will make up their own kind of rules of how to write their own sign languages. And this is a very fascinating area, which would be other researchers can investigate at this point in time, I think. Okay, so mainly that's what I really wanted to say. I must have gone really fast. Go through.
Well, that's actually fine. I have lots of questions.
Any other questions? Sure. If you'd like to see, just to show you the different glyph choices being made by different puddles, you can go to page 6 and Well, just to see a few of the symbols. There are other symbols, but just page 6 just shows some, like the AS. If you can see on the first column, there are the different puddles and the different number of glyphs being used by different puddles. And to make a general conclusion to that, let me just see where it is. Okay, if you go to page 5, am I going too fast?
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to fathom it. Where are we? We're on page 6 right now. So go back to page 5.
Okay, sorry. You go back to page 5. You can see how many space symbol glyphs have been used by the different puddles.
Okay, wait.
They're all much smaller. So ISWA 2010 has. There's 639. I know there's 652. It's just that I excluded the detailed location punctuation because they couldn't be. I couldn't calculate those.
Maria, I need you to stop because I'm lost. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Of course, it's been a really long day for me, so that's maybe partly. But it's also that the first thing I want everyone to understand is that Maria has done incredible work. I never had a chance to really introduce you. It has been, at least a decade, isn't that right, that you've been working on your dissertation? Isn't that true?
I've been working on my dissertation for about 5 years, but before I was working on sign writing for my master's and my undergraduate thesis.
Yes, so it's been many years, and you know sign writing so well, and you've been working with it for so long that it's almost like natural for you to be calling a file a puddle. But not everybody even knows that. Since we are presenting to a very big world, we really don't know who is watching. And at this moment in time, I can't tell, but I found out that we had around 300 people at a time at one point, that kind of thing. So I hope that all the 300 people who are watching know what a puddle is, but just in case you don't, it is the name of a file when you're using SignPuddle Online, which is the software that Steve Slavinsky developed, and which we have been using for a long time. Isn't that right? Yeah, so when you say that a certain puddle from a certain country, we're talking about a country that has been going up on the software SignPuddle Online and writing free, and just when they want to write something, they can just write it right there in their language. And you've been studying that process, haven't you?
Yes. Well, yes. Only as I didn't go into too much depth. I mean, I did study this aspect mainly to place multi-sign language into, and the writing system, and the orthography of multi-sign into a wider context. But yes, I did investigate this.
And so with Malta, I'm looking at this PDF, and I'm going to come back to you because we were losing our interpreter maybe if I don't see you face to face. But in Malta, you have written multi-sign language, haven't you?
Yes.
And although I know we're diverting for a minute, could you tell us what some of the documents are that you've written?
Okay, we've written children's stories, so translations from storybooks, children's storybooks, and we've written some excerpts and verses from the New Testament, which were then gathered together, and we kind of produced the Christmas story, selected verses of the Christmas story. So translations from the Gospel of Luke and Matthew, just a few verses though. And there are also some prayers, traditional prayers, which we have placed there. That's it mainly. So.
Well, you've also done dictionaries, haven't you? Of course, that may not be.
This is the yes, there's Professor Maria Alexander, who has published the multi-sign language dictionary, and it's still in process, so we hope to have more volumes coming out. Yes, that was back in 2003 when the first dictionary came out, and we had used sign writing back then as part of the dictionary.
I think it's about the late 1990s that Dr. Alexander, I think, started using sign writing in some way. And then I guess was she your mentor for your?
I was an undergraduate student in 1998 when Professor Maria Alexander was teaching me at the time, and she had introduced sign writing. And I was just fascinated by the system. And back then it was the old videos, and we used to. I transcribed handwritten in the earlier days,
Is that right?
Yeah.
And that's wonderful. So you have a long history. The country Malta has been using sign writing for a long time. I mean, that that alone is amazing. That story. Yeah.
And I'd like to add that the deaf people in Malta, they have taken to sign writing very warmly. They feel very proud of the writing system. In my thesis, I worked with 10 deaf participants who contributed to and I'm very grateful to them for their help. And they are readers of sign writing. So we have, although 10 sounds like a small number, it is a very large number when you consider that the deaf community is so small here in Malta. And then they kind of show sign writing to their friends and their peers. So we're not quite sure if it has spread even a little bit more than that.
Oh, I have a feeling it has. And your work, I think, is going to start to sink in. You know, it's a really thick dissertation. My memory is you have, what, about 600 pages? Or
Yes.
How many pages do you have?
Yeah, there's about 630, 650. But it's full of diagrams, so don't be disheartened if you want to read it.
And I was blessed to supposedly be an advisor, but I felt so badly because I really never read all 600 pages. I apologize, Maria.
No, but you were a supervisor because you've been very active and active helper since the beginning. We've been in contact with you since then, so yeah.
You did a beautiful job, and I actually, when I started reading your work, I started to realize that you're a linguist. And I know that sounds funny, but I started to grasp that you were seeing sign writing from that perspective, which is exactly what you should do, and I'm glad you did, and yet I'm not. And it was wonderful to hear about the system from your perspective, and I loved it. In fact, I don't know, later on we just have to talk about what's going to happen because there are certain excerpts from it I would love to get written. There's really some beautiful writing in there.
Yes, I hope to make the thesis available.
Sure, in time whenever I know it just happened. You see, it was on July 9th, I think. Isn't that right, that you defended your dissertation?
Yes.
That's just a couple weeks ago. In fact, Dr. Erica Hoffman-Dillaway was one of the people who reviewed your defense. Isn't that true?
Yes. Yes.
I even saw you and Erica in photos in Malta on Facebook. So you must have had some relaxed time after the defense, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
That's good. I'm so glad. Well, anyway, I was really excited to hear from Dr. Alexandra that all went well and that you are now Dr. Maria Gallia, and no surprise. And the reason I'm bringing this up for everybody is I'd like them to understand that there's a long history in Malta with using sign writing, and that Maria is carrying it forward now to the next generation in a new way, because Maria has analyzed, for example, how many symbols are used from each country to write a certain language. I guess what you're trying to point out, Maria, is that like you just said, you said the Latin alphabet. Here in the United States, at least I tend to say the Roman alphabet. I think that's just a slight difference in our cultures or language or something. But nonetheless, it's the same thing, isn't it? We're talking about A, B, C. It all looks very similar under that Roman or Latin umbrella. And how in Denmark, for example, they have different symbols that we don't have in the English alphabet. They add an A with a little circle over it, and they add an O and E that blends together and becomes an O with a slash. Those little extra symbols are how each country has their own unique symbols from the Roman alphabet. Isn't that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and so therefore yes, go ahead.
And the thing is that sign writing, as it is being used very phonetically, which means that people try to make a recipe of how they sound, but in actual fact, what is needed is a representation, just enough information to read the sign, which is different. It's a written representation. And just to give you an example of, if you could, I'm not sure. Is it working when I show the slides or not? Because I can't see.
Valerie has to show the slide.
Sorry?
Valerie has to show the slides.
Okay. So if you could show slide.
I did show it, so let's try. Slide
Page
9.
Page 9.
Page 9.
Because my point, can't talk when the slide is up. So. Okay, my point is, is the interpreter on right now? Yeah? Okay, so my point is that
wait, I'm sorry, I don't think it is. I don't really know, but unless we could see that.
Just in case, the thing is that...
okay, I'm going to click on Maria now. Okay. You're back, Maria.
The analysis of the work was actually looking for what was not readable, what couldn't be read, meant that it wasn't perhaps adequately represented in sign writing. So there are a few examples, such as the sign sheesh what, and when you sign this, you just sign it, loosely. And so when we had sign writing, we signed it as we sign it, which was right under the head. But in actual fact, it could be read much more clearer when it was placed right at the top of the head on the right side, which indicates that the position of the head to the position of the head glyph with the handshake is the salient feature of the sign. And another example is last Sunday, where we say last Sunday, and we used to sign it with just the shoulder glyph, the handshake glyph, and the arrow. But then there was one deaf sign writer who added an arrow to the shoulder, so it was with the shoulder glyph, the arrow, and then the handshake and the movement, and that could be read much more clearer than the other spelling. And so sign writing shows the salient features of the sign, the evolution of analyzing the evolution of the writing system helps a linguist identify what the salient features of the sign are. Another example is 1, 2, and 3 in Maltese, which when I'm signing to you loosely, I could just sign 1, 2, and 3. But when they were represented in written form, just as 1, 2, and 3 in this rotation, they couldn't be read as clearly as they could be read when they were slightly rotated, which was 1, 2, and 3. So the fact that the hand can be read easier when it is slightly rotated indicates that it is a salient feature of those signs. And this can be, the same thing can be applied to other areas of the language, such as the morphology and syntax. So sign writing, analyzing sign writing text will help, the readability of sign writing text will help a linguist discover the salient features of the signs, and that's the whole point. So I hope that makes sense. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
I had to unmute. No, don't worry, that was me. Okay. Sometimes we have issues with sound where one person's mic will interfere with another, so I had to mute myself. Can you imagine? And so that way you could talk without any noise. So I had to unmute myself to say something. I'm sorry. Anyway, no, everything's cool. Okay, so did you know, I'm sure you know, that a while back Adam Frost tried to pin down what handshakes were used to write American Sign Language. That in our sign puddle, just so everybody knows, we've been using the ISWA 2010, which is really a large symbol set. And because it's such a large symbol set, there are many handshakes that aren't used in every sign language. They are used somewhere, but only probably in some cases by one country. I actually ended up adding handshakes for Ethiopia that I suspect are not used in most countries. And at the time that I did it, I felt worried about this very fact, that it was almost overloading the rest of the world with these symbols that they probably wouldn't be using every day. So it is true that we could possibly hone down and get separate puddles or separate symbol sets for every country. Have you worked on that for Maltese Sign Language?
Yes. One of the conclusions to the work. I can hear myself. Sorry. Thank you. one of the conclusions to the work is the Maltese grapheme set. So from a glyph set, moving towards a grapheme set. And I came up, I didn't reduce the hand shapes that much from the analysis, but the movement glyphs were reduced drastically. So there were much fewer symbols for much fewer glyphs that are required, because at the end of the whole work, I kind of formulated a manual that could be used to teach Maltese, the writing of Maltese Sign Language. And so the glyph sets are much, much smaller than what is there in ISWA. And this is, I think, is the value of studying each sign language separately and coming up with different glyph sets. I imagine, I'm not a programmer, so I wouldn't know, but I would imagine that to have to adapt sign writing into a keyboard, it would be much easier if you had just the glyph set, which is a much more smaller symbol set for a given language. And perhaps this is the way. Perhaps this is the future. You know, investigating the different texts, different sign languages in their individually come up with different. It's the same way as you have we have here in Malta we speak Maltese and English, and we have a Maltese alphabet and we have an English alphabet. They're different. I think it's the same thing. That will happen naturally, probably.
It will happen naturally, but from a software point of view, we do have to also move it along to help people so they can maybe create their documents with less frustration.
Yes, especially because sign languages are minority languages, so you would need to, and they're probably never going to be, you know, the standard language of a country. So yes, you need to, I think the need to investigate these things will help the process. Yeah.
And if you have the symbol set you feel is correct for Maltese Sign Language, I think in time Steve and I and even perhaps Adam, we could focus on getting that up for you just with that symbol set. I'm not quite sure how we could do that, but we could try some kind of, I mean, Steve knows better than I.
Yeah, you could use the symbol set as a pilot to see what would happen if you had to investigate ASL in the same way, and then you could use that to then establish ASL, the sign writing of ASL, rather than having it. I think this is perhaps the it makes sign writing so wonderful that there are so many glyphs, but at the same time, it's one of the limitations, I think. So actually studying each sign language individually will automatically reduce the glyph set much, much drastically.
Yes. Now, do you have it pinned down for Maltese Sign Language yet?
Yes. I haven't got it. I haven't got it in the presentation here, but yes, I do.
That's fabulous. I'm glad to hear that. Do you mind if I put Steve on for just a minute? He can share with us what would be involved to get a sign puddle to work that way. I am going to have to mute myself as my guest, and then I'm going to click on Steve here. Go ahead, Steve. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. With the sign puddle, we can analyze any puddle and we can come up with an automatic reduction of the set, and then we can manually go over that and tweak that so we add ones that we need and take ones that we don't really need. The new sign maker that I'm designing works on various symbol sets, so you can use whatever reduced symbol set that you want, and that way when you're dealing with the sign maker, you're not overwhelmed with all those hand shapes. You're only shown the ones that you really need to use.
Okay.
So Steve, what you're saying is that you're already working towards that development. Is that right?
That is right.
Wow. Hey, Maria, we're closer than we thought.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. I'm delighted about that. I didn't know that. So tell me about your dissertation. What is your future, Maria? What would you like to do with sign writing now in the future in Malta?
Okay. I think I like to use the manual that has been created to see and teach it to deaf people as it is, and then have them create their own writings to see what they do with it. I think that would be a good next step to see how this can be applied and how it can be used, and to check and to test whether it is truly appropriate and whether it's accepted, because the orthography has to be accepted by the deaf community. That is a must, because it's their language and we're just here supporting it. And then other areas, this could go, this could go, in many different directions. It could be, the manual could be used then in Malta for education, for deaf students to learn sign writing, and then hopefully bridge in literacy, as a bridge in literacy, to learn the written languages, because they need those ultimately in their education. And I don't know, speech therapy, many works could come out of this. So programming, but that wouldn't be my area, but it could be used, for others too.
Well, I want to, if you can hear me now, I hope. We're having sound issues, that's why, honey. It's just technology, I tell you. Well, I think this is, I'm thrilled, Maria. Thank you so much for choosing to present so soon after defending your dissertation, after working for so many years on a 600-page document that was so overwhelming. I'm just so impressed with your strength and courage. And you've also contributed so much to sign writing's history already. And now, if you can help us hone down what symbols are needed for different sign languages, but especially Maltese Sign Language, I think that would be a major step forward. Would you like to say something now to say goodbye? Because I'm starting to tire, and I'm going to talk a little bit about my own talk. And if it makes you feel any better, I haven't even begun to be prepared. So I guess everybody's going to have to listen to me ramble. And then we're going to close the presentation. So tell me, what more would you like to tell everybody?
Basically that's it. If anybody wants to read the work, like I said, it will be available online very soon. And then there's the paper, which is just a section of the work, which is available right now. I'll finish that. So, and if anyone wants to contact me or any further questions, just please feel free to do so. That's it. And thank you. I'd like to thank I thank you and Adam and Steve, because Steve was instrumental in establishing, the archive that I needed, and whenever I needed help, with Sign Puddle, and he was a lot of help. So I'd like to thank all of you, and well done for the symposium, because I think it's been a wonderful experience. Did you manage to get breaks? So I was wondering, did you manage to find time to snack and eat? That was my worry.
Well, that is actually when we redesign the next symposium, because I'm sure we will have more. This has been an exciting, really thrilling experience in many ways. There's just one problem. I scheduled every presentation one after the other to fit exactly into 8 hours, because we can't have more than 8 hours on Google Hangouts at one time. Yes. And there were 40 presentations, so I had 10 a day for 4 days in a row. That all sounded reasonable, but I never thought about breaks. No, we haven't been able to stand up and eat, although, of course, Nancy Romero came to help, and everybody's been wonderful. Thank you, Nancy. And certainly we're okay, aren't we, Steve? Aren't we, Adam? But yes, there we go. At least we have thumbs. But I'm sure you felt that way too, Maria, when you were doing your dissertation. They're always marathons, aren't there, to get something accomplished in life. But
definitely.
After it's done, I'm sure you must.
You'll learn from your mistakes, so next time it will be different.
Right. Next time it will be even more exciting. And yeah, maybe we won't do 8 hours in a row. Maybe we'll actually have scheduled breaks. So that's all relevant to you. You are wonderful to come and be presentation 39. And by the way, your webpage at the moment isn't very well developed because I haven't worked on it. But presentation 39's webpage will evolve, everybody. I'm going to start posting Dr. Galia's work. And we're going to slowly but surely show a real presentation page that gives people a perspective on your amazing research. Congratulations, Maria, on becoming a PhD. Congratulations. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, and we're going to say goodbye, and I'm going to stay here with my two friends. Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so, all right, this presentation now is the final presentation of the SignWriting Symposium 2014. I left mine for last. It's number 40, so if you want to see my presentation page, it's presentation 40. And on the presentation page, which you can look later, I don't think it's necessary to have a visual through this right now. We have all been so busy with visuals, and perhaps it's better to have Adam simply interpret for me so that at least everybody can understand a little bit about the background behind SignWriting. The presentation page 40 is not complete, just as nobody's really ever will be, because there's always more to say, isn't there, about anybody's life or anybody's work. And SignWriting is my life's work, which is the reason why it means so much to me to have my presentation 40 page really finished. So I just want you to know there's an abstract up there that you may read later. And essentially, I'm just going to verbalize basically what I said in that abstract. The general paper, which I do plan to write, which will be long, and I'm going to post later. And also I hope to do a PowerPoint someday as well that will mirror what I say in the paper. I'm planning to talk about the history of SignWriting and how the script evolved. So it isn't just the history of I went here and then I did that. It's more than that, although that is a part of the history of SignWriting too. The real amazing history that has never really been documented on my end is how and why we changed certain symbols, and then why those symbols evolved into something else. And sometimes when we've been on the SignWriting list, which is such a meaningful group of people, I have found that I had trouble explaining why a certain symbol was the way it was, because there was a history. And I realized, well, that happened. Oh, then that symbol changed over here. And how come we did that? And we had been using SignWriting in a stable way for so many years that when I look back, when I really look back 40 years ago, the difference is so enormous that it really makes you wonder, how did it evolve where it is today? Well, first of all, it wasn't done alone. This did start out to be my writing system, but it certainly isn't now. Now it's everybody's writing system, and truly, if you think I have any control over it, I do not, and I don't want any. I want to make that really, really clear. Somebody said to me the other day, well, how come they were allowed to do that? And I thought to myself, well, first of all, how would I control them not to do that? And second of all, why would I want to? I want everyone to write exactly as they see fit, because what I have learned is that people really do want to communicate, and so they're not going to hurt the system on purpose. They instead try to make it work so people can understand them, and sometimes they just happen across something that really works well, and everybody says, yes, we understand that, and all of us move in that direction. It's just like the natural evolution of any other writing system that's used by tens of thousands of people. So SignWriting was originally my invention, but it didn't just start there. I was born in New York City and moved to California when I was 8. And around age 10, I decided with my mother and father to try to become a professional ballet dancer. I got excited about ballet. I loved it. There was no deafness in our family. It had nothing to do with that. I knew nothing about sign language, although as all people who love to dance, I think all dancers are very attracted to sign language since it's very beautiful. But that was about it. And I did go into training where I tried to dance 5 hours a day, and I wanted to be a professional ballet dancer, but there was something else inside me. It's hard to explain this. I only know that I needed something a little more intellectual as well. Not that dancers aren't brilliant. They are. Please know that. It's just simply that I personally wanted something to study. And I was in the dressing rooms of a studio, and there was a book sitting on a couch, and it had different notation systems and history of dance and other things in this great big book as well. And I was leafing through it, and there was a system called Friedrich Albert Zorn's stick figure dance notation system. Now, Friedrich Albert Zorn, it's spelled Z-O-R-N, was back in the 1800s. And his stick figure dance notation system wasn't something totally new. Stick figures have been around since the beginning of time. We all know that. Everybody uses stick figures. Anybody does. Even a new child in the world would use a stick figure when they want to. So it's natural to the human brain, I think, to write lines for people and show them on caveman walls, right? But then over time in the dance world, there were notation systems over time, and one of them was Friedrich Albert Zorn's. And it just happens that his writing system is really cute. He placed the stick figure drawings on a 5-line staff. He even gave the girls little skirts sometimes. And he showed men and women dancing together on the 5-line staff, and he even showed intertwining of 5-line staves under musical notes. And he had pattern stages. And if you look at my dance writing later, you can see the influence is quite direct, because I had pattern stages too in Southern dance writing later. I also want you to understand that I did not study Friedrich Albert Zorn's system. It isn't like that at all. I just got inspired by looking at it. Ah, wow, I can do that, I said to myself. And I started writing down the dances that I was learning in the rehearsals I was in. And I slowly started having stick figure notation scores, just for me. I was age 15 and 16. I didn't think of it to be ever used for anybody else. And as it turned out, I did end up doing some choreography for a school play that had some dances. I was invited back to my 8th grade teacher's classes after I was in high school. And I did some choreography for this school play, and I wrote it in my stick figure notation system. That was my first real document. And then time went by, and I decided at age 19 to go to Denmark. And I am not Danish. I have no Danish in my background, but my parents were wonderful and gave me the chance to go to Copenhagen, Denmark in the summer of 1970. I was 19 years old. I studied there with a teacher of the Kirov Ballet Company, which is a Russian ballet company that's world famous. Her name was Nina Belikova. She was one of the great teachers of the Kirov Ballet. It was a chance of a lifetime. And so at age 19, I went to this Copenhagen workshop where Nina Belikova was teaching. And of course, I enjoyed the workshop very much. But while I was there were also classes teaching August Bournonville's dance system that is the Royal Danish Ballet's system of training. And the Royal Danish Ballet, of course, I was in Denmark. So I took those classes too. I found out that August Bournonville was the director of the Royal Danish Ballet in 1832, and that he had beautiful choreography and a style of ballet training that should be preserved. And when I found out that at that time, no one at the Royal Danish Ballet had written those dances down, and they were being passed along generation by example, and of course they must have been changing to a certain extent every generation just by the game of telephone, you know, the idea that things do change if you don't record them. I contacted a very wonderful woman named Edel Peterson, who was the expert at the Royal Danish Ballet before she retired. She was elderly at the time. And I asked her if she would let me preserve her memory of what they called the Bournonville schools. And so every day for 2 years, I visited Edel Peterson's home, had breakfast on her dining room table in a place called Charlottenlund, which is outside of Copenhagen. And she would dance with the fingers, because she was older and she couldn't dance anymore, although she was still pretty good, actually. And I sat with my pieces of paper and I wrote what she did. And over time, I realized that my stick figure notation system, which had truly changed greatly since the Friedrich Albert Zorn inspiration, was pretty detailed, and it did better than the word description that some dancers used. So I ended up wanting to preserve the Royal Danish Ballet system of training in Sutton dance writing. I returned to the United States at the end of 1972, and for 1 year, which is California, for 1 year I wrote this book. See? And at the end of 1973, in December, this book was published. It's called Sutton Movement Shorthand. And then, of course, the joke is Book 1, The Classical Ballet Key. And the reason why that's funny is that from that time on, I had a book 1, a book 2, a book 3, a book 4. I always have book 1s, book 2s, book 3s, book 4s. I even had them as a child when I was putting books together, which seems to be my thing. So, to make a long story short, I took my stick figure notation system, developed it through writing the Bournonville schools from the Royal Danish Ballet system of training, and got the courage to write up my writing system. Now, the one thing about this is that we officially announced it in February 1974. Listen to the date. That is exactly 40 years ago, everybody. And sign writing, because sign writing came in 6 months, sign writing and dance writing and Sutton movement writing is 40 years old this year, 2014. I'm older than I look, and that's okay by me because I am very, very inspired by all of the presentations here at the SignWriting Symposium. It's like a great big celebration of our 40 years. This book, notice, is called Sutton Movement Shorthand, but we found out very quickly that really it was not a shorthand, it was a writing system, and that we also could develop a shorthand. So later on, we called it Sutton Movement Writing and Shorthand, and that became the name of my invention. It started out with what we call Sutton Dance Writing, which is what this book is, and then later it became, there was another section for Sutton Sign Writing, another section for Classic Pantomime Writing, which we called Mime Writing, and we also had sports writing. We've even written skateboarding, we've written ice skating, we've written gymnastics, lots of stuff. And then the gesture writing analysis area, which is kind of for scientific studies, is what I call movement writing. In 1974, I sent the book to the Queen of Denmark because the Queen of Denmark was a student of ballet of my teacher, Edel Petersen. Isn't that fun? My teacher was her teacher. And so I sent a note to the Queen of Denmark and gave her this book and said, because of Denmark, the beautiful country that I lived in for 2 years, we now have a writing system. And I want you to know that I am preserving the Royal Danish Ballet system of training in this system. And I got a lovely letter back from her secretary thanking us for the book. And about 3 weeks later, I get a letter from the Royal Theatre, the Royal Danish Ballet's director of the Royal Theatre, Fleming Flint, saying, "Here, Miss Sutton, we have a copy of your book on our desk, and we would like to invite you to come back to Denmark to please teach our company, the Royal Danish Ballet, how to read and write dance." So I was invited back to Denmark, and I realized that I could come early. And I got another invitation to teach dance writing at another ballet company called the Tivoli Ballet at Tivoli Gardens. It was directed by Niels Bjorn Larsen, and it is located in the Pantomime Theater. For those of you who are familiar with Denmark, you enter the Tivoli Gardens, and right to the left is this very historic stage. Open seats outside, and a beautiful stage. And the stage is raked. It's on a slant. And it's a historic stage where mime artists would pantomime. That's why it's called the Pantomime Theater. And they had a ballet company. And the ballet company wanted to learn dance writing as well. So I went early because I didn't teach the Royal Danish Ballet until the fall. The summer of 1974 really is the beginning of the true Sutton movement writing system. Because when I arrived, I went to the Tivoli Gardens and started teaching the company. We had to sit on the raked stage because, you know, there was nobody performing at the time, and all the dancers had no other place to sit. So we all took our ballet clothes and put on a jacket and sat down on this raked stage that was open to the air. And everybody got all of their books out, and we had a pad of paper out, and we were writing dance. I suddenly realized that this raked stage, what is that all about? A raked stage is a slanted stage that historically takes care of depth. In the old days, they didn't have audiences that were slanted up so they could see everything. They just had a flat audience. So how could they see people on the stage that were behind each other? They slanted the stage itself so that the poor performers had to literally stand at a slope so that they could be seen in the back. That's a raked stage. One of the dancers said to me, how are we going to write depth? How are we going to write 1 foot behind the other? I said, why don't we write it on a raked stage? And from that day on, I can give it to the Tivoli Gardens. That was why we have certain depth written the way it is, especially in dance writing. We make a leg shorter if it's behind you. It's a long story. This is not dance writing class, but I'm just trying to tell you that that was the beginning of depth in dance writing. During this time, there was a performer of mime, pantomime, at the Pantomime Theater. Makes sense, right? But guess what? He was an American. So, of course, I got to know him. His name is Robin Merman. Robin is actually a very famous mime artist. And Robin was trained by Etienne Descroux, a mime artist from Paris. In other words, Etienne Descroux is probably considered, at the time anyway, the world's greatest classic pantomime teacher. Etienne Descroux was the teacher of the famous Marcel Marceau. So to study with Etienne Descroux was an honor. And Robin Merman was his student. At least that's my memory of it. And so I said to Robin, you know, I would like to write the movements of classic pantomime. And he and I started working together. He even invited me to go over to the Circus Benevice, the circus over across the street. And I watched him be a clown in the circus. It was wonderful. He's terrific. And he's now living in Maine, which is a state in the United States. I need to contact Robin. But we started writing classic pantomime, and that became Sutton Mime Writing. And mime writing is a little bit more than just acting, believe me, and it's not the gestures that we talk about in the sign language linguistic professions, not at all. Classic pantomime is very, very orderly, and they take their rib cage and they move it over in chunks. Now, I can't do these things, but I can write them because we really did write classic pantomime. We had thick pages. And later on, when I was a faculty member of the Boston Conservatory of Music in Boston in the dance department, one of my dance writing students actually traveled to Paris and studied with Etienne Descroux and came back with a huge notebook of written pantomime. So I have to go out in my garage and find all those papers. Don't tell me. I know. I ought to keep them more organized. But I want to find them and get them up online because it's about time that the classic pantomime of our writing, mime writing, comes back. So when you look at those documents, you will notice why we have tilts, you know, and those little polywogs that you know, go forward and go back. And we can do just the upper body. That's the rib cage going over here or over there. Because if you ever looked at Marcel Marceau when he was creating a wall, he could put himself over like this, you know, and in a way that I'm not trained to do. But our writing system could do it because of the summer of 1974. And then, what else happened in 1974? A lot. Niels Bjorn Larsen had a friend. Well, actually, he had many friends. I met a whole bunch of important people related to sign writing. But the first thing that happened was I met his son-in-law, actually, Rolf Kuschel. Rolf Kuschel is a linguist in the sign language profession. And Rolf actually studied the movements of a deaf person on a South Pacific island. And this research project was done back in the 70s. This is 1974 we're talking about. And sign language research was pretty new at that time. But Ralph Kuchel went to a South Pacific island, and there was a deaf person who was the only one on the whole island, because apparently deaf people weren't really allowed to live unless, as babies, I mean, unless they were the son of the chief of the island. This boy was. And it was a very unique sign language, and he asked me to write it. Now, this did come out several years later, but we did do a little booklet together on writing the movements of a sign language in a South Pacific island, in which this particular deaf person had nobody else to talk to who was deaf on the whole island, so he was pretty isolated. He had full body signs, and so I was actually using some of dance writing to show these, because it was also the lower body. He'd squat when he wanted to show things, etc. Then I heard that it was time for me to work with the Royal Danish Ballet. And I went to Fleming Flint, the director of the Royal Danish Ballet, and we arranged that I would teach every morning to the very exhausted dancers. Of all things, they would dance until late in the evening in performances. And then at early in the morning, like at 8 in the morning, they would have dance notation class with Valerie Sutton, which seemed cruel to me as well, but nonetheless, I was honored that they did this. And I had, about 18 beautiful dancers learn how to write dance. And through that process, this book became out of date. Now, I know that sounds a little crazy, but within 6 months, I realized it could improve. Just that evolution is a story in its own right, but of course we can't talk about that right now. But it gives you a perspective on what happened. They did write with it, and they did write dance. They wrote Bournonville steps. They were good at it. There were volumes of documents that these dancers created, but it wasn't necessarily following everything in this book. It got simpler, it got more visual. Such is the way of writing systems. So while I was at the Royal Danish Ballet, I got a call from, of all things, the University of Copenhagen, from a sign language researcher named Lars van der Liet. And Lars said, want to come over to our research lab, the Audio Logopædisk Forskningsgruppe, over at the University of Copenhagen, and please show us your system for dance writing because we're interested. So I came over there wondering what these researchers would want, and I found that they were interested in writing a video of hearing people sitting on a couch, moving and talking to each other, but you know the movements that hearing people make like I'm doing right now. And also there in this video were deaf people signing to each other in Danish Sign Language. And I was to analyze the difference between their movements using my writing system. Now this really became more like gesture analysis of the hearing people, and when I looked at the deaf people, you don't have to tell me, it's obvious. It's a beautiful language, sign languages are, and this was no exception. And although nobody had even told me sign languages were languages, of course I knew that, because I love language and I could see it. They were really communicating about something. It was much more than just dancing, which is beautiful too, don't misunderstand me, and is a language too in its own right in a little way, but the word language applied to dance is not the same as the word language applied to sign language. We all know that. So I went to Lars and the research group and said, I'm honored to work on this, and yes, of course I'll do this. But I want to ask you something. Danish Sign Language looks really beautiful, and it looks like a real language. And they said, oh yes, and they educated me about the issues of deafness and everything. And they told me that they had been influenced by Dr. Stokey's work from the United States, that he had proven that sign languages were real languages, and so they wanted to do the same in Denmark. But that wasn't why they were hiring me, and it had nothing, they had no idea about writing sign language. That is not what they hired me for. They wanted me to do this analysis of hearing person's gestures versus the sign language gestures of deaf people, because it was for one particular dissertation, and I believe by Jan Engor, that ended up being published in 1978, I believe, and it was, I was doing the diagrams for his dissertation, and so that was an honor, and I did do that. But I kept bringing up the subject to them, and I said, you know, I really would like to meet some deaf people, and what do you think? Maybe they would enjoy writing their language, a totally separate issue, but wouldn't it be kind of fun to try to see what they would think? And Lars and everybody, it's not that they weren't open-minded people, they were, but they said, why would they want to do that? And I said, well, I don't know. I'm learning Danish right now, and I love that. And I have a writing system for learning Danish. It's obviously a Roman alphabet, but I'm learning it, and I'm enjoying learning that. But if I didn't have it written, believe me, I couldn't memorize a word. So how would a foreigner like me learn Danish Sign Language if I don't have a way to write it down? So they said, well, why don't you go to a deaf club with us, Valerie? So I actually went to a deaf club in Denmark. I got a kick out of this, and I loved it. And I talked to a bunch of Danish deaf people, and they all looked at me and said, well, yeah, that would be a good idea. Nobody was against it. Absolutely not. But nobody felt the energy to do it either. It was kind of like, it's a nice idea, but hey, little girl, you know, forget it. So I realized that that was not the issue at hand. And I completed my work at the University of Copenhagen over a series of years, actually, 1974 and 1975. But that was the beginning of sign writing, no matter what it was. And how did I write the Danish Sign Language within that research? I wasn't yet acclimated to what we would do today, obviously. So I just took dance writing, which is what we had at the moment, and I just wrote the upper body. And we wrote it from left to right. And instead of being on a 5-line staff like dance writing, I did put it on 3 lines to keep us writing in a line. Later that was dropped, and pretty much later a lot of other things were dropped. So because of time, I would like to show you what ended up happening in the dance world. In the dance world, this is Stanley, the stick figure. Yeah, we gave him a name. And can you see, this is his, if you can see it, those are his hips. And up here are his shoulders. Can you see it? And we also have arms and legs and feet. And we have a neckline. That line we call a face direction line, still used in some areas of our system. This general stick figure notation system turned into a real world used dance notation system. After 1976, I became a full-time faculty member in the dance department of the Boston Conservatory of Music's dance department. And Sutton dance writing was a requirement for graduation of all dance majors from 1976 to 1986. And during that time, we qualified teachers, and we had, I think, around 80 qualified teachers of Sutton dance writing. In the meantime, before that happened, I brought it back home from Denmark between 1974 and 1976, and that's where I met Nancy Romero. In 1975, Nancy and I met, and we started working together. Nancy started writing dance with me. I came out with a notation supplement to improve this book. The changes just kept happening just by using the system. But I also said, hey, Nancy, you know what? I wrote sign language when I was in Denmark. And you know what? I like it, and I think we should do something, and I'd like to call it sign writing. And so I contacted people in my own country and said, you know, we could write sign language. Why don't I try? And everybody kind of thought I was nuts, I think. In fact, a lot of people were against it, and we had a lot of controversy. And I also had to learn who to contact and who not to. I had to learn about language and what was real language and what isn't. To make a very long story short, sign writing evolved in Denmark, mind you. We ended up coming back to Denmark in 1982 after Nancy started publishing the Signwriter newspaper in the United States. And in 1982, I taught the Danes to read and write sign writing. They, in the school system there, adopted sign writing under Britta Hansen at the Communication Center in Copenhagen at Kastelsvejskole. They have a research area there for COSI, as they call it, the Communication Center. And this is, for example, Anna Greta Pedersen. This is a deaf woman in Denmark around 1982. Britta Hansen was the leader of this research group, and she had received the SignWriter newspaper in the mail that Nancy Romero had founded and started. And we sent it out to everybody, and then we get this letter from Britta Hansen in Denmark saying, hey, we want to try to use this because we would like to have real bilingual education where sign language and spoken language are equal. And that they did in Denmark with a research project. They got funding from 1982 to 1988. And this is how they wrote and how we were writing at the time in the United States as well. Can you see? There were stick figures. Whoa. Stick figures. It was written receptively. Stanley, the stick figure, now just had shoulders, and he was facing you, and he did have that little face direction line, but the movement arrows are almost exactly the same as they are today. That I really take pride in, that the movement symbols have basically stayed the same except for minor changes. And later on in my paper, I'm going to document how this symbol changed. I'm going to literally give a history. And why did this symbol change? But one of the coolest things that happened to me last night when I took this Danish book out, I looked and I found heel of hand. There is a hand shape that I happen to love. And it is a hand shape that was used in 1982. And I got proof of it because here it is. There is heel of hand. And it represented a handshake like this, that you sort of see the wrist, if you're seeing it from the expressive point of view, although this was receptive, but we were using heel of hand from that as well. What happened was the system changed a lot in the hand shapes. At the time of 1982, when we were teaching deaf children in Denmark, and it became the part of the school system in Denmark, the SignWriting system was receptive. It used a stick figure, and the hand-shaped palm-facing system was totally different. At the time, we didn't have the dark and light like we have now. Dark and light had a different meaning. I know, it's a surprise, right? Because we did change over, pretty big change. It was right after I left Denmark, let's see, I'm not quite sure exactly when, you see, I want to look this up, but I gave a call to a linguist in Denmark from the United States, and I said, I've decided to change the palm-facing system to dark and light, and this just as we had now. And when that change occurred, it was a big change, but a necessary one. It helped enormously. All of a sudden, we had a standard way of doing palm-facing. Another big change that occurred was when we did the SignWriter newspaper with Nancy Romero, as I mentioned. It was 20 pages written by hand for 4 years, and there was a staff of deaf people involved as well. One of them was Lucinda O'Grady-Batch, who is now named Lucinda O'Grady-Farnaby. And Lucinda and another deaf staff member, Miriam Anna Schroeder, both requested that we start writing in the expressive, that we change from receptive to expressive, that we change from writing from left to right to writing down in vertical columns, and that we throw out the full stick figure and only write in a stacked way the way that we do today, except it was a little bit different. It sort of evolved slowly but surely into the way we stack today. But I can we have a video on my presentation 40 page that is an old video called Deaf Perspectives on SignWriting, the history of how SignWriting changed. It only goes to about 1998, but in that video, Lucinda is so expressive in telling the story about how she felt after writing articles of a newspaper, looking at somebody signing. She wanted to write it from her own expressive point of view. And so therefore we did become expressive. Now we had all kinds of arguments against it, but it really works. And I don't think anybody wants to change back now. Even if there were some benefits to the receptive, there's certainly the benefits to the expressive is enormous because it's turned it into, from a transcription system of what somebody else is doing, into a real writing system from your heart. The way you feel it, the way you express it, it's your writing system. And that's why SignWriting is spreading. because people like Lucinda and Nancy and Adam and all of you on the SignWriting list and all of you who've done your presentations have written your hearts out. And you've written so much that the SignWriting system is just spreading. Isn't it a miracle that there were 40 presentations for 40 years? Well, this is our birthday, everybody. I can't believe it. And I want to thank you for giving me the gift of presenting in this symposium, because I cannot think of a better gift for the birthday of the system. And now we have the future. What are we going to do in the next decade? There are a lot of evolutionary changes in the future, I'm sure, but generally we're pretty standardized in many ways. And there are more and more people working together to make sure that we can read each other's documents. So I do believe that we are on the way of truly having a written form for all sign languages in the world. And you all have been a part of it. I want to thank you very much for participating and watching this SignWriting Symposium. We are now nearing the 8th hour, and Google has been sending me little notices saying, you know what, we're going to kick you out soon. So I think I am going to stop this broadcast, and I want you all to know that you can find the videos that are the recordings of the full 8 hours of each day. They're going to be available in our YouTube channel, and they're also going to be available on the front page of signwriting.org at least for the next couple weeks. And we're planning to go back in and edit all of these videos to make every presentation spectacular. They already were spectacular, everybody. They really are. It's just a matter of getting English captions. Maybe there was some fumbling with slides, which is more our lack of knowledge of the software than anything else. But I want to thank Google. I think this is a remarkable development to give us this opportunity. And you have blessed all people who use SignWriting around the world. I hope to make a documentary film about this process and about all of you who have contributed so much. Goodbye.